Hello everyone. We hope you're doing well. We're doing great, and we truly appreciate your ongoing support. We'd like to briefly address some comments regarding our audiobook series. Rest assured, progress is ongoing. That said, your feedback is vital. If there's a novel you particularly enjoy and want to hear more of, please let us know in the comments. Each chapter requires a financial investment, so we can only continue series that receive strong audience interest. Although we retain core names and plot lines, we make significant editorial changes to enhance clarity, pacing, and immersion. These are not simple recitations. We work hard to deliver a polished, thoughtful listening experience. Without sufficient feedback or engagement, we may need to discontinue a series. So if you're enjoying something, don't stay silent. Your input truly matters. Note, our default audio speed is 3x. If that's too fast, let us know. We're happy to adjust it. Interested in early access to unreleased audiobooks? Visit our Patreon. You'll get to experience new content before it reaches YouTube. Just to clarify, I'm a fan like you. I've purchased these novels and adapted them with care, while respecting all rights and guidelines. For updates, follow us on Facebook and Twitter, X. YouTube update: recently, YouTube flagged some of our content for including mature themes, realistic violence, and darker story elements. As a result, we've decided to stop uploading anything that violates YouTube's guidelines. If you'd like access to the full, uncut versions including the more intense or mature content, you can find them on our Patreon page, where we upload everything first. Available now on Patreon: Shattered Innocence transmigrated into a novel as an extra. Transmigrating over 10,000 years late, I was forced to become a mighty presence. I, the celestial dragon, rule the heavens through the double gate, reigning supreme in countless worlds with peace taming, Tower of God sequence strength, cultivation when you take things to the extreme. Naruto Izuno with cyst. WTF, the centuries-old ancestor in our family take concubine again. Plus 18, Itchy, reincarnated in Bleach as a wizard. Thanks for listening and happy listening. I took it out and saw that it was my sister calling me. Excuse me, I'll answer this call real quick, I told Mitsuo, which she nodded in understanding. I quickly went out of the room and answered the call. Lorelai, what's up? Alexander. I heard my sister's voice was exceptionally serious. What is it, sister? I unconditionally became tense at her serious tone. I cursed myself for stuttering at my sister. It makes me look like I did something wrong, but I can't help it. When she calls my name with such a serious tone, it could only mean one thing: she's annoyed or irritated by something that I did. Do you have any idea of what you did? I heard my sister's serious tone on the phone. Hearing that, I tried to remember what mistake I made for the past few days, and I couldn't find any. No. I answered a bit doubtfully. You truly do not know? Judging from my sister's tone, she was surprised that I didn't know what mistake I made. Yes. I replied, a bit confused. Sigh, unbelievable. I swear I could visualize Lorelai putting her hand on her forehead. Sorry, I don't understand. Can you please elaborate on what mistake I made? I gave up figuring out what this is about and decided to be straightforward about the issue. I heard my sister let out a massive sigh and answer. I heard that your school was destroyed by a beam of prana. Hearing that, I immediately realized what mistake I made. Oh. Now you understand. Care to explain why didn't you inform me about it immediately? Because I only knew about the incident the next day. Do you understand how worried I am? I heard the concern in my sister's voice. Honestly, I would have never thought I would hear my sister say the word worried in person, not to mention to say it in such a concerned voice. I never thought my sister was capable of saying such words, and knowing that made me feel happy that she was vocalizing that she's worried about my safety and guilty because I didn't think about informing her. After all, to me, personally, it wasn't worth mentioning. A normal person with common sense would immediately inform their family of what happened, but I wasn't exactly normal in a sense because something catastrophic like what happened to my school is like Friday to me. Sorry, I didn't think of that. I was guilty of not informing her. Sigh, of course. However, listen, Alexander, I may not look like it, but I'm worried about your well-being. I'm your elder sister, it is natural for me to do so. I was blown by how sincere her tone was when she said that. I couldn't help but think, is this really my sister? Hearing her tone and everything, she is indeed my sister. No matter how unbelievable it may seem at the moment, the Lorelai I know isn't someone this open with her feelings. Maybe this is because of Shiru's influence? Yeah, maybe that's it. There's no other explanation for this. Yes, of course. Alright then, next time do inform me, if not I'll be very disappointed with you, Lorelai said with a serious voice. I will remember that. I nodded. Good, now tell me what happened in your school, because I have a feeling that you know more about the incident. Lorelai's feeling was right on the spot. I know more than anyone aside from D what truly happened that day. Closing my eyes, I decided to tell her the full story. It took me a few minutes to relay what happened. After disclosing the entire story to my sister, she replied with an exceptionally cold voice. So it's that alien's fault. Maybe I will hunt her down once and for all. I know Lorelei was serious about this, that's why I quickly replied. No, please don't. I know how strong you are and how capable your group is. However, you have to trust me that you wouldn't be able to kill her. Even if you did, Dee's body is just a vessel, it's not her real one. At the end of the day your efforts would be pointless. It took a few minutes for Lorelei to answer. Fine, I'll trust you for now. Thank you. I sigh in relief, thinking that I saved my sister from a pointless hunt because I'm very aware of how powerful Dee is. Even a magician isn't enough to win a fight with Dee. Heck, I'm pretty sure that even Crimson Moon, or what is known as Type Moon, isn't the same level as Dee. One must know that Type Moon is the weakest among the other types, as Crimson Moon is barely qualified as one. Chapter 42, The Harem Plan. Today early in the morning, I was boiling hot water to use it for making a coffee, since I'm in the mood for one today. As I was waiting for it to boil, suddenly someone pressed the doorbell of my house, curious as to who did it early in the morning. I went to my door and opened it, showing both Dee and Bocce, who was behind Dee shyly looking at the ground like there was something attractive to it. Without hesitation, my eyes narrowed at Dee, and said, "What did you do?" "There's no doubt this is one of Dee's ideas." "Ouch. How could you accuse me of something as soon as you saw me?" Dee complained. "Are you telling me you didn't do anything?" I replied while raising one of my brows at her. "Well." Dee laughed as she scratched the back of her head. "That answers my question." I gave her a deadpan look. "Hey. Just because I did something it doesn't mean it would always be me." Dee raised both of her hands above and started waving them in protest. "Right." I give her a doubtful look that indicates that I don't believe her bullshit. "But I'm serious." I ignored this alien goddess. She's so childish despite being a billion years older than me. My attention shifted toward Bocce, who was behind Dee. "So, what did she do? Did she force you to do something? Did she blackmail you? Don't worry about confessing because I will believe you." "Hey." Bocce started panicking as her eyes were wandering around aside from my direction, so I decided to say, "Calm down, Hattori breath." And she followed my instructions somehow, and calmed down significantly, and after that, I repeated my question. "So, what did she do to you?" She convinced me to join your harem." Bocce exclaimed, and after saying that her face turned into unhealthy red, she couldn't stop herself from covering her face with her hands. "What? My harem? But I don't have one." I thought in surprise, nor I plan to have one. Having multiple partners isn't something I thought of after reincarnating. To me, I'm satisfied with a single girl that could love me. For someone who has been single all my life in my previous life, having a partner is a dream come true. Though let's not mention about that sexual adventure that I had a few years ago, which was hormones more than love. Anyway, my point still stands. I stared at Dee, who was smiling not so innocently. "What's your deal here?" I asked suspiciously at her. "Nothing, I do this for entertainment." "Aren't you happy that I'm planning on getting you a harem?" Dee spreads her arms on both sides. If I answered no it would be lying, but if I said yes it would mean leaving my future relationship status with this alien goddess. Humphrey. It's obvious what my answer is going to be. My fate is mine and no one else's, and that's why my answer is yes. Did you think I'd say no? Nope, that's not me. A chance of getting a harem, even though I didn't expect it, was something only a fool would reject. So I decided to use the skill, go with the flow. It's a skill that I acquired after spending countless times with my sister. Dee smiled widely at my answer. Suddenly I felt like I'm going to regret this decision, shaking my head because it's too late anyway. I can't take it back. "I knew you'd agree with my plan. That's why you're entertaining," Dee admitted with a smile. I suddenly realized something and thought, wait, if I said no she'd get bored of me? I couldn't help but shudder at the thought of that happening, meaning my life would guarantee to end sooner or later, because she lost interest in her toy. I would have no choice but to reset, since I already set my save point yesterday. Then I looked at Bocce once more and asked, "Are you sure about this? You know you don't have to force yourself." "And no. I want this," Bocce shouted loudly. Upon realizing how loud her voice was, she suddenly started fading into the background. Seeing this unbelievable sight, I couldn't help but blink a couple of times before confirming that she was still there behind Dee. How is she doing that? I couldn't stop myself from screaming internally. Perhaps she learned presence concealment without knowing? Because it's the only logical explanation of what happened. Seriously, it makes me wonder what the heck is her origin, because I'm pretty sure it's imaginary elements, or at least similar to it. Right. I just wanted to be sure that you didn't force yourself. Anyway, since you accepted it, Does that mean you admit liking me? I asked. I know she did. It wasn't that hard to figure out I wasn't dense as a black hole, so obviously I would notice a girl's affection toward me. Not to mention, I was her friend for several years, and a male. It's bound to happen that she would at least have a crush on her because honestly I was the same and I wasn't afraid of admitting that. It's hard to be attracted to her, she's beautiful for starters, and her personality is refreshing for someone like me, it's cute. Bocce nodded with a red face, then a smile formed on my face. To be honest, I'm also the same. I like you, Hattori. Hearing that from me, Bocce's body shivered from delight and happiness. To hear that her crush liked her back is something like a dream come true for her. Although their relationship isn't what she visualized, she was satisfied with this arrangement as long as she's part of my relationship. Dee started clapping from the background. Bravo, that was nice, now you need one more to complete the harem. I think Mitsuha is a good choice, I'll talk to her right now. I don't think that's a good idea. I couldn't help but say. Dee tilted her head in my direction. I'll have to admit with that face of hers it's unbearably cute, although it's best if I keep to myself. Why not? Are you seriously asking me that? I asked her with an incredulous expression. Yep, that's why I'm asking. Dee smiled. Aren't you supposed to be? Never mind, anyway the reason why it's a bad idea is that Mitsuha is terrified of you. Tell me honestly, what did you do to her? I asked her once more, to confirm if what she said yesterday is true. Again, I didn't do anything aside from talking to her. It wasn't my fault that she suddenly passed out. Dee let out a pout. Is that really it? I thought with a bit of doubt. Fine, let's say that I believe you. However, you shouldn't talk to her for now, let her recover. Alright, fine, so who am I going to add to your harem? Luvia? Alexandra? Teresa? Or maybe Olga Marie? Dee casually mentions the names of the girls I'm close to. How did you know about them? Before I realized it I asked a very stupid question, because I know how capable this alien goddess is more than anyone else in the world. It wasn't too hard honestly, since I got this handy skill called clairvoyant. It lets me see the past and future of everything, making me omniscient. However, that was before I met you because for some reason I can't see yours, making you unique entirely, but I can see the people who are close to you just fine. And oh, suddenly a grin appeared on Dee's face and said, "Oh ho? Isn't this interesting?" I don't know if it's a good thing or a bad thing for her to grin like that. What's interesting? Well, I'd like to tell you, but it's more entertaining if you find out yourself. Dee smirks in my direction. I hate it when she does that. Honestly, sparking my curiosity and won't give me an answer is irritating. Whatever, so about Hattori, did you tell her about your true nature? I asked. What do you mean true nature? You speak as if I'm a bad thing. Dee frowned in displeasure. That is because you are. That's the thought that I would keep forever in my mind. And as for your question, yes, I did tell her about my identity. Dee nonchalantly, as if it was no big deal. Why would you do that? I can understand Mitsuha, but why Hattori? She's someone who isn't part of the moonlit world. I frowned at her. Eh? Do I look like someone that cares about that? Dee answered immediately. Point taken. I thought, frankly, Dee is someone who doesn't care about anything as long as she could have entertainment. She would discard any rules, just to amuse herself. Right, so what about me? Did you tell her about the moonlit world? A bit, but not everything. However, she knows that you're a mage. It's your choice if you want to tell her more. Dee shrugged. Great. One more person to explain the moonlit world. No thanks to you, Dee. I couldn't stop myself from sighing at that. Why do you tell me some good news instead? I asked sarcastically. Sure, I've contacted Ru-chan and we're ready to go tonight, Dee answered with a smile. Eh? There's actually good news. I didn't expect that honestly, but after realizing that I'll be meeting the legendary Root tonight, I can't help but feel excited and nervous. I think I needed to meditate for my meeting with the Root tonight. Chapter 43, Akashic Record. Since technically Bocce is now my girlfriend, I decided to spend the entire morning with her. A house date is what this is called. As her boyfriend, it's only natural for me to do this. However, one problem when I try to do more than talking, like skin contact for example, is that her entire existence would start to glitch from the world. I know she's an extreme introvert, but damn, this is on another level. Either way, this clearly is a challenge. I would gladly overcome this situation, I'll make sure of it. My determination was on the roof at the moment. So for an entire morning, we did nothing aside from playing Nintendo Switch. I'm seriously glad that Dee left us alone, or else it would be more chaotic. Literally, thankfully she didn't bother our date. Whether it's out of goodwill or entertainment, it doesn't matter. I'm thankful for that. Besides, playing games makes me distracted, with my meeting with the Root tonight. After an entire morning of playing Mario Kart, my house date with Bocce ended and I escorted her back to her house. We didn't hold hands all the way there obviously, that's too high level for someone like Bocce. So no unprotected lewd holding hands. At the end of the day, nothing changed in our relationship aside from the fact that we are officially dating, leaving Bocce said. Thank for escorting me. Also sorry if I was boring with our date. She bowed her head out of shame, however, I wasn't having it and replied. No, you weren't. I actually had fun with our date. I really did, because it's not every day I play with someone. It rarely happens now that Luvia, my gamer best friend, is a few counties away from here. Bocce's eyes widened in hope and happiness. Really? Yes, let's do it again next time if you want? I said with a smile. Why yes. Bocce quickly answered with a wide smile, honestly making her more attractive in my eyes. Anyway, see you later Hitori. Wait. I stopped in my tracks and shifted my attention back to Bocce, who did something I never thought I'd see her do. My eyes widened significantly as I saw Bocce, boldly unzipping her pink tracksuit and lifted the white shirt inside it, showing me world-class tits that I wouldn't forget anytime soon. I couldn't stop my jaw from literally dropping from my mouth, as my mind blanked at the sight. Her round, firm breasts literally took my breath away for a second. Although she's wearing a white bra, it doesn't make it less attractive, instead, it only made me turn on. Also, her nipples were hard, it was painfully obvious at the moment. However, she quickly covered herself out of embarrassment. I don't know what possessed her to do this, but I certainly wasn't complaining. It's surprising that she didn't pass out from that bold display, and said. I heard it from social media that b-boys like it when girls show them our breast tests so. Bocce's face was dangerously red at the moment that I started to worry her blood vessels might pop at this very moment. That's all. Bye. Instantly she went inside her house and dashed toward her room, not looking back. And here I'm standing outside like an idiot. Only after a few seconds I managed to recover and exhale the air that I didn't realize I was holding. Whoa. That just happened. I muttered in disbelief. This was the first time I've seen her large breasts without a shirt. Honestly, they're bigger than I thought. Her pair of tits could give Luvia a run for her money. So far those were the biggest tits I've seen from a teenager literally. Must be nice to have that pair of massive tits. Whoever said that clearly is envious of Bocce's wonderful pair of breasts. Wait a minute. I snapped my neck toward the suspect, and saw that it was D. I blinked a couple of times and spoke. Oh, it's just you. What do you mean it's just me? D huffed at my words in annoyance. Nothing. Also, why do you sound so envious of her breast? You know with your capabilities you could also make your breasts bigger. I don't understand why she didn't do that if she's envious of having a smaller pair of breasts. That's not the point. I want it to be natural. D protests in annoyance. I don't have the slightest idea what she meant. To begin with, nothing in her body is natural. Maybe I'm too stupid to understand. Either way, it's irrelevant to know her reasoning. Anyway, are you going to bring me now? I quickly changed the subject. D nodded, knowing exactly what I was implying. She waved her hand above and the reality itself was ripped. You just need to step inside here and you meet Ru-chan, D stated and went directly inside the hole. Without hesitation, I followed her inside the hole. Different from what I expected, the place wasn't in complete darkness, instead it was a grass field. There's also a sky, bluer than earth definitely. I stared at the horizon but I couldn't see the end of it, as if it was endless. Aside from the endless grass field, there's a single tree a few feet away from me. The tree itself wasn't massive, honestly, I have seen bigger trees, but unlike any other tree this one is unique, because each branch contains a single universe. How the fuck do I know that? I thought in shock. Because I transmitted that information directly into your brain. As I heard that unfair woman's voice, I shifted my attention toward the culprit and saw that it was a woman, who was in her early 20s. She had short black hair that reached her neck, wearing a traditional high-quality Japanese kimono, and in terms of appearance she looked like a traditional Japanese beauty, except for those eyes. I felt like with every single secret I had been exposed to, I felt naked even though I wasn't. Now I understand what D meant before. Eyes that make you feel exposed. She certainly wasn't exaggerating, so this woman in front of me is the root, or at least part of it. So, you're the root. Indeed. Root nodded, as she continued to stare at me. Honestly her gaze was uncomfortable. Root started to approach me, and started circling my spot, and said. D was right, you are an anomaly. I know right. D suddenly appeared out of nowhere. Root's attention shifts at D. It was obvious that she was displeased with her interruption, but didn't show it openly. So Root-chan, about the favor you owe me. D approached Root and stopped an inch away from her, looking at each other eye to eye. From my perspective, they look like rivals gazing at each other without fear. Yes, I did recall the favor that I owed you, but are you really using it for something like this? Root averted her gaze away from Dee's, and looked back in my direction. That's right. Dee smiled and wasn't bulging from the matter. I see, there's no changing your mind, so I'm dead set on this. I wonder why you would use this favor, a precious favor that you probably wouldn't be able to have again, for an interesting mortal. Root continues to gaze at my place. I see your curiosity is justified, but it's nothing special really. It's just for my entertainment, that's why I'm doing this. Dee admitted without hesitation. You still haven't changed for eons, you prioritize entertainment above everything else, and that entertainment is what led you to create the Throne of Heroes, with me. Hearing that statement from Root, I couldn't stop myself from being shocked. What? Are you telling me that Dee is one of the creators of the Throne of Heroes? Indeed, so I'm using that favor, to make him a magician. Dee pointed at me, who was getting uncomfortable with the attention from these overpowered beings. I mean, I'm used to Dee's presence, but after hearing the newest information I couldn't stop myself from looking at Dee in a new light. Alright, a favor is a favor and now I'm willing to do my part of the deal. Usually I won't grant this power to just anyone, especially to someone who is clearly anomalous even to me, but since it's a favor I must give it to you. Root suddenly kissed my lips without a warning, making my body stiff in surprise. Oh? What's this? Are you also adding Root-chan in your harem? Dee shouted excitedly in the background. Shut up. You're not helping Dee. I have no idea what's happening right now. The kiss between the big boss of Nasuverse and myself lasted a full minute before separating. There, I have transferred you the first true magic, you are now capable of creating everything you desire, Root said nonchalantly. Those words made me recover and immediately tried to create something. It was a pair of the gloves, not just any ordinary gloves either, as this pair of ordinary gloves is conceptual, as they could erase everything in existence with just a single touch. Damn, what a sweet power this is. A massive smile formed on my face. I could tell that I didn't use any prana while creating this conceptual item par with some divine construction. I could tell that you like it. Root mentions. There's no point in lying and admitting. That's right, I like it very much. Hopefully you won't misuse that power I gave you. I care not if you destroy several realities with it, what I mean is that you won't be foolish enough to use it on me. Know that I can take it back anytime I want. I gave her an incredulous expression and said. Why would I do that? Trust me, if you tried. I couldn't help but scoff at those people and thought. Humanity's stupidity knows no bounds. As you noticed by now, your true magic is a bit different from normal. It is expected as I took several restrictions from it. Unlike usual magic, it's less complicated and more direct. The only limitation from that power is that you can't create a soul, Root stated. I shrugged. It wasn't much of a big deal for me. It's not like I'm planning to create life anytime soon. Now that you obtain what you want, let's get out of here. Dee looked at me and said. I nodded, as there's no reason for me to stay here either. Before leaving, Root suddenly said. You are an anomaly, Alexander Bartolomei. Your existence from all possible timelines is unique. This wouldn't be the last time we'll see each other. Before I could probably digest her words, I was dragged away by Dee and exited from the outside world. Root after they left, Root was still in her spot staring at the spot where the two left, and she said. What a unique soul that person has. Then her eyes shift at the tree in front of her, as this tree is her, the entire Nasuverse. All possible timelines exist in this very tree, as it is an entire multiverse. Someday we'll meet again. Root was staring at the future that no one other than her could see. Chapter 44, The Condition Kisser. Zelrech Schwenor. Zelrech was currently having his daily dose of magical girl marathon, and suddenly he felt the world, not the entire reality itself, caused a wave that only he and few could feel. He was so shocked that he forgot to watch his favorite magical girl TV show at the moment. He stood up from the couch and said. This. Someone obtained the first true magic? There's no mistake, the first true magic once again resurfaced from the world, stroking his beard, worried at the prospect of the future. This changes everything. I can only hope that the person who obtains the first true magic isn't pure evil, or Root help us all. Zelrech would have never thought that the person who obtained the first true magic is that young Bartolomei he met in the past, but for now, he had no idea who this mysterious person is. Like Zelrech, few of the powerful beings in the world felt the same as him. They knew that the first true magic had resurfaced, but like the kaleidoscope, they also have no idea who obtained it. While the most powerful beings worldwide sensed the return of the first true magic, the culprit, however, had no idea what he caused. I went back to my reality with Dee in an exceptionally happy mood. Why wouldn't I? I just obtained one of the most overpowered abilities in Fate, without a single risk for it. Looking at Dee, I said. Thank you for this, Dee. However, is it really okay for you to use the favor that Root owed you for me? Dee, however, just waved at me and replied. Save it, honestly that favor isn't worth much to me anyway. Honestly, I received that favor from doing what I like. Yeah, but seriously, I didn't expect you to be the creator of the Throne of Heroes. The most shocking thing that I heard today. It was no big deal. It's not like it's my first time creating something similar. Dee shrugged. Right, if I recall, she's one of the high administrators in another world, since she was the one who made that system that lets the native of that world level up. You mean, you created something similar in your world? I replied as I put both my hands in my jeans pockets. Yep, and also saying that it's my world is inaccurate. While I may stay in that world longer than any other world I've been in, it wasn't the place I was born. However, I do think of it as my home, but lately I've been bound by some nonsense responsibility as one of the high administrators of that world. That's why I left, so that I could have fun, Dee admitted without feeling shame that she ditched from her responsibility. Honestly, I can't say I'm surprised by her actions, knowing that she prioritizes having fun more than anything. Either way, there's something I'm curious about. Where were you born anyway? I have no idea, the universe doesn't exist at that time, Dee answered. Well, that's understandable. If the universe hasn't existed yet, then there's no location or anything at all. Suddenly, Dee spoke. By the way, I haven't forgotten our deal for making you a magician. Recalling that deal immediately made me feel embarrassed, but a deal is a deal. She did her part, and that's why I would do the same. When are we doing it? I let out a resigned sigh. Pride and dignity are nothing compared to my newest ability, so what I lost some of my dignity, it's worth it. What about now? Dee gave me a toothy grin as a standard salaryman uniform appeared from her hands. Oh my god, my mind isn't ready for this. I thought in embarrassment and a bit of despair. If you're wondering what a deal I made with Dee in exchange for the first true magic, it's to do a role play, a sick kink of Dee. Depending on someone's perspective, it isn't really too hardcore, as I definitely saw worse, and Dee's kink is like this. She would pretend to be a schoolgirl inside a train, and my role is to be the salaryman who suddenly does load things to her while she resists. Yes, the deal is that she wanted me to pretend to rape her on the train, while everyone was watching. This is what I meant by losing my pride and dignity. However, the pros outweigh the cons, and that is why I'm doing this. Because after doing this sinful act in public, there's no doubt I'd erase the memories of every single person on that bus without exception, especially when I can do it very easily with a snap of my fingers. Alright. After agreeing, I wore the suit and we went to the nearest train station where we could do the act. I can't believe I'm doing this. We're not making porn, damn it. I screamed internally. I was physically and most importantly mentally drained from that act we did inside the train. It was so embarrassing that I almost stopped the act a few times, but if I were to do that, I have a feeling that Dee won't take kindly to it, and what's more terrifying than an angry god? Your angry mom. Anyway, her act was seriously convincing, because if I wasn't aware that this was all an act, I would have believed that this was all real. Because damn, she's a good actor, she even got the audience to believe that a ARP was happening in front of them. While I, the villain of the act, almost got arrested. No, I'm sure I would have been arrested from the moment the action started, but I'm pretty sure that Dee had something to do with it because the audience didn't interfere as we did the deed in front of them. In a normal scenario, there's definitely someone who would interfere with a crime happening in front of them, because this isn't a hentai world where people don't have common sense. Literally, now because no one interrupted their session, it could only mean one thing: Dee manipulated everyone without them knowing from interfering with their activities. However, it did not stop others from recording, which I immediately acted, and created a new possibility that everyone's phone is low battery, as it did to the other gadgets. Turns out my ability can't just create op items, but also could create any possibility I desired. It's like the authority of vainglory, but instead of rewriting reality, mine is to create a possibility of it. There's almost no limit to what I could create. Heck, I could even create an apocalypse where zombies are real. No wonder this magic is restricted in multiple seals. Turns out it literally makes you a god. Either way, I won't create an apocalypse, as Uncle Ben says. With great power comes great entertainment. I'm sure that's the full quote. That's why I'm going to use this, not to cause an apocalypse, but for entertainment. Isn't this why I wanted to reincarnate in the first place? Is it to live my life to the fullest? Anyway, after the act in the train, as I promised to myself, I erased the memories of all the passengers and driver on the train. It doesn't matter if they didn't see our act. Caution was the key, because there's no way I'd allow anyone to leave the train knowing that they remember what kind of deviant acts I did toward Dee. After that hardcore role-playing, Dee left satisfied. Good for her, but definitely not for me. However, it would be a lie if I say that it didn't turn me on when everyone was watching us. Damn, I started being corrupted by just being near Dee. Exhausted, I immediately fell into my couch, closing my eyes so that I could rest for a bit. However, before I could go to dreamland, suddenly my phone started ringing, vibrating in my pocket. Forcefully opening my eyes, annoyed at the interruption, I opened my phone only to find out that I was called by some unknown number. Usually, I would decline the call without hesitation, but this time, I felt curious. That's why I answered the call, as it's not every day my number received a call from an unknown number. "Hello, who is this?" I said rather bluntly. Then I heard a soft female voice behind the phone. "Before I answer that, are you perhaps Alexander Bartolomei?" Suddenly my eyes narrowed and became a bit wary of the person behind this call. She knows my name, but I don't know hers. "Yes, that's indeed me," I confirmed my identity to her, making the woman behind the call sigh in relief. "Thank goodness, finally, after a year of looking for your contact info, I've found you," the woman said a bit too cheerfully. I didn't know that this woman was looking for my contact for a year now. Could this person be a stalker or something? It definitely isn't my first time dealing with her kind. Right, I haven't introduced myself properly, haven't I? "My name is Hoshino. The woman named I said. "However, that name sounds familiar, but I can't remember where I heard it." I continued talking. "And I got news to tell you. I know this may sound unbelievable, but trust me, it's real." I was skeptical about that. There's hardly anything that can surprise me at this point. However, this time, I was incorrect, as she said. "You're the father of my children." From all the things I expected her to say, this was something I never expected. As for my reply, pure confusion. Chapter 45, Hoshino. It's actually happening. I'm meeting that woman named Hoshino about her claim of having my children. Normally I would have considered it as bullshit, but what if she's telling the truth? I mean, a few years ago when my hormones were at their peak, I went on a sexual adventure, and it was honestly crazy. It was forever engraved inside my mind. There's no changing it. Anyway, with that adventure of mine, I may or may not have had sex with girls unprotected. So there's a chance that she's one of those girls I had a relationship with back then, even though I can't really remember her. Now, I arrived at the cafe where we are supposed to meet and wandered around the shop. It didn't take long enough to find her. It was a young woman who is about the same age as me. She was wearing a black cap and a white mask. It was as if she's hiding from someone. Suspicious. This is what I first thought when I saw her appearance. Anyone with common sense would think that way. I sat at the opposite side of her chair, surprising the young woman in my presence. "Are you Hoshino?" I asked. Eyes pupils widened, or at least I thought they did, as she saw me, and answered. "Yes, that's me. I'm glad you showed up." I could hear the relief in her voice, but I wasn't having that, so I decided to be straightforward. "So about what you said on the phone." However, before I could finish the entire sentence, she interrupted me and said, Let's order some refreshments first before we start talking about that, shall we?" I wanted to refuse, but my logical side agreed with her, with a sigh, and replied, "All right, but we'll talk about it after." I nodded and smiled, or at least what I imagined her face was making, since she was still wearing that white mask. "Order anything you like. It's my treat," I said cheerfully to me. I couldn't help but frown at that, and replied, "No, I'd like to pay for it myself." I looks like she was about to say something, however, she decided not to and said, "All right." Thus we ordered some refreshments, although I didn't order any desserts because frankly, I wasn't a fan unless it came from my brother-in-law. After all, it would guarantee to be delicious. After our orders arrived, finally it was time for me to ask. "So, why are you still wearing that mask?" It was really suspicious for her to hide her face from the public. She's either a criminal or... Eyes widened as she heard those words and quickly spoke. "Oh. That was so rude of me." Then immediately she took off her mask and cap in front of me, and as soon as I saw her appearance, I couldn't help but think. An idol. There's no doubt her face and demeanor says it all. All of a sudden, seeing her face made me recall something from the past. There was that young girl who looked similar to her that I dated for a few days. It was nothing more than a casual fling on my part, but I have no idea what it is to her. "I don't know if you remember me, but I remember you even though we only dated for a few days," I said with a fond smile on her face. "No, I do remember you." I shook my head and replied, and thought. To think that girl I met years ago is now this mature. Eyes mood brightened after hearing that. "Really? I thought I'm the only one that remembers our relationship." "Well, it's not surprising if you thought that's the case, since most people tend to forget about their past relationships, especially when it's someone unimportant," I answered and thought. Although in my case, I just have a good memory. I tried not to feel guilty about it, but I couldn't. However, I let it be because it makes me more human that way. "That's true." I nodded with a smile. "So does that mean I'm special to you?" I said in a casual way because I wasn't trying to flirt with her. Hearing that, I gave a pondering look and answered. "Technically." "Technically? Why so?" I asked curiously. "Well, first of all, you're my first boyfriend, Even though we didn't work out in the end, I replied easily as if it didn't bother her that we didn't work out. What did I expect anyway? To see her feel bothered? Definitely not. Either way, this is starting to get off topic. Anyway, I think it's time for us to talk about what you mentioned on the phone, I asked with a serious face. However, despite that intimidation, I remained calm and kept her smile. Yes, about our children. Are you sure that it's mine? I denied that possibility, as there's no way I got her impregnated. If I recall, we only did it once. Not to mention she was a virgin at that time. What are the chances of her getting pregnant? Yes, I'm sure it's yours because... I suddenly took out the phone from her pocket and showed her a picture of a twin. My first thought of seeing them is... damn, they're so adorable. I almost couldn't stop myself from cooing at the twins. However, I quickly snapped out of it and started analyzing the photo, and the more I looked, the more I saw the resemblance between me and the twins. I should know, because the male twin looks exactly like me. Back when I was a toddler, he's also a brunette like me. Except for the eye color and slightly different facial structure, since it has some Asian part of it, this child could have passed as me, back when I was younger. Damn, there's no doubt the similarities between us. Are they really mine? I couldn't help but wonder. However, despite the obvious fact, I still have to make it 100% sure. I admit, they look a lot like me, but I want to make sure that they are really mine. Let's have a DNA test, and after the result, I'll take responsibility. I look at her in the eyes seriously. I wasn't the type to run from my responsibility, especially for something involving children. I definitely looked astonished by my response. You're going to take responsibility? I couldn't help but blink a couple of times at her reaction and said, of course. Isn't that why you search for me, to take responsibility? Oh well. I suddenly averted her eyes away from mine. I stared at her in disbelief as I realized that she never thought of it. At first, I thought she was after my money, but seeing this I have to reassess my view of her. Seriously? You didn't think that I'd take responsibility and pay for child support? I said with disbelief and awe. What was she expecting when she wanted to meet me here? To say that I have children with her and after that, we part ways and pretend that nothing happened? I couldn't stop myself from putting my palm on my face and saying, what were you thinking? Forget that I asked that question. I nodded and let out a sigh. Let's do that. No one talked for a full minute after that, but I decided to break the silence. So, what are their names? I couldn't help but be curious about my apparently children names, and that did that trick as eyes mood visibly brightened, and eagerly answered. Aquamarine and Ruby. Hearing my kids' names, I couldn't help but wince. It wasn't like it was bad or terrible. However, there's definitely better names than those. From their names alone, I could tell that she named them based on what she liked. Aquamarine is aquarium, and Ruby is gems. If only I was there on the day they were born, their names would have been totally different, not obvious like their names right now. Aqua and Ruby, huh? I with a wry smile. That's right. Aren't their names adorable? I named them myself. I huffed proudly as she mentioned naming the kids. Adorable isn't really the right word for it. More like obvious than anything. I could only nod at her excitement, and our conversation continued for the next several minutes, and it's all about our children. Looking at her, she might not realize it herself, but every time she brought up her children, her eyes would brighten more than they usually do. This meeting didn't exactly go as I expected. At first I thought this entire meeting was nothing more than a massive hoax, but instead, it was fun, which is why I didn't expect it to be. After our meeting we parted ways. However, before we did I gave her my personal contact number, because the number she called is for public use, meaning that number is what I give to less significant people in my life like my classmates. But the personal number I gave her is different, as it's for the people I'm close with, like my family and real friends. Tomorrow is going to be the day I'm going to meet the twins and find out if they're really my children or not, but looking at the photo of the twins that I sent me, I couldn't help but say, there's no way that they aren't mine. That's right, I wasn't denying it any longer. The resemblance is painfully obvious. The reason why I wanted DNA in the first place is to make it official, and a proof that they are indeed mine. I wonder how my meeting with my children will go. Chapter 46, DNA test. Right now, I'm in the city hospital, waiting for I and the children to arrive. I could legally give them support. It didn't take me a long time to wait, as the people I was waiting for arrived with a white car that I have no idea what brand of. It's probably unpopular, that's why I couldn't recognize the brand. There were 5 people that came out of the white car, I, her twin who is a stroller, and 2 unknown adults that I have no idea who they were. As soon as I saw me, she immediately started waving at me, which I waved back but not as eagerly as she did. Is this the guy who impregnated you? The blonde man pointed at me while looking as if he couldn't believe that I exist. President. Don't say such crude words in front of the kids. I scolded her boss. My bad, but still I never expected him to be a foreigner. The blonde man said while stroking his beard. I know I shouldn't say this, but you have a great taste in men. The strawberry blonde hair woman said with an admiring voice. Anyway, it wasn't the kind of stare that I wasn't accustomed to. Living in Japan makes me used to such things. I smiled at the strawberry blonde-haired woman's words and replied. You bet. Now that they are a few feet away from my spot, I decided to talk. So, this is the children. I stared at the twin. They are even more adorable in real life. I wasn't afraid to admit that. However, for some reason the girl of the twin was giving me a dirty look as if my entire existence was a stain. But there's no way that a toddler could express something like that, right? Unless they're reincarnated babies. I said internally. However, there's no way they are. The chance of that happening is really low. However, the twin's expression was the opposite of his sister, as his expression was resigned as if he was tired of his sister's antics. Ignoring them, I look at the adults who accompanied I and the twins. Are perhaps I's boss? I recalled her talking about the president yesterday, but I have no idea who this woman is. The blonde man with sunglasses nodded and replied. That's right, I'm Stu Ichigo and this is my wife Stu Miyako. Miyako bowed a bit after being introduced, while her husband gave me a handshake, and naturally I took it and replied. Alexander Bardem Eloy, and I'm apparently the twins' father, as obvious as it is due to our resemblance. I just want to make sure that they're mine, and if they are I would take responsibility for the child support. Both the president and Miyako were surprised by my words. Even though I told them about this yesterday, they still couldn't believe that I'm willing to take responsibility. Oh, that's reassuring. Ichigo adjusted his glasses and continued. How old are you, by the way? I answered without hesitation. 18. 18, huh? About the same age as I, so you're still in high school, correct? Ichigo asked. I nodded and replied. That's right. Suddenly his face turned serious and said, you do realize that to support them, you need a lot of money and there aren't a lot of decent jobs without a diploma. Oh, don't worry about that, Ichigo-san, I can definitely support them. I looked at I, who was giving me a nervous grin. Oh? You sound pretty confident about that? The blonde man stares at him while raising a brow. That's because I am, I replied without losing my smile. Hey, I like that confidence. So you're going to work hard to support them then? I blinked at the question and said. No. I don't need to do that because I'm loaded. I have enough money to make them live luxury. I, the twin, Ichigo, and Miyako stared at me with a stunned look. What? Ichigo said in surprise and confusion. By their looks, it seems that they didn't understand what I mean. That's why I decided to be more specific. What I'm saying is that I'm rich. My family is rich as we're technically a British aristocrat. Everyone, excluding me, was stunned into silence by the revelation. Hoshino, the test was positive. Of course, even without the DNA test, she knows the father of her twins. However, despite knowing that, she still couldn't help but be relieved by the DNA test. As it is the undeniable truth that her children are indeed their father. Speaking of him, I honestly doesn't know what to think of him. Her feelings for him were a bit complicated. Meeting him a few years ago back when she was 15 is a coincidence. They bumped into each other near the studio. Both of them apologized to each other at the same time for accidentally bumping into each other, and after that, both of them laughed at the timed response. And that was the catalyst of their relationship. They started frequently meeting each other, and after a week, they started dating. He became the object of her love even though she doesn't know what it means to do so. You see, I lacked any memory of loving or ever being loved herself. That's why she thought being in a relationship, she would learn how to love in a way she did. However, before she could truly explore what love is, they already broke up. Not even a month later, she found another object of her love, Kamiki Hikaru. However, at the time she was dating Hikaru, she found out that she was pregnant with her ex-boyfriend. And that honestly made her feel surprised. She did not anticipate getting pregnant, but this was the result of their love. That's why abortion wasn't an option. She broke up with Hikaru after finding out that she was bearing a life inside her, and there she told the president about the news. And years later, here she is, meeting her ex-boyfriend. Unlike her expectation, he was understanding and didn't flat out refuse the fact that she was bearing his child. After hearing the part of her story, he listened and told her that if they were indeed his children, then he would take responsibility and support the children. That statement honestly made her feel relieved that words could ever be expressed. All this time she was thinking of how to support her twins by herself. However, now that the twin father is now in the picture, it lifted the invisible burden that she unknowingly carried all the time. And then her ex mentions that he was rich and that his family is a British aristocrat. She didn't think he was lying about claiming to be rich, because she met a lot of different people and she was confident of her ability to read people, at least on the surface, and Alexander doesn't look like a liar or feel like one. However, her boss was skeptical of the claim. However, when he showed them the amount he had in his bank account, the president couldn't believe how much money a single person could have. Her boss wife was staring at her with envy in her eyes. It was so painfully obvious that she wasn't even trying to hide it. However, I didn't pay too much attention to Miyako's envious gaze, because she was also surprised by the fact that her ex-boyfriend is a wealthy person. She didn't think he was one, nor did he act like it. So it's really positive. They are my children, Alexander said with a resigned sigh and muttered about telling his sister or something. After recovering, he looked at her and their children. He said, "There's no denying this anymore. Now it's time to fulfill my role. I lives along with the children with me. I own a plot and a single-family house. I'm mostly alone there most of the time. That's why live with me so that you won't need to pay for monthly rent in the apartment you're staying in." What else could she say? Of course. To share her burden with another is going to be a new experience. She realized that her dream of having a complete loving family is about to be realized. As she wasn't sure about the loving part yet, however, looking at Alexander, she wasn't worried as she will make sure to realize her dream. A loving family. They are really my children. Proof is in the palm of my hands. The DNA test matches mine. With a sigh I said. How am I going to tell Lorelai that I made her an aunt unknowingly? Hopefully, she wouldn't react too badly about this news. The fact that I had a child before her was an achievement in itself. Lorelai was the Bardem Illinois heir. When she turned into her 20s, the family elders wanted her to have a spouse and give birth to an heir, which annoyed my sister constantly. Honestly, at the beginning I can't see Lorelai having a spouse. She is too incompatible with most people, but to everyone's surprise, she did find a spouse, but someone who I didn't expect. Neither did the others. The elders didn't really care who it was, as long as they were Magus, and wanted Lorelai to give birth to an heir so that the next generation of the Bardem Illinois is secured. Well, yes, about that topic. I suppose I have it covered? Story of my life indeed. Chapter 47, News. Now that it's truly confirmed that they're my flesh and blood, I decided to try and talk to them. They're toddlers, probably no older than 1 year old, however, I'm sure they wouldn't be able to understand me. Hi there, nice to meet the two of you. You probably won't understand me, but I'm your father apparently. Well, your appearance made it obvious, especially you. I look at Aquamarine, the male twin who was wearing a blue onesie. He looked exactly like me when I was a toddler. If it wasn't for his unique eyes, he would have passed as my twin. Aquamarine looked like he was pondering my words, while Ruby was still looking at me with an adorable scowl on her face. She tried to look intimidating, but her cute looks didn't allow that. I couldn't help but smile at her attempted intimidation. You disliked me? Well, that's understandable. Showing dislike to a stranger like me who suddenly appeared out of nowhere and joined your family is a very good attitude to have. You must first know who they are, and until you get a full grasp of their personality, only then you would decide whether to befriend them or not. I gave advice to the toddlers, who probably doesn't understand what I meant, but I don't really care as I encourage that attitude of hers, because she is definitely going to need it in the moonlit world. That's right, from the moment I realized that they are my spawns, it is their destiny to learn magecraft, because even if I didn't want to win my family, the Bardem Illinois learns about the twins' existence, they would no doubt force them to learn magecraft. And I don't want that. At the very least I could teach them the basics without forcing them, and if they want to continue this path of death, then it's their choice and I would support them. Both of my twins couldn't help but stare at each other as they heard my advice, as if they weren't expecting me to do so. Well, Lorelai must have rubbed me off more than I thought. Even as baby Lorelai started giving me advice, it doesn't matter if I understand her or not, she just keeps giving advice. If there's one thing I learned about Lorelai is that she loves to hear herself talk. Not that I'll ever say it out loud in public thought. After that, I tried to carry my children, but as expected Ruby didn't want me to carry her, as she resisted. Instead I carried her older twin brother, who has no problem with me. Your sister has a strong personality, huh? Unexpectedly I saw Aquamarine nod, which was a bit surprising and suspicious, but it was probably just a coincidence. Because if it wasn't, then it would be really ridiculous, a reincarnated offspring. Oh, the irony. I should probably call Lorelai right now, because if she finds out about this on her own without informing her of the news, I fear what she's going to do. Even though I'm now a magician and Lorelai can't hold a candle compared to me, my innate fear of her was still there, as she had a good job grooming it. Lorelai Bardem Illinois, her younger brother Alexander Bardem Illinois, has always been a weird child from the moment he was born. She noticed his odd behavior. It's hard not to, as occasionally I would find him speaking weird slang that I couldn't understand. But despite that very odd behavior of her brother, she didn't bat an eye, as he was, after all, a direct relative, the closest she had aside from her parents. That's why unconditionally it's her responsibility to teach her how to be a proper Bardem Illinois. And even now, she still thinks that she failed to educate him, no matter what she tried, so in the end she stopped trying to change him into an ideal Bardem Illinois. instead letting him be his own person, which is now the result. However, it wasn't too terrible. At the very least he could still act like a proper magus of their house, only at serious moments, and aside from those times, he's too free-spirited to be a magus. And times like those makes her wonder if she failed to be a responsible elder sister. Lorelai let out a sigh. Maybe I should have pushed him harder back when he's younger. However, it was too late for regret now. As she was thinking about her failure to educate her younger brother, somebody knocked at her office. Normally it would warrant punishment for someone who dared to do that without invitation, but she got used to something like this and she blamed her brother for doing it the first time. Enter, Lorelai said. She knows very well who that person is outside her office, as he's the only one aside from her brother who had the courage to knock on her office. Then her door opened, revealing a tanned man with pure silver hair wearing a black apron with the words "I am the bone of my sword." It was a customized apron that she bought for him on his last birthday, since he would most likely refuse to accept a noble phantasm as a gift as she did a few years ago. That's why she decided to buy something that he would use most of the time, and it's an apron because there's not a day he isn't in the kitchen, aside from working days. Although putting the aria of his reality marble isn't a good idea, especially coming from her, she couldn't take it back, especially when he was so happy receiving them. Now her personal chef approached her and gently put the tray he was carrying on the wooden table near and said, "Here's fish and chips, your lunch for today." Lorelai nodded slightly. Very well. Her fiancé, Shirley, couldn't help but raise a brow at her response. "Lorelai, I'm waiting." "What?" Lorelai scoffed at that, pretending not to know what he's indicating, while fully aware of what he wanted her to say. Shirley let out a sigh and closed one of his eyes while looking at her. "Is it really that hard to say?" Lorelai didn't say anything, but her silence tells everything that he wanted to know. "I see, then if that's what you want then, so be it." Shirley was about to take the fish and chips away from the table, but Lorelai stopped him before he could take her meal away. Lorelai glared at him while gritting her teeth, however, Shirley wasn't intimidated by her cold glare and just gave her an annoying smirk. A familiar smirk that his counter-guardian counterpart would always wear, everything he finds amusing. "Say it, Lorelai, it's just two simple words." He gave her a challenging look. Normally anyone would attempt to do something like this to the vice director of Clock Tower would meet a gruesome death, but Shirley was one of the few exceptions that could act this casually with her. Lorelai, despite her protest, actually likes this because it's a new fresh air in the oppressive atmosphere of the Clock Tower. Sometimes she had to unwind so that she could stay sane from all those political meetings she attended. After having a glaring contest for a few minutes, Lorelai finally caved in and said, "Thank you." It was forced, hard, and filled with reluctance, but it was enough to satisfy him. Good. And then he put the fish and chips back on the table, and Lorelai didn't stop glaring at her fiancé. "Hey, it wasn't that hard, and you know it. Don't be dramatic." Shirley crossed both arms as he spoke. "It is to me, you know that we Bartomoi don't say thank you in words but rather with action." Lorelai let out an irritated huff. "Say that to your brother." Shirley smirked as he mentioned her brother, and that made her wince. She's aware that her brother doesn't really follow the Bartomoi family rules, except for a few. For her fiancé to say it right in front of her face is a low blow. As she was about to reply, suddenly her phone started ringing and stared at the phone to see who called. Seeing that it was Alexander, she answered the call. "Alex, it is rare for you to call me twice in a single span of a week. Tell me, is there something going on?" Lorelai asked with a frown. "You want me to tell you something important? Go on. I don't think it will be as surprising as sleeping with an alien goddess." "You what?" Lorelai instantly stood up from her personal table and slammed both into the innocent table. Thankfully though, her fiancé reinforced it, or else there would have been nothing left on the table. After that, the call cut off and Lorelai's expression became more serious than usual. Her face is like an immovable fortress at the moment, and stared at her fiancé and declared, "We're going to Japan right this instant." Shirley was surprised by that unexpected declaration and asked, "May I know why?" "My foolish brother impregnated an Eastern woman who is a non-Magi, and as a result, he had children with her." Lorelai explained to him the short version of the story. Shirley didn't know what to say about that, and couldn't help but think, isn't Alex only about 18 years old? Despite that, he understood why Lorelai wanted to fly to Japan right now. "All right, I'll come with you." Lorelai nodded and immediately acted and thought, "Oh Alexander, once I get my hands on you, my foolish little brother." She already could imagine punishing him for his foolishness and rash decision to birth an heir. The elders won't like this, especially when the mother of the children isn't part of the moonlit world. Chapter 48, Kumoko, is this really okay? I asked me hesitantly. "Okay, what?" I asked while looking at her. "For us to be here," I replied while looking at our children. "Oh, of course, Why wouldn't it be okay for you to be here? Look, although what happened may be an accident, however, it didn't change the fact that they are my children. They are my responsibility, and it's the same for you if I knew you were pregnant after we broke up. I would have been there present at the place where my children were born. I wasn't the type to run away from my responsibility, especially when it involves the life of my own flesh and blood. I answered while looking her directly in the eyes. Eyes' pupils widened and suddenly averted her gaze away from mine. I see. If you need something, don't be afraid to ask me. I may not be perfect and lack a lot of things, but if it's something that has to do with money, don't hesitate, because it's something that I don't find lacking at all. I have too many of them and they kept growing. In fact, I don't think I could spend all of them in this lifetime. As I mentioned before, I only began to realize how much money I have in my bank account lately. It began with millions, but I kept investing in some companies that I knew would succeed in the future, thanks to my parallel world knowledge. I didn't just invest in Bitcoin, but also in Facebook when it's just a starting company, Google, Amazon, Yahoo, YouTube, Twitch, and many more. My investment wasn't just limited to online, but also construction companies, phone companies, shoe companies, and car companies, and the only thing that I couldn't invest in was Microsoft. Bill Gates exists in this dimension. Too bad that Microsoft was already a big company when I was born. I'm the definition of I own nothing, but still rich as my royalties with each company are at least 10%, the biggest is 60%. Because of that, I don't lack cash at all. Each second I earn more than 5% of the total population of humanity. That's a bit. I was speechless at my claim. She probably never met someone like me who is ready to spend money for her without a second thought. I almost forgot, this is an allowance I have for the kids this month. If you want more, don't be afraid to ask me. I've already legalized everything with my lawyer, so don't worry about anything. Also sign here because I need your signature to complete everything. I handed the credit card to and at the same time necessary documents for the child support. I was about to sign, however, I stopped her before she could. While I know that this documentation isn't anything harmful or bad for you, maybe next time if somewhere were to offer you some documentation, read it first before signing, because it might be a trap contract. It stared at her seriously. Many people have been tricked by a trap contract. There's even a cruel contract that literally forced something to the point of slavery. I blinked and nodded at my warning. Of course, usually it would be the president that would take care of everything for me, so I don't have to worry about the contract at all. Hearing that, I couldn't help but recall the blonde man with sunglasses. Despite his suspicious appearance, he seemed someone reliable. If you say so. By the way, mind if I ask how much money this credit card has? I asked out of curiosity about anything else. Oh, about 100 million yen, I answered casually. It wasn't even £1,000,000 sterling. While that amount was nothing to me, it was to who couldn't control her facial expression and was looking at me with genuine shock. It wasn't a fake shock that she usually shows in TV shows that she attended, but a real one. She was stunned at the amount of money she was currently holding. In her life she never carried this much money. While I was paying attention to Ai's reaction, I didn't notice that the twins were listening and were also gasping in shock at the amount I mentioned. Hello? I waved at her face because she was stiff at the moment, thankfully, though it did the trick, or else I would have pitched her cheeks so that she would snap back. 100 million yen? I couldn't control her voice as shouted in front of me. I couldn't help but wince a bit at how loud her voice was. Quickly realizing her blunder, she immediately apologized. Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to shout loudly in front of you. Looking at Ai's bowing form, I simply waved at her, telling her that it wasn't a big deal. It's fine, although you have a healthy set of lungs. I couldn't help but tease her, and unexpectedly she reacted to my tease as she blushed at that. It's only natural for an idol like me to have a healthy set of lungs. I laughed at the stupid excuse she made right on the spot, but it was also valid. Yeah, right. You don't believe me? I do, it's just the way you mentioned it sounds rather unbelievable. Listen here, mister. And just like that, the unknown tension that we had before slowly vanished. Also, the amount of cash that was in the credit card was temporarily forgotten, except for the twins who were still recovering from the shock. You knew about this, didn't you? I pointed my fingers at Dee accusingly. Later that night, Dee visited, thankful she wasn't here to cause chaos like she usually does, and I'm thankful for that. Dee, however, just smiled at my words and didn't even try to deny that she knew about this beforehand. Indeed, how was it? Did it surprise you? Are you seriously asking me if I was surprised by it? I stared at her with an incredulous expression. Yep, Dee replied without hesitation. I facepalmed at myself and thought. Of course, it's Dee we're talking about. So, how was it? Looking at her with a wry smile, I answered. I wasn't just surprised but also shocked by the revelation that I have a little mini-me around. If it wasn't for informing me, I wouldn't have known about it. Dee let out a grin. I knew it was the right decision not to mention your children. Look at this. She opened her phone and showed me a photo of my dumbfounded face as I learned that I have twin children. How did you know? Never mind, don't answer that question. I almost asked a stupid question. Of course, she was there when it happened. Indeed, always remember that I'm always watching you, Dee admitted without feeling shame or embarrassment. She just admitted that she's stalking me 24 out of 7, even yenders weren't that extreme. That's creepy, you're creepy, I said bluntly in front of her face. Isn't that already established? Dee nonchalantly answered. Dee wasn't offended by my words at all, as she herself is aware that she's creepy. Her common sense is simply something I can never understand, hopefully. Because the day I understood her common sense, is the day I'll commit suicide. Why do I feel like you're proud of being creepy? Because I am. Dee puffed her chest out of pride. This conversation alone made me understand that I could probably never understand her anytime soon. By the way, I have something to confess. Dee suddenly said. I couldn't help but raise my brow and reply. What is it? It was me. Huh? I said in confusion. It was me who gave I your number and the reason why she tracked you. Dee smiled widely as she just admitted that because of her, I managed to learn the existence of my children. Honestly, I don't know how to feel about it. A part of me is annoyed by that, however, a larger part of me is grateful for her interference. Without it, I probably wouldn't know that I have children. I see. You're not mad? Dee asked curiously. No, why would I be? I might not be mad, but I'm definitely a bit annoyed. Dee shook her head and then her grin returned and said, by the way, I want to show you something. I blinked a few times before answering. Show me what? You'll see. Dee smiled mysteriously and suddenly made a projection in front of me. She definitely didn't use magic to make this thing. Either way, I looked at the projection and saw a woman, who looks like a clone of Dee, only that she has white hair. It didn't take me long to realize who this woman is and thought. Isn't his Kumoko? Chapter 49, Shirari. Despite being aware of who this girl was, I asked, since Dee isn't aware that I know of her soul fragments and want to keep it this way, because I can't really trust her with this very valuable piece of information. Who knows what she's going to do with it? This girl. She looks like you, but with white hair. I mentioned while looking at the Shirari who is wandering around some sort of castle. Dee grinned and replied. Good eyes, this is Kumoko or rather Shirari. Honestly, I don't care about what she calls herself now, but for the sake of identification, I'll call her Shiro. I nodded, although I already knew about that, so this information didn't really surprise me that much and I let her continue explaining. As you said, she looks like me in white hair, because she's my soul fragment, a part of myself known as Wakabeiro, a false identity that I made up, for fun. Isn't it funny this girl is the very same girl that everyone knew, shy, introverted, an otaku, and the unofficial queen of the class, Wakabeiro in the flesh. The way she mentioned her was filled with childish entertainment like she found an amazing toy to amuse herself with. It's a bit similar to how she usually treats me. You look like you're having fun with it. Well, duh, because I am. Because honestly, I never expected this soul fragment to survive. It was very entertaining watching her struggling to survive, but of course, the generous me helped her a bit since she's a great source of entertainment and she's me, or at least a part of me. Dee nonchalantly replied. Hearing that directly from her, I couldn't help but thought. If Shirari is her soul fragment and she likes to watch her struggle, isn't that essential like watching herself struggling to survive? So she likes torturing herself? If that's the case, then she's really sick in the head. While I'm already aware of it, this is an entire league of its own, watching yourself struggling to survive and you find it entertaining? Only you, Dee, only you who could admit that you enjoy that. Since she's Wakabeiro, it means that she remembers dating you. Dee suddenly said while looking at me while grinning. I swear I never snapped my neck as fast as I did now and quickly said. Wait, what? You heard me, I said Shirari remembers the time when we dated, including the memories of us having sexual interaction. Dee continued to smile as she mentioned that. I tried to open my mouth and say something, but in the end, I didn't because this was Dee we're talking about. I should have expected this move from here. Looks like she was serious about the harem plan she mentioned. You're really keeping your word about getting me a harem, huh? I let out a resigned sigh. Of course, if there's one thing I'm good at, it is that I keep my word, but still, why do you look resigned like that? It's like obtaining a harem is a bad thing, isn't that all men wanted? To have a group of women, who is exclusive to them. Dee tilted her head as she mentioned that. I think you're mistaken about something, Dee. While we may like a harem, that is in fact limited in a fictional world, where everything can be explained through the plot armor, and girls unconditionally agree with sharing the man, because honestly the chance of that happening, in reality, is lower than 1% unless the man is financially stable, good-looking and had a tolerable personality. It could work, only because the man had the ability to support them, but what if he can't? The answer is simple. I stared at her directly in the eyes and continued. That harem plan would eventually crumble. What about true love? That shit can't feed you. That's why harem is only possible when the man is wealthy or a powerful man who has the ability to take care of his entire harem. Not to mention, the emotional baggage you take every single day, as I have no delusions of having a perfect love life, because eventually there's a time when you and the girls would have a disagreement. My words seemed to make Dee ponder for a bit and replied. What you said isn't entirely incorrect, because trust me, there are rare cases of harem working out despite the man being weak and poor. There's such a thing as a powerful woman who is part of the man's harem, who provides everything, power, money, and moral support. Listening to that, I gave her a wry look. You mean yourself, right? The powerful woman. Dee, however, just smiled and answered. Maybe, who knows, but in my immortal life I've seen things that are far stranger than fiction itself, because sometimes reality is stranger than fiction. Just because it sounds unbelievable it doesn't mean it didn't happen somewhere. After all, some fiction is based in reality. I stayed silent after hearing that. Honestly, I hate the fact that what she said actually makes sense, but there's nothing I could say to refute that. Dee suddenly approached me, and pressed her wonderful body against mine, and whispered to my ears, like a devil tempting me. You don't have to worry about failing because I won't let that happen. I frowned at that. At times like this I wish I could hear her thoughts because her actions and words are completely out of character. Right. I wasn't entirely convinced about that harem plan, but if it's Dee, at least her words had some credibility. Because as she said, she kept her word despite her chaotic personality. She takes promises seriously. Anyway, do you want to watch my clone? Dee nonchalantly. Hearing her blunt words, I couldn't help but sweat a bit and reply. Isn't that just basically outright stalking? No, it's not. First, she can't see us watching her. It won't be called stalking if she isn't aware. It's called spying instead. Second, she's basically a part of me, and there's nothing wrong with watching myself, and I gave you permission to watch my soul fragment too. Dee smiled as if there's nothing wrong with her statement. More sweat started to appear behind my back and I started swearing internally. How does that make sense? Besides, Shiraori isn't you technically, she's an entirely different person. So, do you want to watch her? Dee repeated the question. If I said no, would you let me be? Dee's smile said it all and answered. Nope. Thought so. I said inside my mind. Alright, then let's watch her. Good decision. It's because you leave me no choice. Spare the minor details. Hearing it made me roll my eyes, and then after that, I started spying Shiraori. Shiraori was looking at the moon at Ariel's castle. She found herself doing this occasionally when she's in deep thought. It's been almost 16 years since she reincarnated in this world. Looking at the moon in front of her, she can't help but wonder about her life back in Japan. Well, technically it wasn't her fragment of soul that was injected into her by Dee. Without it she wouldn't have gained awareness, as she wasn't Wakabe Arrow but a pet spider from the class. That's what she truly is. She was never a person to begin with, only thanks for Dee interference, she managed to become who is she today, although she wasn't sure whether she's grateful for it or not. She let out a sigh and started thinking about the memories of Dee when she played as a student. It wasn't anything special, however, it was also the reason she survived in this cruel world, struggling to reach the top, with the help of Dee. Of course without her she wouldn't be able to last today. Now, her mind went back to the conversation between the castle servants. They were talking about being in a relationship with the opposite gender. And a memory that she was trying not to think about appeared once more. It was the memory of Dee, dating a man named Alexander Bartom Eloy. While she may not be that person who dated him, the fact that thinking about the things they did made her heart beat a bit faster than usual. Especially when the memory of Dee having a sexual interaction with the man causes her to turn red every time. It was so vivid that sometimes, she thought that it was her who did all of those things, rather than her original soul fragment owner, Dee. When she first reincarnated and I had to struggle to survive in that dungeon, she wouldn't say it out loud that Alexander was one of the major factors that kept her going, as embarrassing as it is. And when she found out that it wasn't her who was his girlfriend and was nothing more than a clone of the original one, it was honestly a painful experience for her. To know the memory you have of a person that she considered precious is a fake, hurts more than words could ever express. In her perspective, it's like she learned her boyfriend actually has another girlfriend and to find out you're the spare. However, despite that she had no right to be jealous, because it was never her, to begin with, she was nothing more than a clone of the real thing. But even knowing that there was still a sense of longing inside of her, buried deep inside her. Suddenly, she snapped out of her musing as a maid of Ariel's castle called her. Shiro-sama, Ariel Sama called for your presence. Shiori nodded and thought. I supposed, it's enough for today's musing. Chapter 50, Naked High Elf-san. I was spying on Shiori, using D projection, however so far there wasn't anything special happening, and I couldn't help but think. How is this entertaining? D seemed to be enjoying the meeting between the executive of a demon lord Ariel, and unfortunately to me, I have no idea what the fuck they are talking about. Nor do I plan to understand it anytime soon. I'm nothing more than a spectator. As I was about to be bored out of my mind, suddenly a limousine arrived in the neighborhood, and let me tell you, it never happened before. So it suddenly got my curiosity why this clearly high-class car was in this neighborhood. However, that car unexpectedly parked near my house. And it could mean one thing. My expression turned a bit pale as I saw my dearest eldest sister, Lorelei fucking Bardem Eloy, one of the people I feared despite being stronger than her. However, my fear lessened for a bit as I saw Shiru behind her because with him here, I knew he could help me calm the raging dragon, who was my sister. It didn't take her long to spot me. It wasn't like I'm trying to hide either way. As soon as she did, Lorelei took big steps in my direction. I swear to God, despite looking like she was just casually walking, her speed was like she's running at least 15 kph per second. How was that even possible? Then I saw her take out premium Gucci slippers out of nowhere. That shit was expensive despite only being a slipper, but that's not the point. Lorelei. What are you going to do with that slipper? I nervously asked. Lorelei, however, didn't say anything and suddenly reinforced the Gucci slippers, making me panic. Wait. Why are you suddenly using slippers this time? What about the riding crop that you use all the time? I just feel like it. Lorelei finally answered with a cold voice. What, are you an Asian? Panic was evident in my voice, and those words made Lorelei pause for a bit, before looking as if she was recalling someone from her memory. And all of a sudden, Lorelei pointed her Gucci slippers in front of me and said, I will send you to Jesus, you are a failure. Hearing that, I suddenly felt the irony as I recalled saying those very words in the clock tower whenever I wanted to beat a magus. It's finally biting my ass back. I couldn't stop myself from laughing. Please be gentle. Lorelei smiled, but her eyes weren't, and replied. No. Smack. The slippers hit my face. After a few minutes of beating, I couldn't stop myself from rubbing my face from the stinging pain that my sister delivered with the premium Gucci slippers. I can't believe I was beaten in Asian style. That shit did not happen to me in decades already. Alexander, do you understand what you just did? Lorelei coldly stared at me. I know, that's why I'm taking responsibility. Lorelei let out a sigh and replied. You truly did not understand what you did, foolish brother. I care not if you want to talk about responsibility or not. However, you should think about the consequences of your actions. The fact that one of the main family members, which is you brother, birth to a child, while it isn't strange in our society to have children at a young age, however, this is an entirely different matter as the mother of the children is not part of the moonlit world. It could have been anyone, even a third-rate magus would be sufficient, but to do it with a non-magus isn't going to be well received, because many believe that it would dull the purity of our bloodline, and also the quality of our magic circuits. Oh, that it is no wonder she's frustrated, not to mention the political mess that this noose is going to cause in the Mage Association. Personally, I don't care who you have sexual interaction with, it doesn't matter if they're magi or not. However, the others won't take this well, especially the elders. Those old good-for-nothing would complain about this matter. Remember, Alexander, our bloodline is that of a big deal. Each mistake we do, even if it's nothing serious, it would cause a scandal amongst the magi of the Mage Association. Lorelei couldn't stop herself from pinching the bride of her nose. Lorelei let out a massive sigh and then stared at me with a serious look. Alexander, aside from me, does anyone know your children's existence? Well, there's few people who know about it. However, neither of them are part of the moonlit world, I admitted. And though a bit late. Except for D. Good, that's good. It shall remain that way for now. Their existence shouldn't be revealed for now. I need preparations for them to be revealed. Lorelei started to form a political plan for the twins. I let my sister do her thing, then suddenly I realized something. My eyes wandered around the place and saw that D was nowhere to be found. Did she hide away from my sister? I thought, however, that was so unlike D. She was the kind of woman that wanted to cause more chaos for the sake of fun and entertainment. But still, I'm grateful that she didn't show up in front of my sister, because it wouldn't be a pleasant moment, that's for sure. After my sister finished her musing, suddenly she said, Alex, bring me to your children. I want to see them to see if they are worthy of carrying the family name. I wasn't sure what to say, because I know Lorelei's presence isn't good for children. I know because I experienced it myself. However, refusing would be illogical and decided. Alright. And thought. I really hope this won't end up a disaster like she did with me. What is life? Why am I even here? Is God finally going to take me back from his limitless light? In front of mine eyes was Lorelei playing with my twins with such care and gentleness in her eyes. Who the fuck are you and what did you do to my sister? I couldn't believe my eyes. Lorelei was never that gentle with me, even as a toddler. What's with this unfair treatment? Behold, Lorelei Bartolomei was acting like a cold, but nice aunt to the twins. She even said, "I can see it, you two are going to be a great Bartolomei." While the twins have no idea what it means, however, it was different to me, my sister who always acts like there's a stick stuck in her ass, and who rarely gives compliments especially when it has to do with our family. Casually gives compliments to the clueless toddlers, like it was normal. It was not, that's why it's so shocking in my eyes, because of how unnatural this scene is. If I didn't know any better I would have thought that I got transported into an alternate dimension. Surprised? Chiru suddenly asked behind me. My attention shifted to him and replied, "Yes. What happened to her to act like that? More importantly, how are you so calm about this, like there's nothing wrong with this scene?" Chiru suddenly scratched the back of his head and said, "Maybe because I've learned how to expect the unexpected?" I stared at him deadpan. If he sounded more confident about that statement he just said, I might believe him. However, his tone sounded like he's unsure about his own answer. You know what, forget it. I need to cleanse my mind at the moment. After saying that I went upstairs to wash my face and start wondering what happened to the world. However, before I could even do that, suddenly I felt a customer arrive in the shop and thought, great timing. Just what I needed. Without waiting any longer, I went directly to the shop and prepared myself for the incoming customer. Is my suit okay? Of course, sir, it's perfect, you don't have to lie, you know. But I'm perfectly honest with my opinion, sir. Before I could reply to Blake's words, the customer I'd been waiting for finally arrived, and with that, a professional smile appeared on my face, and was ready to greet the said customer. But it went down the drain as I saw the customer. A beautiful elf woman, judging from the length of her ears. She's a high elf, a blonde busty high elf, with a killer body. However, why the fuck is she naked? Before I could get a proper answer, the high elf woman suddenly fainted on the ground, like a stringless puppet. Seeing this I couldn't help but say, is this going to be a trope? Because I have a feeling that it's going to be a female collapsing in my shop, like Summer did. Oh well, since she's a customer it's my responsibility as the owner of the shop to take care of her. As I approached her, I only realized the things she was covered with and muttered. Semen. I think I need to wash her body first, and then looking at her once more I couldn't help but think. She kind of looks familiar though. Chapter 51, Celestine Lucross. Cleaning her was particularly easy. I carried her through magic because I absolutely refuse to touch her at the moment, especially when she's covered with the familiar white sticky object, not to mention the smell. She doesn't need just normal cleaning, but a full-blown cleansing. Well, let's start washing her body. It took a while, but she's good as new and I'm pretty proud of it, and this is probably something I'll never say out loud, but I enjoyed washing her because I get to enjoy the show. And admit that she got a better body than Dee, as her body is divine literally, and speaking of divine, I didn't know that I had this ability. I could sense something faint, and it's divine. Maybe because I'm now a magician, I can sense things that I normally don't know. It's the only logical explanation I could come up with right now, as obtaining the first true magic didn't come with a manual, you know? I wish it did, but I'll have to get creative using it, because imagination is the limit of my ability. Out of curiosity, I decided to check her stats and was honestly surprised. No wonder she's so familiar. Name, Celestine Lucross. Sex, F. Age, 800 plus. Strength, E plus. Endurance, D. Agility, E plus. Mana, A plus. Luck, B. MP, D. Lucis. Innate skills, Divinity, rank B plus. Blessings giver, rank C plus. Saintess, rank A. Divine core, rank D plus. Immorality, rank D. Future insight, rank D. Acquired skills, Sage, rank B. Writing, rank C plus. Seductress, rank D plus. Pleasure expert, rank B. Celestine Lucross, a character that I know from Curonio. Right now I'm looking at her in real life. Unlike the show, she's actually more beautiful. The hentai simply doesn't do her any justice. I muttered as I looked at Celestine's naked form. Judging from her current state, I assume that the events of the hentai already happened, not to mention the acquired skills that she has. Pleasure expert, I can only guess how she obtained it. It must not be a pleasant experience, imagining being forced to participate in those disgusting orgies. Now that she's a real breathing person, I could only pity her harsh experiences, but to be fair, she should have seen this coming. It makes me wonder why I couldn't have prevented it. Anyway, I wasn't here to point out her mistakes in life, I am here to help her recover and convince her to convert her divinity. I can't imagine how many points that would be, it must have been at least tens of thousands of points. I can't wait to find out. Besides, I don't think I needed to convince her anyway, knowing her personality. If the hentai was proven to be accurate of her attitude, then there's no doubt she'd sacrifice her divinity for the salvation of her people. She did the same thing with her purity because she hoped that they would get spared. Which is a bad move considering what happened after. Dying was probably better than the fate they suffered. If this was Celestine after the events of Curonio, then half of the Princess Knights are probably broken mentally. Now, considering that she's now in my shop, this is probably some sort of fate. With the shop's assistance, her country, and her people would be saved. Of course, she played her cards right because after all in the shop, everything is possible with enough money. I should probably get her dressed, no matter how good looking her body is, I can't let her remain naked. With that, I snapped my fingers and used my denial of nothingness, or first true magic, and now Celestine isn't naked. All I have to do is wait for her to wake up. Celestine Lucross. Celestine opened her eyes, and at first, there was confusion in her beautiful face as she noticed that she's in an unfamiliar place. However, she also realized that her body never felt better. Ever since her country fell, she had been emotionally and physically exhausted on a daily basis, and remembering her experiences made her shudder and wanted to puke everything out of her stomach. However, she didn't because it would make her look weak. For her people she would act strong, because one day, she hoped that she along with her people would be saved from the clutches of the black dogs. Shaking her head, she was now paying attention to her surroundings and noticed that her once naked self was fully dressed in a strange attire. An oversized white shirt with the sign "I love Akihabara," though she had no idea what it meant. Then she lifted the odd shirt and saw that she was also wearing short blue pants. No wonder, she didn't feel windy down there. However, this caused her to think. Who was the person that changed my clothes? Whoever this person is, she's sure that they aren't part of the black dogs, because if they were they wouldn't bother clothing her and let her stay naked. She was curious about who this person was, hoping that she would see this kind person who clothed her, and her wish was immediately granted as she saw them, or rather he. Despite being constantly abused by men, on a daily basis, she actually does hate all men in general. The black dogs and those who are part of them are just bad eggs. However, it didn't mean she wasn't wary of them, it was her body reacting. That's why she couldn't help but flinch at the sight of the man in front of her, despite knowing that he is probably not part of the black dogs. The man definitely noticed her action, however despite that he didn't point it out and said, "You're awake, that's good." Yes indeed I am. Are you the one who clothed me? Although the answer is already obvious, since this man is the only person in this place, she just wanted to make sure that he's indeed the person who helped her. That's right, it's me. However, it's quite surprising to see a beautiful elf woman named suddenly appearing naked in front of my shop. The man said with amusement. Hearing that, Celestine blinked and asked, "This is a shop?" He nodded and answered, "That's right." Celestine started looking around and couldn't find which part of the place was a shop since she couldn't see one. Instead, this place looked like a tavern rather than a shop. The man chuckled and said, "I know that look. You must think that this place doesn't look like a shop, doesn't it?" Celestine blushed a bit after being found out and nodded as her nature doesn't allow her to lie. She is way too nice to do that. "Yes, forgive me for thinking about that to your establishment." "It's not a problem. Honestly, I don't blame you for thinking that. My previous customers said something similar, so don't feel bad about it." The man just waved it off as nothing, which made her sigh in relief to see that she wasn't offended, and said, "So, which part of Kin is this shop of yours located in?" "As far as I know, there isn't a shop near the palace. Perhaps it was just built." Celestine tried to recall the shops around her kingdom and couldn't find this particular shop in her memory. Suddenly she snapped out of her musing as the man suddenly started to laugh, and Celestine wondered if she said something funny. Sorry, you thought this shop is a part of whatever this Ken place is?" "Unfortunately, it's not," the man answered. Celestine looked confused at the man's words, as everyone knows about Ken as it's one of the biggest kingdoms in Estia. Another thing, if this wasn't part of Ken, there's no way she would be able to get here because Vault and his black dogs wouldn't allow her to escape. However, the man in front of her doesn't seem to be lying at all, as she didn't strike him as a liar, not to mention there's a weird feeling inside her that couldn't help but trust this man unconditionally, no matter how suspicious it may be. After all, if he's part of the black dogs, what's the point of him lying? She's powerless to stop them. Celestine then started to recall her experiences before she arrived in this place. It was blurry at most because she was exhausted after participating in that loathsome orgy with Vault. And the incomplete puzzle memories inside her mind started to become complete, and eventually, she could vividly remember what happened. Celestine was exhausted beyond belief at that time, because of the exercise she participated in with Volt and his men. After that they let her go so that she could rest and clean herself. But at that moment, she was half awake and didn't realize that there was a door made out of pure light in front of the hall. She didn't find it suspicious as she was too tired to be aware of her surroundings, and she went inside and opened the door thinking that it's her door. Thus she collapsed because her body reached the limit and fell asleep, and that's how she got here. Oh. Celestine finally realized what happened. Judging from your look, you remembered what happened before you fainted, he said while looking her in the eyes. Ah, yes I do. If this isn't kin, and where is this? Celestine hesitantly asked. Hearing that question, the man smiled and opened the curtains near her. Outside your universe, definitely. And that very moment Celestine saw a sight that she wouldn't forget for the rest of her immortal life. Beautiful. Celestine saw the stars, the galaxy closer than she could ever imagine. Well, Celestine Lucross, once again I welcome you to the shop, the man announced. All of a sudden this place became a lot more mysterious than before. Chapter 52, Service Contract. Celestine wasn't surprised by the fact that this man knew her name, it only added to the mysteriousness of this place. Right now the man, who introduced himself as Alex, was guiding her into his shop. Another surprise, the store is much bigger than she originally thought. What she saw before was just a fraction of the place. I mentioned before that this place is a shop. It's not just any shop, but a shop that sells everything, with the right amount of price. Alex did a U-turn and faced her once more. When I say everything, I mean literally. Every single problem in your world would be solved with the right price. That made her pause, and then the shopkeeper continued his speech. So, Celestine Lucross, are you willing to pay for the salvation of your country, the people, and the entire world? It wasn't even a question to her, as she already had her answer. Yes, even if it means selling my soul, my life, my everything for my people's salvation. I wouldn't hesitate. Celestine and Alex were looking at each other eye to eye, and eventually, Alex averted his gaze away from hers and chuckled for a bit. You're a very fine woman, Celestine, but you don't have to go that far. Honestly, saving your people is a simple matter. In fact, I'd like to offer you my assistance in exchange for your divinity. Would you like to accept my offer? Alex gave her a hand, which she didn't even hesitate. And with that, a contract was formed between them. Very well, the contract is formed and I shall assist you to save your people from the clutches of the Black Dogs. Celestine suddenly felt the divine aspect of her was taken away from her, as she never felt so mortal in her life, but rather than feeling powerless, she felt so free, like she was freed from her responsibility, free from her divine domain. Ignoring that for now, she bowed her head to the man in front of her and replied, Please my people from doom. Alex, however, waved his hand at her and said, You don't have to do that. You paid for my service, that's why I'm more than happy to do that, so when shall we start? Right now, Celestine answered without hesitation. Alex smirked at her declaration and replied, That is exactly why I like you. Celestine was fluttered by that compliment because it wasn't shallow like the Black Dogs. It definitely affected her, however, it was not the time for that. For now, she still has a country to save. Alicia, Brim, Lulu, Maya, Kaguya, Claudia, and Olga, wait for me, for I shall save all of you without exception. With that, a face filled with determination and hope appeared. I honestly didn't think it would work. Originally my plan was for her to convert her divinity in the shop, however, I decided to try something within the last second. It was to form a contract service with her. Service contract is something briefly remembered from Blake's explanation about the shop. As the owner of the shop, I can form service contracts with customers. They request something from me, and I'll do it for them as long as I'm capable of achieving the job, and of course, a reward for me doing the specific task. The difference between converting and service contract is that, unlike the former, where I could only get 50% of the profit of what they buy in the ship catalog, and then the latter where I get the 100% of the total price, although it's still unconverted. But if I choose to do so, then I'd get the full price of the product rather than the 50% of it. Right now, in my shop inventory is where the fragment of Celestine divinity was being kept, and I'll probably convert it into points rather than using it myself. The problem with Celestine divinity is that not only it's weak, but it's also only just a fragment of the real thing, not to mention most divinity had this compatibility problem. If you're incompatible with certain aspects of that divinity, it would harm you rather than helping you, not to mention it would try to influence you with its domain. For example, Celestine's divinity domain is light, meaning if I were to use it, surely I would be incompatible with it because I'm the farthest thing from being holy, and that divinity domain would try to influence myself and would make me change, not only my personality but also ideals. If that happens, it would no longer be me, which I would never allow to happen. That's why if I wanted a divinity I would rather have a divinity that doesn't have any form domain aspect so that I could groom it and eventually form a domain that is most compatible with me. Anyway, now I have a job to accomplish. It would be a lie to say that I wasn't excited because this would be my first job that I willingly participated in. The hunts with Lorelai were completely filled with reluctance as I participated. However, right now it's different because I'm certainly going to enjoy wiping Vault and the rest of the black dogs. Well, Celestine, if you please? I opened the shop door. Understanding what I meant, she went toward the portal and naturally I followed after her. This is going to be my first official Isekai adventure. My current world doesn't count. Now, it's time to show the dogs the consequences of their actions. Bartum Eloy Aquamarine, he wasn't sure what to think of his newly gained father. He couldn't get a proper grasp on him yet as he only knew him for a single day, but for sure he knows that his current life father is a decent person because he's willing to take responsibility and pay for child support. Aqua was sure that his father was an asshole at first because he wasn't there when I gave birth to them. He was her personal doctor, and that's why he knows. However, his first impression of his now biological father is wrong. The reason why he wasn't with I when she was carrying him and his twin is because he simply doesn't know of their existence. He couldn't blame the man for being with I, because he simply had no idea that he had them. Now that he did, he immediately acted and took responsibility without hesitation after confirming that they were his. Another thing about his new father is that he's a foreigner, which wasn't really bad. Besides, he already had some suspicion before that his biological father isn't Japanese but British. Not only was he British, but an aristocrat. Meaning, he got royal blood flowing right into his veins. Honestly, he wasn't sure what to think about that. Either way, it's only of the surprising things that he learned from his biological father. Not only he was an aristocrat but also rich, not just normal rich but super rich. Aqua wasn't sure of the total value of his biological father's assets, but if he heard correctly it's billions. Not in yen, but in sterling dollars, and that's more than the value of US dollar. That massive amount of money is enough to buy a country if his father wanted to, but he didn't, and instead, he stayed in this typical Japanese house, and knowing that he has a massive amount of cash, he is an odd person, that's for sure. A normal rich person would no doubt own a mansion and be filled with expensive items, but his biological father is different. He stayed in this humble house, where it isn't rich or poor. Either way, this still beats being in that apartment, as this house was definitely bigger than their apartment. He certainly wasn't complaining at all. It's also great to know that I had something to carry off her burden. That's why the previous dislike of his biological father completely vanished as received a thumbs up in his book. Although he can't say the same for his twin sister, who is also a reincarnated person like him. Ever since the arrival of their father, she became rather irritably illogical lately. Aqua could understand why she dislikes him for taking I's attention from them, but she is being completely unreasonable as their biological father tries to be good for them, yet Ruby doesn't seem to appreciate that gesture. She should just be happy that their father is a decent person, not an asshole who wouldn't take responsibility after creating life with I. Anyway, the very next day their father's biological sister arrived. Honestly, he had never been intimidated by a person she just met. There's just this oppressive atmosphere that she was generating. It kind of reminds him of meeting the hospital director, but 100 times more tense. However, that tension was quickly forgotten as their biological father, elder sister Lorelai, despite how cold she may appear, her actions were very gentle toward them. Like their father, she also gives them advice even though they're still toddlers. Does this pair of siblings doesn't know that ordinary toddlers of their age can't understand their advice? But then again, they weren't normal to begin with, so that's why he listened. However, unlike her brother, Lorelai's Japanese isn't perfect, but at least he could understand. Later he would know that Lorelai only learned Japanese for only a week. If he knew that right now he would be in complete shock as that learning capability would be considered monstrous. Also, unlike their biological father, Ruby seemed to like Lorelai, which is kind of unfair. Don't worry, father, I'll be at your side this time. It's more of an obligation than actually liking him. Either way, now that their father is in the picture, he wondered if their last name would eventually be replaced. Aquamarine Bardum Eloy? It actually sounds better than Hoshino. Aquamarine thought. Looking at the atmosphere of his family right now, he couldn't help but smile. Maybe with their father here life wouldn't be as hard for I. He could only hope. Chapter 53, Mystic Eyes Hoshino I. She didn't really know what to think after meeting her ex-elder sister. Her first impression of her is that she looks intimidating as she could be. Even those managers and directors that she has a pleasant of working weren't as scary as Lorelai. She thought that she would be cold and uncaring. But that changed when she saw her gently handling her children. Heck, she's even better than her in some way of handling them. Despite the permanent cold exterior that she was showing them, her actions were the opposite. While it did make her less wary of her, she's still a bit intimidated, as the aura around her was that of a person screaming superiority. Her actions are measured, perfect, and refined to perfection that even someone like her could only watch her in awe. Now that Lorelai was finished giving advice to her children, her attention was finally on her. To say that she wasn't nervous was a lie. "So you're the one that my brother impregnated," Lorelai said in a neutral tone, but it came out as cold instead. It wasn't her asking a question but merely stating facts, and with that alone, I immediately wore her idol persona, a fake personality that she wears like an accessory. "That's right. Though you don't have to be so blunt about it, Alex, sister," I said with a cheerful expression. Lorelai, however, didn't say anything about it and just replied, "Girl, others might not notice that mask you're wearing, but to me it's obvious. I've seen a better facade than yours." I's smile froze for a bit, before quickly answering, "What are you talking about? This is how I normally act." She wasn't lying when said that this is how she normally acted. Every single day she wore a face filled with lies, and so far no one else noticed her fake idol persona, aside from the people she's close with, like the president. This is the first time someone immediately realized that her idol persona is a facade, a fake that was filled with deception and lies. And to think she figured it out the first time they met. "I see you've been using that facade personality of yours every day to the point you think it's real, not the worst case I encountered." Lorelai crossed one of her legs to the other. Hearing that, I was a bit confused and thought, "Not the worst case? What does she mean? Anyway, I'm not here to talk about your fake persona. However, I'd like you to talk to me, with the real you. It is rude to talk to me with a fake personality, so what is it going to be?" Lorelai stared at her directly in the eyes and made her decide to drop all pretense and increasingly became more stoic. As soon as she dropped her idol persona, there was a hint of approval in Lorelai's eyes, but I didn't pay enough attention to notice. "Is this what you want?" I didn't sound cheerful or joyful at the moment, as her voice was pure monotone. "Indeed, yes, this is a better alternative than your fake persona. Frankly, it was disgusting. However, I like you better this way." Lorelai used her thumb to support her chin as she was looking at I. "Funny that you mentioned that. Most people dislike this personality of mine, as it's sad, cruel, and depressing." I let out a humorless laugh. Lorelai let out and replied, "I'm not most people. I like it better when I see people show me their true reflection." I couldn't help but let out a chuckle at that. She honestly likes Lorelai's blunt honesty. It was refreshing. "I like your honesty." "That is given," Lorelai said a bit arrogantly. A normal person would have been uncomfortable, however, it made her smile even for a bit, as Alexander's sister's personality is quite unique, even in the entertainment industry. "So, why do you want to talk to Bardem Eloy-san?" "I'll give you permission to call me Lorelai," Lorelai answered, not realizing how amazing that feat is, to be given a person to call Lorelai by her first name, as only a handful amount of people could call her by her name. Heck, even Shiro was only allowed to call her by her given name after a few years of knowing her. "Lorelai-san, then?" Lorelai nodded. "All right then, what do you want to talk about?" I asked once again. "I'm sure you know by now that my brother and I aren't from a normal family, no?" Lorelai mentioned. I nodded. It was hard not to when her ex flat out told them that he's from an aristocratic family, so they definitely weren't normal. "Good, this would be easier to explain. Our family is powerful. In this world there is a little we can't have, and because of that you must understand having children from a person that isn't part of our world isn't going to be well received by my people, and it would cause a scandal if it the existence of my brother's children, and it would surely tarnish our family reputation. Do you understand what I mean?" Lorelai stared at her directly into her eyes. Her heart skipped a beat. Due to nervousness, she may not be the sharpest tool in the shed, but she certainly wasn't an idiot. She could understand what Lorelai was implying, at least at the surface, as she is generally clueless in the world of the rich and their politics. Concerned with her children's safety, her stoic expression fell and was replaced with worry and deep concern. What are you going to do with my children?" "That's a complicated question. From your expression, you're worried if I wanted to hurt the twins, but worry not, you have my word, they won't be in danger, not in my watch." Lorelai was exceptionally serious about that matter. I see." I let out the breath she was unknowingly holding until now. Her worry significantly lessened, however, it didn't completely disappear. "Either way, I'm not only talking about the twins, but it also applies to you, as they could never know that you aren't part of our world. That's why I'm going to reveal the secret of this world that only a few knows about, the moonlit world, before I start." Lorelai suddenly muttered something in a fast pace and snapped her fingers. While her action was certainly odd, there was nothing special about it, at least from the perspective of a normal person that isn't part of the moonlit world. However, Shiro, who was entertaining the kids, felt the mana in the air, and couldn't stop himself from glancing at Lorelai. Lorelai just created a bounded field in an instant. It was a feat that not many magus could achieve, and she just made it look easy. I doesn't know what Lorelai did, but it sent shivers down her spine. She felt goosebumps appear all over her skin. What was that? Lorelei raised her brow at seeing her reaction and said, "Oh? This is certainly unexpected. A normal person would have never felt the prana in the air, but you did. This is good news because this means you have a high chance of having a magic circuit." Hearing those words only made her feel confused, and thought, what is she talking about? To answer your question, I have created a bounded field for security purposes. Who knows, there might be people listening to our conversation, but I suppose you don't understand what I'm saying, don't you? Lorelei said as if she was expecting her not to understand what she was talking about. And she is completely right. I absolutely has no idea what the heck she was talking about. Very well, I shall explain to you the society that was hidden from the eyes and ears of a normal person. Listen well, as I'm not going to repeat this to you. Lorelei then started explaining about the moonlit world, the world of the supernatural, and the Mage Association. That day I's understanding of the world started to crumble. All those myths and legends are real, at least most of them are. Of course, she was skeptical at first after hearing Lorelei's explanation, but after seeing the undeniable proof the magic existed, only then she believed. So all this time magic is real. I's eyes widened in disbelief as she couldn't believe a world that she thought was only available in fiction is real. Gods are real, myths, magics, curses, everything that has to do with the supernatural is real. She can't believe that she was living unaware of the dangers in the world. That's correct. However, don't call it magic, we call it magecraft nowadays. As we became technologically advanced, casting a fireball isn't magic, it's called magecraft. Magic is a true miracle, a power that can't be replicated through scientific means. Anyway, enough of that. I'd like to see if you truly have magic circuits. Lorelei was blunt and demanding that she couldn't help but unconsciously followed her instructions, and to her surprise, she saw the cold woman look surprised as if she didn't expect it to happen. Well, this is certainly a surprise. A girl from a non-magus family has more than 20 magic circuits than an average magus, not to mention it's only at a high quality. Not bad at all. However, the most surprising is that you have dormant mystic eyes. Lorelei smiled even for a bit and continued. Fortune certainly favors us. This certainly would work. I Hoshino, you are going to be valuable to us. I honestly doesn't know what to feel about after hearing those words, as it can't be good, but she also couldn't complain. As for this is the sake of her family, that's why she'll play along for now. Chapter 54, Bang. Vault was sitting on his throne. However, his mood was far from being happy. He was in a very terrible mood. This started about a week ago when he suddenly lost his most precious possession. Celestine Lucross, that elf bitch, suddenly disappeared without anyone knowing. No one was expecting it, and neither he was. If he knew this would happen, he wouldn't have left her alone, and now this happened. The fault completely lies with him. He should have expected this to happen, or at least thought that elf bitch would try to escape at once, but for a year she never really tried to rebel or resisted. She have been the perfectly obedient slave, and precisely because of that he became lax of her security, believing that the seal that kin, his best magician, was enough to tame her into submission. Days turned to week, and there was no sign of Celestine. At this point, every single room in the palace had been completely searched, including the secret rooms, and that could only mean one thing: she's outside the palace, she is somewhere in Ken. She couldn't have gotten far enough with his black dogs scattered around the kingdom looking for her. It would only be a matter of time before that elf bitch would find out. And when that happens, Vault gripped the throne armchair with force that it started cracking, and eventually, it broke, but he couldn't care less. That is how bad his mood right now is. Even though he let out his frustration into the former Princess Knights, it wasn't enough to ease his anger and frustration. Celestine, once I get my hands on you, I'll break your mind in a way that you wouldn't be able to imagine. Vault scowled as he mentioned that. Hicks suddenly arrived at the throne room. Vault looked at his right-hand man and spoke. Hicks, tell me, is your report going to be good news or bad news? Hearing that, Hicks winced, and it was enough for Vault to know what the report was going to be. I see, so Celestine hasn't been found yet. His right-hand man let out a frustrated sigh and replied. That's right, I've mobilized our troops for everyone in the kingdom, but there's still no clue where that elf bitch is. I don't know how she's doing this, but to think she managed to hide from me for a whole week. She overdid herself this time. Vault stated. Don't worry, Vault, it's only a matter of time, we'll definitely find her. I know, but it doesn't get less frustrating. Vault lets out a frustrated scowl. As they were about to continue their conversation, suddenly a member of his black dog slammed the door loudly. It made Vault want to murder this person right now, even if he's part of his group. However, he changed his mind as soon as he saw the exhausted look of his subordinate. It could only mean one thing: something important is happening that needs his attention. B-Boss.Pant.C Celestine Sama had been found wandering inside the Sex Empire. The subordinate exclaimed. Vault's previous foul mood was quickly forgotten as he heard that great news and thought. Finally, no more hiding, Celestine. His musing was interrupted as the subordinate who announced the news continued. But she's with a man. And not just any man, boss, but a mage. A very powerful one. He destroyed an entire district with a snap of his fingers. Oh my god. He changed the Empire's fortress into pig, a dinosaur he called Barney. Vault and Hicks stared at him with confusion in their eyes and replied at the same time. What? He is coming. That monster is coming. The only reason why I am alive is he said that he won't kill me so that I could bring this message. Before he could even finish the entire sentence, the palace ceiling collapsed into his spot, immediately turning him into minced meat. He died instantly with no chance of survival. Vault and Hicks were stunned at the unexpected sight in front of them, but that was quickly forgotten as they saw a man floating above the throne room along with Celestine being carried like a princess. If they were paying attention to her, they would have realized that she is blushing as the man carried her. Well, so this is the legendary sex emperor I've heard about. You look uglier than I expected. The man mocked Vault. However, he failed to hear that because he was too stunned at the scene. I can't believe this world was conquered by an idiot like this. Either way, it's Judgment Day. It's time to face the consequences of your actions, Vault. And with that, the world light turned black as his sight was covered in darkness, as is now unconscious. A few hours before the present, I finally arrived at the continent of Ostia with Celestine beside me. The first thing I noticed is that the sky is bluer, the air was fresh and the forest trees were greener than back on Earth. So this is Ostia. This definitely is a nice place. However, the story of this world isn't so nice, as it needed some clearing. Celestine felt conflict as she stepped foot back to her world's soil. She was definitely back, there's no doubt. I'm back. You are, so what do you want me to do now? Because what you wish is my command. I reminded her why I'm here. Celestine's eyes widened for a bit before her face before determined and said. Take back my kingdom, save my people, and punish the black dogs and people who are associated with them. With that, I grinned. Very well, Lady Celestine, I shall fulfill that order to the best of my ability. Celestine smiled beautifully as I said that, then without waiting any longer, we went directly toward the Sex Empire, or formerly known as Ken. As soon as we arrived there, trouble came as one of the guards, who is probably a member of Black Dogs. He pointed at Celestine and shouted. It's her. I've found her at last. Lord Vault would surely reward me for this. I could see the greed and lust in his eyes, as he stared at Celestine's wonderful body, though there's a bit of confusion as he had no idea what kind of weird attire she was wearing, but soon the confusion quickly disappeared and quickly dashed toward Celestine's direction so that he would capture her and maybe feel her for a bit before bringing her back to Vault. However, there's no way I'd allow that to happen. That's why I pointed my fingers at him, acting like it was a gun, and said, bang. With that, the man's entire head was separated from his body, and his body was yet to realize that it's already dead. And only after a few seconds, did the body collapse to the ground, bleeding like a fountain. The others who were with him were stunned at the unexpected death of their comrade. After killing that man, I couldn't help but think. I don't feel anything killing him, maybe because I know he's a scum and doesn't feel guilty about it? Oh well, no wonder Makima likes doing this, it certainly is a handy ability. What I did is that I created a similar ability to Makima with her finger gun. It was a badass ability that I wanted to try using, and my observation hockey saw that someone above the fortress is going to hit me with a poisoned arrow, not like it could kill me, but it would be careless of my part if I let that happen. I pointed my fingers at that specific location and said, bang. Bang. I killed 2 people just like that, and then my attention shifted back toward the comrade of the first person I killed and said, can you let me pass? I promise not to make your death painful. And immediately it caused them to panic and immediately started to dash in my direction like a dog they are, hoping that they could reach me before I could use my ability. Hey, too bad for them, that won't happen because I won't be using my finger gun anymore. I raised my arm a bit higher and snapped both my fingers together, and with that, everything in my path was obliterated, including the Empire Gate entrance. Oh, that definitely would have alerted anyone, but oh well, compared to dealing a dead apostle this is a cakewalk. Then stared at Celestine, who was stunned at the sight. Hey, are you okay? Thankfully it managed to snap her back to reality and stared at me with bewilderment. Why yes. I was just surprised. I knew you were powerful, but to think by this much. I smiled at her and replied. Don't think too much about it, all you need to think about is that your country and people are finally going to be saved. Alright. Celestine nodded and became serious. Honestly, if it wasn't for the situation I would have teased her, but it wasn't the time, and we continue to move forward inside the Sex Empire. Chapter 55, Alicia. As soon as I stepped inside one of the districts of the so-called Sex Empire, immediately dislike it. Not only it smells repulsive, but also, there was a lot of orgy happening in front of me, even though I caused a huge commotion outside. It doesn't seem like the people inside didn't notice, not they cared, as they resumed whatever sexual act they are doing currently. What a disgusting place this is. The smell was so bad that I had to create a handkerchief to stop the smell. Celestine looked sadly at the sight in front of her. This place wasn't like this before Vault took over, it was more civil and peaceful. Celestine, what do you think I should do with those people? I didn't need to specify who I was talking to, as she understood my intention very well. Despite what they have done, she was still as merciful as ever and replied, "Please make it quick." Celestine closed her eyes in resignation. I looked at her with a frown and thought, "You're too good for this world, Celestine. They don't deserve you." I did what she told me. I killed those who are guilty as swiftly as possible. With my power, Path to Victory, it was very easy for me to know who is guilty or not, since it's also a form of clairvoyant, although it's not as overpowered as D, who claimed hers to be omniscient. Either way, all of the people the Path deemed guilty has now been eliminated. To my surprise, there are also few women in the group. Here I thought only men are guilty in this world, but it seemed not to be the case. You really can't judge the book by its cover. There, now let's move. Before I could finish my sentence, I saw Celestine rush toward a certain shop, and naturally I followed her out of curiosity and obligation, and what I saw definitely surprised me. It was one of Celestine's former princess knights, Alicia Arcturus. She was naked and her body was filled with small bruises, from all over her body. Although it's not anything major, but the fact that there's a lot of them is concerning. It was as if someone punished her and started physically beating her. Alicia. Celestine immediately tried to help the poor girl. Well tried. Alicia saw Celestine and then smiled. If it was a normal situation, I would have thought that she is just happy to see Celestine. However, this was far from normal, as she was filled with bruises except for her face. Either way, this was a bit disturbing to look at. Lady Celestine. I'm so happy to see you. Are we going to do a threesome with Lord Vault today? It would be wonderful. I wish I could be at the top this time. Even though her words are very disturbing considering the situation, the more I look at her, the more I realize that this girl Alicia is broken mentally. Her eyes were dead as far as I could tell. Celestine never looked so defeated in her life as she saw the state her former subordinate was in. She felt pity toward the girl, because unlike her, she doesn't have a strong mental fortitude like her. How did you think she managed to stay sane all this time? She's mentally broken, I mentioned. Pretty sure Celestine is aware of it, but I decided to vocalize it anyway. Celestine sadly kneeled down to Alicia's level and started gently seizing her cheek, confusing the girl greatly. Lady Celestine. Alicia, I'm so sorry. Because of my incompetence you became this way. Celestine shed a single tear for the girl's cruel fate. Then her gaze shifted to my direction and pleaded. Can you help this child? Please. Like I said, no need to plead. I'm here to help you, that's what the contract says. I waved my hand toward her and then approached the young princess knight and poked my forefinger into Alicia's forehead. The princess, however, misunderstood what I was trying to do and smiled at me and said something disturbing. Are you going to do me? This girl is broken, so I injected prana inside her brain. I was curious about the state of her brain and structural analysis, and I found out that the reason why she's like this is because her brain is rejecting reality and forcefully seeing this situation as normal. I could even see some of her memories buried deep. It was truly something cruel and disgusting. This might be a little cruel, but I'm forcefully going to resurface those buried memories, along with her trauma, because it's the only way for her to snap from reality. Similar to hypnosis, I unlocked those memories inside her brain, and as soon as I did, Alicia's smiling expression turned frown and eventually pure despair. With that she screamed. Alicia screamed so loud that it almost broke her vocal cord. Heck, she might as well damage it. That's why I healed it just in case. No. No. No 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 no. Alicia's despair was clear to anyone. Tears started falling from her eyes. However, before she could continue her action, Celestine forcefully hugged the poor girl. Alicia remembered that Celestine was here, causing her to stop panicking temporarily, but the pain and despair were still there in her face. Lady Celestine. It's okay, Alicia. It's okay. Celestine gently said as she started creasing the former princess knight's blonde hair. With that, Alicia buried her face in Celestine's bosom and started crying with all her pain, sadness, despair, and anger. She let it all out. I didn't say anything and remained a spectator and thought, maybe I should offer her a chance to remove those unpleasant memories forever and maybe repair her body before it gets tainted. I could also do the same to Celestine. It's just a single snap and they're good as new. However, I'll ask later for their consent. It took almost half an hour for Alicia to calm down, and now she's aware of my presence and immediately became wary of me. Her hostile look was so easy to see, even a blind person could. Who are you? Alicia said in a blunt, rude, and clearly hostile tone. If it was any other situation, I might be offended. However, I can't really blame the girl for acting hostile knowing her experience, as I was about to say something to her. However, Celestine suddenly spoke. Alicia, I know you have a very terrible experience with men, however, he's different. Alicia looked skeptical of the claim, however, due to her respect for Celestine, she didn't say something outright rude and disrespectful toward me. How exactly is he different from those animals? She gritted her teeth with such force that I worry they might break through pressure. Fortunately, they didn't, but they did start bleeding. It was fairly obvious who the animals is. She's talking about black dogs and Vault. To be fair, I categorized them as an animal that somehow gained intelligence. Celestine looked at me for a bit, before shifting her attention back to the former Princess Knight and said, because he's our only hope, our savior from this hell, he's our chance of saving our people and the kingdom from Vault and his black dogs. I. Alicia hesitated. She believed in her goddess's words, but she can't trust him. A man, who made her life and her kingdom a living hell. At that moment I refused to remain silent. You're probably thinking that there's no way a man like me would save you and your kingdom from the black dogs since it's men who did this to you and the people of your kingdom. Honestly, I don't need you to trust me, because, at the end of the day, your opinion doesn't matter. I'll act with my own accord and save this kingdom because it's part of the contract. After that I didn't say anything anymore to the former Princess Knight and decided to rock this kingdom to its core. I left to exterminate the trash of this kingdom. Alicia was stunned and looked at Celestine and asked, what does he mean by contract, Lady Celestine? Celestine let out a sigh and decided to tell her about everything she experienced within the past few hours. Why you have up your divinity for the service of that man? Alicia almost screamed at her goddess, but thankfully she managed to stop herself and avoid embarrassing herself in front of Celestine. Celestine, however, was completely serious and replied, yes, I did. But Lady Celestine, your divinity is the symbol. Before Alicia could finish her sentence, Celestine interrupted with silent anger in her voice. One must know that Celestine never got mad, and seeing this made Alicia afraid because she had never seen Celestine angry, like ever. But nothing. A symbol can't save us. If it's slightly useful, this wouldn't happen. My kingdom, my people wouldn't suffer from this fate. Celestine never looked so bitter and continued. Even if I offer my life and my freedom just so that my people could have a better life, I wouldn't mind. That's why, Alicia, exchanging my divinity for my people's happiness is worth it. That made Alicia silent, as there's no way she could refute her goddess words. Let's not talk about it. Now tell me what happened here while I was gone. Celestine turned serious as she asked the former Princess Knight. Alicia let out a resigned sigh and told her what she remembered. Even though she's mentally unstable until a few minutes ago, she could still remember the events before vividly. So I disappeared for a week, and that made Vault upset and paranoid. That's why all the members of my Princess Knights and Olga are here in one place? Celestine said in surprise. Alicia nodded and replied. That's right. Celestine blinked a couple of times and thought. I suppose since I was outside my universe even for a few hours, time moves faster here than there, and it's no wonder Alicia is here in Ken rather than the other kingdom. If that's the case, then this whole thing would be easier. She had to relay this information to Alex. And she did just that. Chapter 56, Ally of Justice. What was that? Ruby whispered toward her older twin brother a bit nervously as she suddenly felt goosebumps all over her body as her aunt did something. She might not have seen it, but she definitely felt whatever that is. Aqua also felt the same as his twin sister. He too had chills all over his body as his aunt did something that he didn't know. I don't know. But she definitely did something. Aqua whispered back to his younger twin sister. Although he's nervous like his sister, he was also curious and wanted to know what that phenomenon is. This is unexpected. To think Lorelei wanted her to know about that part of the world. Their Uncle Shiro whispered under his breath. He probably didn't mean for them to hear, but they did anyway. Both Ruby and Aqua were looking at each other with either confusion or surprised expression. I think he knows what happened. Ruby whispered mysteriously as if she found a major clue about what happened. Isn't that obvious? Aqua rolled his eyes at his sister's words. After that they decided to get closer. Since they're toddlers, no one would suspect a thing if they get a bit closer to their mother and aunt's conversation. Shiro didn't notice something wrong either, as he thought that the twins wanted to be with their mother and just let them be. It's not like they would understand what their mother and Lorelei were talking about. Right? Both Ruby and Aqua were listening to the conversation of their mother and aunt. What they heard definitely shocked them. From all the things they expected, magic is the last thing they thought about. Apparently, magic is real and it was just hidden from society. Upon hearing that a world like that exists, Ruby's eyes shined in excitement. However, Aqua was different. As soon as he learned that the supernatural side existed, his adult brain thought. Could it be that a person or an organization from the side of the world has to do with our reincarnation? Thinking about it doesn't seem too far-fetched. After magic does wonders, if what the movies said is true, of course. Then the twins continued to listen and get to know that magic isn't called magic these days, as they are called magecraft, as they are replicable by modern technology. However, magic is something that isn't replicable by modern technology, something that defies the law of equivalent exchange, a completely broken ability, in other words a cheat, a very powerful one in real life. Thus the explanation about the moonlit world continued, and once again the twins were shocked to find out that myths and legends are real, or at least most of them. Meaning, gods, demigods, dragons, phoenix, ghost, vampires, and other supernatural beings are real. Honestly, it blew their tiny minds to think everything they knew about the world was actually a lie. Of course, unlike their mother who is completely skeptical about their aunt's claims, they however believed Lorelei completely as they already had a personal experience of the supernatural side of the world. Their reincarnation is proof of that. Their belief only cemented as Lorelei cast reinforcement at the teacup. Their aunt threw it hard into the floor, instead of breaking as it would normally do to a teacup after hitting a solid object. It was the floor that broke instead of the teacup. It was perfectly buried beneath the wooden floor, and there wasn't a slight damage to the teacup. As they say, seeing is believing, and in their cause, they don't need to believe something they already believed in. Then their aunt did another magecraft this time. She cut the table near with her wind, although they didn't see it. However, the cleanly cut table was enough for the proof. Because of that, their mother was totally sold on the idea that magic and the rest of the supernatural side of the world existed. Do you think we can do magecraft? Ruby excitedly asked her elder twin brother. Aqua shrugged with his tiny shoulder and answered. I guess. Despite how casual he might look outside, however inside he was also as excited as his twin sister. Why wouldn't help be excited? A chance of becoming like a wizard like Harry Potter. It would no longer be just a dream to cast magic, or well magecraft. I can't wait to try to become a magical girl. Ruby excitedly said. Aqua suddenly paused and said. A magical girl? Yeah. You know, like Sailor Moon. To fight evil and become the ally of justice. Ruby pointed her tiny little forefinger above the air. Shiru suddenly shifted his attention toward the twins and muttered. Did someone say ally of justice? Hearing that from their uncle made the two of them shut up and tried to act like normal toddlers, which they successfully did. It's probably just my imagination. Shiru's attention shifted back to where it originally came from. After confirming that Shiru's attention was no longer toward them, only then did the two reincarnated toddlers let out a sigh of relief. What just happened? Ruby asked nervously as she shifted her gaze toward their uncle's back. I think it's when you mentioned the words ally of justice. As soon as Aqua mentioned that, Shiru once again stared at their location with confusion. Only to turn away again, Ruby couldn't stop herself from saying. Are those specific words a code for something? No, I don't think so. Aqua replied hesitantly. We should stop mentioning those specific words for now. Ruby whispered. Yeah, it's probably for our own good. Aqua couldn't help but agree. Do you think we have magic circuits like our aunt mentioned? Ruby curiously asked her twin. Probably. I mean, we are our father's offspring. If he's a magus as our aunt said, then most likely we have them too if it could be passed genetically. Aqua guessed. Oh right, our father. Ruby looked like someone who sucked an entire lemon. Aqua stared at her with a strange look. Ruby, care to explain why you dislike our biological father? I mean, he didn't do anything bad. So far he's a decent person who is willing to take responsibility and not run away from it, after knowing that he had us. Ruby averted her eyes away from his and answered. Because he defiled Mama's purity and innocence. Aqua stared at her with a strange mix of disappointment and understanding. As a fan of obviously, you dislike the person that defiled the purity of your favorite idol. He wasn't an exception, however, he was logical and mature about it, as it is how reality works, and what Ruby did is childish no matter how much excuse she says. It's simply unreasonable. For him he was just grateful that their biological father is rich and a responsible person that doesn't shy away from child support, making his mother, their mother's burden lessened. Being a single mother of two children isn't easy, especially when herself is a minor, and has no idea how to raise a child of her own. With the money earned a month, it's barely enough for them, only thanks to the president they managed to last. That's why he was thankful for their father's support, with him supporting their family. At the very least I won't have to work herself to the bone just to support them. Now, if only Ruby understands that, she doesn't know how lucky we are, hopefully someday she'll understand that. You're going to open their magic circuits? Shiru frowned, and it was easy to see that he wasn't pleased with that. Lorelei, however, let out a sigh. No, I'm not going to open their magic circuits yet, I'm just going to check whether they have one or not. With that, the tension in Shiru's body disappeared and replied. Oh, I thought you were going to. Lorelei glared at her fiancé, Du only smiled awkwardly at her harsh glare. I'm not, do you think I'm a fool? Even the youngest magus to awaken their magic circuits is 3 years old. To do that to a toddler who isn't even 2 years old isn't something I would do, nor any magus with a decent brain. It's very dangerous for a toddler to have their dormant magic circuits to awaken, as they might do something that would cause their own death before they could even reach their full potential. That's why in most magus family they only would awaken their air magic circuits at 4 years old, because the child's brain is already developed enough to make a sensible decision. Right, I'm sorry for assuming you will forgive me? Shiryu was quick to apologize for his mistake and sheepishly smiled in her direction as he scratched the back of his head. You. Lorelei wanted to say more, however, her anger melted as she saw his sorry face. She snorted and didn't look at him anymore. It might not look much, but it's a very impressive feat for anyone to calm Lorelei. And to think Shiryu did it effortlessly with a smile. If any magus were to hear of this, they would immediately think of it as a baseless rumor, and if they were to see it personally they would be shocked. Lorelei's reputation is something to be feared. She is ruthless to her enemies, she is merciless to dead apostles and traitors, and most importantly she doesn't forgive, only those who she deemed hopeless. That's why it is very surprising to the magus kind for her to act like a human when she is barely categorized as one. She is more of a monster hiding beneath the human skin, no matter how human she may appear. Without waiting for anyone, Lorelei checked the twins for dormant magic circuits, and she wasn't going to sugarcoat it. There were a lot of them, maybe slightly more than her brothers, not to mention they are also of a higher quality. However, the most surprising thing is that, ridiculous, they also have a mystic eye. Lorelei couldn't help but think how strange this family is, to think all 3 would have different mystic eyes. However, she also couldn't help but smile slightly and thought, perhaps, it's not a bad thing that Alex birthed an heir, because, with the right guidance, they would be the strongest in their generation. Suddenly a strange glint appeared in Lorelei's eyes and thought, yes, this time I'll properly guide them to be the best magus of their generation. Where I failed to do that with my brother, this time I wouldn't let it happen. Never, my pride as a Bardem Eloi is at stake. That's why I'm going to give my all so that they'll become worthy of the name Bardem Eloi. For some reason, the twins suddenly felt a shiver in their spine for some reason. Chapter 57, Fall of the Sex Empire. So, you're telling me that all of your princess knights are all in this kingdom? I replied to Celestine, who managed to chase after me before I could RIP and tear the entire kingdom. Celestine nodded as she crossed her arms into her chest and said, that's right. That's good news, at least to me, which means I don't have to bother searching through all the kingdoms in Ostia to find them. That's great, it would make my job easier. If they are here, then it means that all of the Black Dogs members are here, correct? I asked. Celestine blinked a couple of times and hesitantly answered me. I'm not sure. Then her attention shifted to Alicia, and so did I. Alicia, who suddenly got our attention and became uncomfortable, especially to mine. I could tell that it's her PSTD toward men is acting up. It's literally impossible for her not to have one, especially her experience. I could help her remove it only if she let me. There's no way I would give a helping hand to someone that doesn't appreciate my gesture. It would only be a waste of time for me. Alicia took a step away from me, which I didn't mind since it wasn't harmful to me, so I let her wariness toward me continue. I only need the information that she could provide. Alicia understood what they were about to ask, even though neither of us was vocalizing it since she was listening behind. Well, that's right, all of the members of Black Dogs are here, even those who are in higher-ups of the groups are around, due to Vault calling them to search for. Alicia stares at the goddess incarnation. Understanding what she meant, Celestine looked back in my direction and said, they are indeed all here. That's the information I need. Before I begin, I ask one more thing to Alicia. Do you know where the other princess knights are located? Why, yes, I do. Alicia replied nervously, averting her gaze away from mine. I didn't want to make her more comfortable than she already is and said, where? We've arrived at the district where the rest of the princess knights are located, and also Chloe? Wait, who was that? It didn't take me long to recall who that person was. She was the first victim of Black Dogs, Olga's right hand, number fangirl, and the ultimate lesbian. Anyway, it was easy for me to forget about her. Frankly, she lacks presence in the entire show, at least for me, not to mention she's humanness. A certified racist. Either way, I'll still save her for the sake of contract. As soon as we arrived at the district where the former princess knights are gathered, I wasn't surprised to find out that the security was tight after all. They couldn't afford to lose another high-quality goods. They treat women like products, and that's why I'm going to treat them in a similar way, because it's only fair. I wasn't looking at them like they are people. In fact, in my eyes I'm looking at animals that have gained some intellect. I stared at the security in this particular district and saw a lot of orcs and goblins, along with the members of Black Dogs. Goblins in different colors. Goblin Slayer is going to have a field day with this. It makes me regret the fact that I haven't bought him here. Oh well, there's always next time. As we stepped at the district gate, most members of the Black Dogs saw us coming. It wasn't like we were trying to hide anyway. Then one of the members of Black Dogs pointed at Celestine and shouted, "Isn't that Celestine Lucross?" Eventually, his shout gained the attention of his subordinates. "It's really her. Princess Alicia is also part of the group? How did she get away? Who was that guy right next to them? Who cares about that guy? That's Celestine Lucross right there. Capturing her would certainly get us plenty of rewards. And maybe Lord Vault might let us do it with her." One of the Black Dogs members said lustfully as he was staring at Celestine's body. Hearing the man's words, the others couldn't help but agree with his words, and thinking about the rewards filled them with greed. Without waiting any longer, they started approaching their location. As they did, Alicia's body started trembling. The look of lust and greed in the eyes of the Black Dogs members reminded her of what she experienced lately, those disgusting eyes. Her hands were at her hips as if trying to pull a sword that wasn't there, realizing that she was essentially powerless. She felt despair for a moment. However, before she completely fell from her negative thoughts, Celestine managed to snap her out of her negative musing. Lady Celestine. With a look of great confidence and determination toward the man beside them. "Believe in him," is what Celestine said to her. Alicia wasn't stupid and understand what she's trying to say. Looking at the man she just met, honestly she's a bit skeptical of this man's ability. She never saw his ability for herself, but if Lady Celestine believes in him, then she would, even though she's reluctant because, in reality, she had no choice but to put her faith into this man. As suspicious as he may be, he is their only hope according to her goddess. And that moment he showed her why he is their only hope, as she saw him snap his fingers and saw a sight that she would forever engraved inside her mind. As she saw an entire district obliterated, not only that, most of the members of Black Dogs were killed on the spot without resistance. Not to mention the orcs and goblins were turned into minced meat. Then she heard him say, "Ops, I think I used too much force," he said with a wry smile. Too much force. How powerful is this man?" Looking at his power, Alicia couldn't help but think. Lady Celestine was right, this man is our only hope. Thinking about the conversation she had with her goddess before, she had to agree that in exchange for her divinity, they gained a very powerful ally. A god in making, that's what she thought when she saw him obliterate the entire district with a snap of his fingers, because only a god could have that much power. He didn't even look like he was trying when he did that. "Oh well, let's save those princess knights, shall we?" the man said. After knowing what's capable of, my previous wariness of this man significantly disappeared. After all, if he's that powerful, he could do anything to them, literally, but he didn't, and helped them instead, even though in a form of contact. I added too much power. I didn't mean to kill them off, instead I just want to cripple them so that the girls could torture them later. It's not like I can revive them. Even if I did, there's no way I'd bother doing that. It's simply a waste of time to revive these undeserving criminals. Thankfully though, not all Black Dogs members are dead, some just got crippled, and lost a limb or two. Their painful scream was something I enjoy hearing. Honestly, when did I become this sadist? Oh well, it doesn't matter, I still have a job to do. Then I saw a member of Black Dogs who was completely unharmed by the force I've exerted for a while. Honestly, I don't know if he's lucky or unlucky. Now what should I do with the man? Oh. I think I know what to do with him. He's going to be the messenger and let Vault know that his time as a ruler would soon come to an end. "Hey, you!" My words managed to snap back the man to reality and stared at me with fear in his eyes. And did he just piss his pants? What a disgusting smell. It was so bad that I had to create a handkerchief to cover the smell. What are you?" the man asked fearfully. I replied while putting the handkerchief in my nose. "That's a complicated question, but for you to understand, I'm a mage. Either it's not important. I want you to send this message to Vault or else." I pointed my forefinger at the Kingdom Fortress and created something big, pink, and very gay. "Barney." I replaced the Empire's fortress with the image of Barney. "I'll turn you into this pink dinosaur, Barney." And just like that, the man's face paled. What message do you want me to send, sir?" "Oh, it's simple, really tell Vault about what happened here and about me. I'm sure he'd love to hear it. Now go." With that command, the man ran like there's no tomorrow. "Now that the messenger is sent, I think it's time to save those princess knights and Olga," I said. Speaking of Olga, I wonder what happened to Olga Marie of my world. Either way, I'll worry about it after I finish this service. It didn't take us long enough to find the location of the princess knights, Olga and Chloe. As I expected, they were very naked. That's why I created clothes for each one of them. Naturally, some of them were mentally broken like Alicia, and a few weren't, like Maya, Claudia, And surprisingly Olga. Naturally, to those who are broken mentally, I healed them as I did with Alicia. Their reaction was quite extreme but calmed down thanks to Celestine. She's really good at calming her people. After that she gave them a briefing on what happened, and now the former Princess Knights, the former Queen of Dark Elves and her right-hand woman Chloe were looking at me with various emotions on their faces. "You're telling me this man is our hope?" Olga asked, a bit skeptical. Alicia saw this as some sort of irony as she literally acted like her a while ago, so she decided to say, "He is. I've seen what he can do with my own 2 eyes, and he's very powerful." "Is that so?" Olga replied while looking in my direction. It was obvious that she's wary of me, not surprising considering her experience with men this year. It was pleasant at all. It's also the same with others. They have different trauma with men, and probably would stay there forever if I don't do something about it. I decided to speak. "It doesn't matter if you distrust me, I'm simply going to do my job as the contract stated. It's up to you if believe it or not because today is the vault and his black dogs will fall. It's not a promise, it's simply a statement. It will and would happen." I was confident that the power level of this world is simply too low that even a third-rate magus could conquer an entire kingdom as long as they are prepared. I looked at Celestine and asked, "Would you like to see Vault's face when he realizes that his so-called sex empire is no more?" Celestine blinked a couple of times before nodding. "Yes, I would like to see it." With that I smiled and carried her in a princess-style position, making her blush a bit. "Hold on tight, we'll go to the castle right now." I used magic to float toward the castle where Vault is currently staying. As we arrived at the top of the castle, I destroyed the castle roof with my fingers pointed like a gun at the castle. There I saw Vault and his right-hand man Hicks, who was shocked at my sudden appearance. I noticed that the messenger I sent was dead. I didn't mean to kill him, but he died anyway. However, this would be considered mercy after what I'm going to do with the surviving members of the Black Dogs. Well, not me specifically, but what would the girls do with them? It's only fair they get to do whatever they wanted with the Black Dogs. Well, so this is the legendary sex emperor I've heard about. "You look uglier than I expected," I said as I mocked Vault, who was too stunned to react. "Geez, is this guy really a veteran warrior? I can't believe this world was conquered by an idiot like this." Either way, it's Judgment Day. It's time to face the consequences of your actions, Vault. Either way, idiot or not, he's going to pay, and with that, I snapped my fingers making both of them unconscious. I landed on the marble floor and gently put Celestine down, who was still blushing at the sudden skin contact. "Celestine?" Yes?" She replied a bit hurriedly and nervously. I frowned at her reaction for a bit before deciding to ignore it for now and said, "Can you tell me where's the center of the empire?" Celestine blinked at my question. "I can, but why?" I look at her and smile widely. "You'll understand soon enough." Chapter 58, The show in the Plaza Vault slowly regained his consciousness. At first, he was confused as to why he was in an unfamiliar place, and then he recalled what happened in the throne room. Before he could finish the sentence, he noticed that he was tied, naked in a log in the middle of the Empire's plaza, where everyone who was part of the Empire was staring at him with different kinds of emotions, mostly rage and hate toward him. And to the other person besides him. Hicks? Vault. What the hell is happening? His right-hand man panicked. He too was in the same situation as him, naked and tied to a massive log. Vault has no answer to that question as he has no idea what's happening right now. However, before he could say anything he heard a voice, a very familiar one. "Oh, great, you're finally awake here. I thought I'd slap you just to wake you up, but it seems that it isn't needed." Vault looked at the man's appearance and immediately realized that it was the very same man who brought him here. "You." Vault's anger in his voice was clear as the blue sky, but the man didn't pay any heed to it and just smiled. "Me? What?" "Either way, as much as I don't want you to spoil what's going to happen next, I just can't help myself from doing so. Vault, this is the Judgment Day, the day you face the consequences of your actions. You probably thought that it wouldn't happen to you now that you got an empire and an army. Too bad, I've eliminated all of them. No one will save you, no one is going to be on your side, those who have will be eliminated eventually." The man smiled rather viciously at his face. Angering him more, Vault tried to get out of the log he was tied into. However, he failed even though he used all of his strength, and it was honestly shocking. A mere rope should be easy to destroy, but his strength was the peak of humanity could ever achieve. He could even lift tons without a problem. Yet, how come he's unable to get out of this damn tie? You must have realized by now that the rope isn't normal. You think that I'll put a normal rope to tie you up? Then the man looked so satisfied with his frustration, making him more angry at the man. "Once I get out of here, I'll definitely kill whoever this bastard is," Vault vowed inside his mind. However, too bad as that vow would never be realized, as it's basically impossible for him to get out of the rope that he was tied into. Even if he tried to break the log instead of the rope, it's almost impossible. because he didn't know the man who made them indestructible, that it is impossible for anyone in this world to break it unless, of course, that being is ridiculously powerful and divine in nature. Ignoring him completely, the man spoke. Girls, I think it's time for you to start. Vault had no idea what this man's game was, however with all of his experience, his instinct was telling him that something very terrible is about to befall him. Then Vault saw the familiar faces of the former princess knights, each of them looking at him with various degrees of rage. Some of them looked like they wanted to devour his skin and feed his remains to the dogs. However, none of them was as angry as Olga, although her face didn't show anything. Her eyes however were different, it was filled with unspeakable madness that was about to be released. He'd never admit this out loud but it's honestly chilling, it gives a shudder down his spine. Let me go first. It was Maya, a former Black Dog member. Her expression was a bit of rage and sadness, however, that sadness was immediately forgotten as she recalled something, making her beautiful face scowl in anger. Vault. Her voice felt empty. Maya, Vault replied calmly as if the situation he was in was nothing special. Maya suddenly bit her lips and asked. Why? Why do you have to do all of this? Vault heard that question a few times in the past, and his answer remained the same. He smiled cockily despite how pathetic his situation was right now. Because it's always been my goal. Isn't it nice to have a kingdom where you can have sex with any woman you fancy? I see. Maya looked disappointed, however, there's a look on her face that she was expecting that answer. Suddenly she took out a dagger behind her back and without warning, she swung it. It wasn't that fast, he could actually see it, however, what he didn't expect was where she swung it. Something fell into the ground the second she finished the swing, and another second for Vault to realize that it was his dick that fell off. No matter how much endurance he had as a war veteran, there's no way he would be able to handle the pain of his manhood being cut off from his body. He screamed. Blood was gushing out from his lower half, it was like a never-ending fountain, one that looks absolutely disgusting. Hicks, his right-hand man paled from the sight, his face was so white that it looked like blood was sucked out of his face, he looked like he's going to pass out any moment. However, Vault was in so much pain to pay attention to his surroundings right now. Maya wasn't done yet, she was indifferent toward his scream of pain, so she proceeded to swiftly cut off Vault balls and make him eat them. You like that? Of course, you do, and since you always think about your dick, why don't you eat it? Maya sneered and forced Vault's bloody balls into his mouth, making him swallow it as a whole. Satisfied with her work, her attention shifted toward Hicks, she smiled however her eyes weren't. Your turn. Maya, please no. However, despite his protest, Maya ends up doing the same to him. Everyone who was in the plaza looked uncomfortable, especially the men, however most women, mostly Olga, Chloe, and the rest of the former princess knights looked delighted rather than feeling disgusted. They looked like someone who saw something very wonderful. Celestine could only look at the sight in regret and sadness but didn't say anything as she knows that Vault and his right-hand man deserves this. It would be a lie to say that I wasn't uncomfortable while watching Maya cutting off Vault's stick and forcing him to eat his balls. It was an instinct of a man to feel the pain of another even though it wasn't us, a phantom pain. I winced as I witnessed Maya's creative way of torture. Honestly, I'm very surprised that Vault didn't die immediately. He fainted sure, but still alive. However, if I let this continue he surely would, and I can't allow him to die, not yet his crimes weren't paid in full. That's why I healed him and Hicks so that the rest of the girls could do their very own torture methods to the man who made their lives a living hell. So for an entire day, I witnessed different kinds of sick torture that the former princess knights did to Vault and his right-hand man. Unique torture methods that I haven't dared to think existed until today. I think several people who were watching the show vomited a few times at least, however despite the disgusting display there was a hint of sick satisfaction in their faces. I mean, I can't really blame them, at least on the surface I could understand their suffering toward an oppressive tyrant king known as Vault. To know that the entire situation of their kingdom was wrong, but can't do anything about it because they would meet a terrible punishment isn't a pleasant feeling. That day I healed Vault and Hicks several times that I almost pity them. Well, almost now that the show is almost done and the girls' hatred toward Vault and his black dogs was satisfied. It's time for me to offer them, because I could make profits out of this. You might think that this is unhandled but, honestly, I couldn't care less. This is a win-win situation for both of us. Imagine doing good and profiting? It certainly feels wonderful. Girls, I suppose you're done with your little vengeance. Although it was soft-spoken, everyone heard me. It's because they respect my strength, and are also grateful for the fact that I saved them from this hell. I'd like to make an offer, would you like to listen? I said with a businesslike smile. Having no reason not to hear my suggestion. Let's hear your offer. It was Claudia who replied with a serious look on her face. I smiled and said. Great, Now if I can let you forget all of the traumatic experiences and make your body pure again." Everyone was stunned at the unexpected offer. However, Prim asked a bit confused. "Yes sir, what do you mean by making our body pure again?" I blinked and replied. "Isn't that obvious? I'm saying that I'll revert your body before it gets tainted by the black dogs." And with that clear message, the girl's expression changed and it was very obvious to me that they would no doubt accept my offer. With a smile on my face, I thought. More profits. Chapter 59, Magician. The total credits that I got from Olga, Chloe, and the Princess Knights are about 1,000, which is a lot more than I expected, but I certainly wasn't complaining. Celestine also took my offer, which wasn't something I expected from her, but isn't unwelcome, although I've erased their traumatic experience. However, the memories of me saving them and their kingdom remain, making me the hero of their newly reformed empire. I wasn't really expecting to become a hero. In the first place, I was there so that I could get more profits, and also seeing Volt and the rest of the black dogs suffer is a selfish desire of mine, so becoming a hero definitely wasn't part of the bucket list. In my opinion, what I did definitely wasn't heroic, but from the perspective of the people of Ken, I was their hero, so in the end, I allowed it, since it makes my reputation sound better and having a personal statue in the middle of Ken's plaza sounds good. It was made immediately. I swore it only took about a few hours to make. Honestly, my status looks absolutely nothing like me. What's with the muscles and all? Are they trying to make me a gigakad or something? My job here is done. It's time for me to go back to my own reality, thus my experience being in another world ended. However, before I could leave, suddenly Celestine interrupted my departure and asked, "Alex?" I looked at Celestine, who was acting like a shy teenager who was trying to talk to her crush. I wasn't an idiot. I know what she felt if that blush indicated something. It was quite obvious that she's crushing on me. However, how exactly did it happen? So far I haven't really done anything nice, aside from the fact that I saved her kingdom, her people, and possibly the entire world from the hands of black dogs. Okay, that proves the point as to why she is crushing on me. However, we didn't really interact that much. Is she really that easy? Looking at Celestine's beautiful form, I don't think she is, because if she was, she wouldn't have remained a virgin for several hundred years. Yes, I replied, acting as if I wasn't aware of what she's about to say. "Can I see you again?" Celestine asked with a hopeful voice. I smiled at her, making her blush a bit, and answered. "Of course, you just have to use that card." I pointed at the card that was given by the shop. It was bronze, the lowest rank. The reason it's like that is because she didn't buy anything from the catalog, therefore making her card only bronze rank. Celestine held the card like it was some sort of priceless treasure in her wonderful chest and said, Then see you later?" I nodded and flashed her another smile. "See you later then, Celestine." After that goodbye, I went back to the shop. It was definitely a fun experience to be in another world. While it may be a little bloody adventure, the fact that it's fun doesn't change. To think killing trash without consequences is entertaining. And it's something that I could never do back in my world without consequences. Either way, I shouldn't make this kind of habit in the future because it's just bad. I wasn't like D, who probably killed 1 trillion, or maybe more. Anyway, it's time to convert the divinity that I received from Celestine. When I converted it, I wasn't surprised that it values over 10k, because no matter how small the divinity may be, divine is divine after all. Just like that, I obtained 22k credits total, including what I received from Olga, Chloe, the Princess Knights, and Celestine for repairing their bodies, physically and mentally. Even now I still feel dirty for doing that. However, I didn't regret it in the slightest because in exchange I got more credits. It would certainly be ideal to buy something. However, I have a feeling that what is useful to me right now is more expensive than my current amount of credits. So I decided to save it for now and go back to my own reality. As soon as I came back, I went downstairs only to find out that my sister and I were talking. I blinked and thought, did something happen? Either way, there's no way I'll be able to find out without asking, so I approached them and asked, "Hey, did I miss anything while I was upstairs?" Lorelei, my dearest sister, pointed her nose above, and replied, "Yes, you did." I'm pretty surprised she admitted that I missed something. Now it made me curious and asked once more, "What did I miss then?" Lorelei answered bluntly. I told her about the moonlit world. Okay. That was unexpected. While I did plan to tell I eventually about the moonlit world, I didn't think she'd know as soon as she lived here. So anything that I should know about? I feel like there's more, considering that look I was giving me. She has magic circuits. That's great, it amounts to 40 and they're also high quality, not to mention she has a dormant mystic eye. I have a feeling that it's at least jewel ranked. Lorelei was dropping bombs without the slightest hint of hesitation. If I were a normal Magus, the jaws of my mouth would have dropped a long time ago, but fortunately, I wasn't. That's why I'm also a bit surprised. Really? That's amazing. In the moonlit world, something like this doesn't happen often, probably once in a couple of 100 years. 40 high-quality magic circuits and a pair of mystic eyes, and isn't part of a magus family is something unheard of. It is, something like this doesn't happen often. You're lucky that the woman that sired your children is a rare commodity. It could have been worse, but fortune favors our family, it seems. Lorelei almost smiled as she mentioned that. Well, almost. I wasn't sure what she meant, as I'm not as well versed in politics as she does, but if someone were to disagree with me, I could always show them true power. If any magus would try to harm my children, I hope I won't find them, because I'm definitely giving them a wonderful time of their life. I may have just met the twins, however, the fact that they're my children made them my top priority, as they are something I created, accident or not, they are my own. And there's no way I'd let someone harm them. That also includes the mother of my children. I also checked your children's, and both of them have magic circuits that surpass yours in amount and quality. They have great potential. This time for sure. I saw a slight smile on my sister's face. Surpasses mine in amount and quality? That's something worth mentioning, alright. Not many magus have a magic circuit that amounts to 100, not to mention a high-quality one. There's only a handful in history that has the same amount of magic circuits and quality. However, it didn't stop there, as Lorelei continued. Both of them also have a dormant mystic eye. Lorelei's lips were slightly curved as she said. They're going to be great Bartum Eloi, without a doubt, and they will need proper guidance for that to happen. That's why I'm going to be in charge of their magecraft training, and this time I'll groom them into a proper magus, which unfortunately where I failed with you, and now that I've learned from my mistake I would be more stricter with my teaching. Hearing that statement from my sister, my face slowly turned pale, and replied. Lorelei, isn't that my sentence was interrupted as Lorelei glared in my direction. What? Are you going to lecture me that I have flaws in my teaching? Yes, absolutely, as Lorelei's teaching isn't actually teaching at all, it is more like a torture disguised. Well, no, it's nothing. I decided to shut up as Lorelei's glare deepened. Magician or no, psychological attacks are very powerful. The fear I had toward her as a kid was coming back to me, then I stared at my twins and looked at them with no small amount of pity. I shed a single tear of manliness and thought. I'm sorry my children's papa failed to protect you from the beast I call my sister. I'll doom your fate. My children couldn't help but look at me weirdly as they saw my expression, but I didn't care, as they'll soon understand why I pity them. I averted my gaze away from them because I might cry from pity alone. Anyway, I couldn't let my children sacrifice in vain. That's why I'm going to spoil them before their training begins. It was at least I could do to lessen the burden inside their mind, as they would think of happy times and survive the teaching of my dearest sister Lorelei. And since she started revealing shocking news, it's only fair that I do the same, not to mention this is a perfect time to reveal it. Everyone, I have a confession to make. My words weren't loud, but everyone heard it, and now they are paying attention to me, including my twins. Honestly, I have to check if they're reincarnators soon, because I have a feeling that they are. No baby acts like them. A few days ago I obtained the first true magic, and now I'm a magician. Chapter 60, Most Valuable Information. Lorelei frowned at her brother's supposedly confession. It was nonsense of a level that she hadn't heard for a while. As her people say, the magus kind are smart, cunning, and ruthless, which is mostly true, but you have to remember, even if they are capable of magecraft, they too are humans, and humans are foolish creatures in general. That's why the existence of a foolish magus exists once in a while. There's a certain magus that claims that he mastered the magic of third heaven feel. But unsurprisingly, it was nonsense, because anyone with a brain wouldn't announce that they obtain magic. Doing so would give you a first-class seat and ceiling designation. No one wanted to be hunted, only fools want that, and because that certain foolish magus told a lie, he was executed the next day, despite his attempt at pathetic pleading. No one gets away with lying and disrespecting the ultimate goal of the magus kind, to reach the root, the ultimate end goal for all magi, an achievement that would be remembered throughout history. And reaching it means, to achieve a great power only gods of the past have. That's why she couldn't resist looking irritated as her own flesh and blood made a fool of himself. Thankfully he said it in private, because if did that in public with magi around he wouldn't leave unpunished. Alexander, I know you're smarter than that, you know the rules and so do I, Lorelei stated irritatedly. I suppose, it's understandable that you're skeptical of my claim. Her brother replied as if he expected this kind of reaction from her. Wait, tell me if I'm wrong, but isn't a magician in a moonlit world a magus that is capable of creating true miracles? The woman that sired her brother's children said curiously. Normally, she'd be annoyed to be asked such basic questions, especially when every magus knows about it, but she could give her slack since she just learned about the moonlit world. That's correct, Lorelei confirmed and continued. Because of that I'm a bit angry about my brother claiming that he's a magician of the first true magic. Normally lying about this matter would cause immediate execution, but fortunately this is a private conversation. However, it doesn't mean you can escape my punishment, Alexander. Hearing that falsifying about being a magician would cause execution turned not only I pale, but also the twins, but Lorelai didn't notice. Wait, hold on, just because it's unbelievable it doesn't mean I wasn't telling the truth. Alexander defended himself. That made Lorelai frown deeper and thought. Why is insisting on the fact that he is a magician? Could it be that he apostrophes? No, it can't be true. If becoming a magician was that easy, then I would have already become one myself. She thought a bit arrogantly. If anyone was the closest to achieving true magic, then it's her, Lorelai Bardem Eloy, and no one from the Mage Association would be able to refute that claim. That's a known fact. As arrogant as she is, her powers are also very real. Lorelai wasn't known to be the strongest mage in the modern era for no reason. She earned that title. Fine, I'll give you a benefit of doubt. Show me, Alexander, that you are a magician, and I'll give you the rank of Grand here and now. Lorelai had the authority to grant him that rank. After all, she had the highest rank in the clock tower aside from Zelrach himself, the Wizard Marshal. However, despite how valuable that rank is to the Mage Association and the clock tower, he just waved his hand and replied. No thanks, I have no interest in a rank that binds me more in the clock tower than it already is. Lorelai should have seen this coming, as her brother in particular doesn't care about ranks, or politics for that matter. It doesn't matter if you don't want to or not, you'll have it as long as you prove that you're a magician. Now brother, enough talking, show me undeniable proof that you're truly a magician of the first, Lorelai said, half sarcastic and half serious. Lorelai, I don't think her fiancé tried to say something, but she shut him up before he could finish the sentence. Shut up for a second, Shiru. Lorelai's cold voice made the incarnation of sword shut up. Alexander, being a good brother-in-law in his own way, made a whipping sound as he looked at her fiancé, making Shiru embarrassed. Enough of this nonsense, show me Alexander Bardem Eloy. Lorelai became quite angry at this farce the longer it stayed on topic. Alexander noticed that she was truly angry. He let out a sigh and became serious, and said, all right then, let me show you, Lorelai, that I, Alexander Bardem Eloy, achieved something that no one in our family could. With that, her brother snapped his fingers, and in that very moment, her worldview shattered literally as her brother changed the entire house effortlessly into something completely unusual. He denied reality, and this was the result. Lorelai at that moment believed that her brother, the one who she failed to educate as a proper magus, became one of the 3 active magicians in the modern era. The first magician of their great family. Honestly, Lorelai doesn't know what to feel about this. She was very proud naturally, but also conflicted, not to mention confused. Even Shiru was stunned at the unexpected development. Like her, he didn't believe that her brother could be a magician, and right now he showed them undeniable proof. Do you believe me now? Alexander asked as he crossed his arms together. Oh, of course. Lorelai was stunned to the point she stuttered, and to see her in such a state is almost impossible. I know you find it unbelievable that I obtained the first true magic, but at least trust me. Alexander pouted. It took a few seconds for Lorelai to recover. The fact that it only took a moment was amazing. You know that claiming to be a magician so suddenly without proper proof is unbelievable. In fact, anyone with a working brain won't easily believe that you have re-obtained the first true magic. Lorelai's voice was still in disbelief. Alexander stopped for a second before pondering and answering. You have a point, but either way, do you have some questions for me? Because you look like someone who has a lot of questions to ask me about. In fact, your face says it all. Lorelai blinked and realized that she completely dropped her cold and ruthless mask, but it was completely understandable for her part why she lost her footing. After all, it's not every day you learn that your brother is a magician. Not only that he's a magician, he's a user of the first true magic. Yes, indeed I have a lot of questions, but first, when did you become a magician? Lorelai asked seriously. Alexander made a pondering look and answered. A few days ago. Lorelai stared at her brother in disbelief and asked rather unbelievably. You didn't inform me about it? Alexander shrugged and answered. I can't just drop 2 bombs at you, like suddenly gaining an heir and becoming a true magician. Lorelai thought about it and muttered. That's fair. And besides, judging from your reaction when I revealed that I'm a magician, you immediately thought of it as nonsense and didn't believe me. That's a good point, and didn't say anything about it, so Lorelai asked another question. What's it like glimpsing the root? This was a question that she wanted answers the most. Every magus imagined what it felt like to reach the root. She wasn't an exception, and her brother is one of the few who managed to take a glimpse at it. She wanted to know what kind of experience he felt during the time he reached the root. However, instead of answering her question directly, her brother blinked a couple of times and replied. Lorelai, I didn't just glimpse at the root, I personally had a conversation with its avatar. What? This was perhaps the most shocking thing that she heard in her entire life. Unlike the Magus kind imagination about the root, she's actually nice. Her brother dropped another bomb. Root is a female? Lorelai gasps in surprise. It's not entirely incorrect, the root avatar is a female, however, I doubt the root had a gender, but one thing for sure is that the root had a mind of its own. It would think and talk like a normal intelligence being, different from whatever Magus description from it. Her brother stated the most valuable information for the Mage Association like it was nothing. After hearing that information from her brother, it would take a while even for her to recover. I wasn't surprised by my sister's reaction. After all, no one expected the root to have a personality of its own. It was just known to be the archive of everything, the past, the present, and the future. After all, it wasn't called Akashic Records for nothing. Maybe it was called that because the magicians who managed to reach the root only managed to glimpse at it, not like me who managed to have a conversation with it. That's why I'm probably the only one who managed to do such a thing, even amongst fellow magicians. Chapter 61. No. While my sister was still processing the fact that I'm a magician of the first true magic, now I have a question of my own and thought. Didn't I just leave for a few seconds? It shouldn't be possible for I and Lorelai to have a conversation about the moonlit world, as it would take a few minutes at most. Time should have stopped when I went inside the shop, and knowing that it didn't cause me to have a bit of concern, however, it didn't take me a long time to figure out what happened and thought. Wait. Is it because of me traveling in another world using the shop door? If that's the case then everything made sense, because technically I wasn't in the stop at that time but in another world entirely. Realizing that blunder I made, I couldn't help but feel how lucky I was knowing that it only took a few minutes that passed here and not days or worse years. It definitely would cause chaos, no doubt. Fortunately, time moves slower here than in Celestine's world. I stayed there for almost a day and only a few minutes had passed, and it was the average time of someone who finished their business in the toilet. I was really lucky that they didn't notice my disappearance. It made me smile knowing how close I was being exposed. Wait a minute, why was I trying to hide the fact that I have this ridiculously overpowered shop, to begin with? It wasn't like I'm scared of any magi, especially since I'm a magician. In fact, wouldn't it be better for me to say that I have this kind of shop? I really do need to refresh my perspective on this matter. Is this the downside of being a magus? Being secretive and all? In fact, exposing the shop to the world would only get me more profits, not to mention it's also better than waiting for new customers to arrive. Finally, my sister snapped out of it. I can't believe it. My brother is a magician first and Root is a female. I couldn't just stop myself from correcting her. Technically a female, it doesn't have a gender, Lorelai. Lorelai stared at me, entirely ignoring my previous words. How did you even become a magician? As far as I know, you aren't close to perfecting your craft, as I did with mine. I could hear her disbelief from here, however, I can't really deny her as I never had a specialized craft. I'm more of a jack of all trades. I knew magecraft from all 5 elements, but I never mastered them. But my mastery in magecraft is nowhere near my sister's. That's why Lorelai is surprised the fact I managed to obtain magic before she did. After thinking for a moment, I decided to be honest. With all the revelations 1 or 2, it wouldn't matter. Right? That's because I didn't. If you think I have a secret specialization in magecraft, I don't. The reason why I managed to obtain the first true magic is that I used the back door. Lorelai's eyes narrowed in confusion, as she has no idea what this back door is. Such a word is unfamiliar to the moonlit world, as there is no shortcut in perfecting your craft. And what do you mean by that? Lorelai frowned, deeply thinking about what I mentioned. Before I answer that question, I mentioned before that I have an encounter with an alien goddess, right? Well, encounter is a bit of an understatement. Try having a sexual relationship with that said alien goddess. But I don't need to say that out loud, especially when my ex is here. It is rude, and not to mention saying that in front of the children to the kids who may or may not understand that I have a sexual relationship with another female than their mother isn't exactly a good idea. Knowing exactly what I meant, Lorelai scowled and answered. I do, if I recall. You're quite proud of mentioning that. I couldn't help myself but laugh awkwardly at that, but hey, can you really blame me for bragging about banging a goddess? Something like that only happens in stories, legends, and myths. Either way, it wasn't going to be the subject of today's conversation, as amusing as it may be. Anyway, it has to do with that alien goddess. Why I managed to obtain the first true magic. She opened a way to get me directly to the root without alerting the counter guardian or Alea. That feat isn't just anyone could do. It speaks of how powerful Dee truly is. Hearing that, not only Lorelai was in shock but also Shirou. I can't blame them for reacting like that. After all, to hear an alien capable of opening a doorway to root isn't normal. It never is. Even ORT or Type Moon isn't capable of doing the same feat. That's why to hear an alien capable of doing such a feat is a very scary thought in the minds of Magi. Because if ORT and type moon beings that could wipe out humanity as a whole if given a chance, can't replicate the feat that this certain alien goddess can do, makes them question how powerful she is? Even though they weren't sure of the answer, it caused them to shiver in the spine. Lorelei looked like someone who saw the most horrific being in existence. To say that she was pale was an understatement. I didn't know she was capable of making such an expression, so I shifted my attention toward Shiru, whose expression was unusually serious. I, however, was confused as to why they were acting like it's the end of the world. I can't really blame her for not understanding, since she just learned about the moonlit world today. The children, however, were astonished by the fact that an alien goddess existed. Guys, calm down, you're acting like it's the end of the world or something. Honestly, it might as well be the end of the world for them, knowing that there's an alien that is capable of doing just that on the loose. Calm down? I just heard that there's an alien goddess on the loose, capable of wiping out humanity any time of the day, and you expect me to calm down? Lorelei exclaimed. Another surprise, I never saw my sister this agitated before, but hey, there's a first time for everything. Shiru didn't say anything, but the fact that he remained that way speaks that he agrees with Lorelei's words. Yes, because when that happens there's nothing you could do, I replied with a serious expression on my face. No matter how powerful Lorelei is, and even with all the Mage Association supporting her, it is nothing compared to D. Lorelei gritted her teeth at my honest reply. She can whine and argue all she wants, but my statement is nothing but the truth. She's smart and knew that what I said was the truth, but her pride wouldn't just let her admit that. It took Lorelei a full minute to calm her emotions and said with a weary tone. So you're giving up? I titled my head and replied a bit confused. No. Huh? But you just said before she could finish the sentence I interrupted her. You misunderstood. Just because I mentioned that there's nothing you could do when she decided to wipe out humanity, it doesn't mean I can't do anything about it. If that ever happened, which I doubt it would, I would do anything to prevent that from happening, because there's no way I'd allow that to happen. I've grown attached to this world, as shitty it may be, it's my home. I have friends and family here, that's why I won't allow humanity to be wiped out, the same with the planet. Hearing my words, Lorelei could only gape in my direction. It was honestly amusing to see her reaction because it's very rare for her to drop her mask entirely. Lorelei tried to say something about my statement, however, she couldn't find the words to, because now that she knows that I'm a magician of the first true magic, it wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that I'm the most powerful mage in the modern era, dethroning her. In the end, Lorelei closed her eyes and let out a sigh. I see. Trust me with this matter, Lorelei, because I won't let that situation happen. I stared into both my sister's and Shiru's eyes. Lorelei could only nod and replied with a slight smile. I take my words back that you're a failure of a magus. The fact that you reached the root despite how unusual it is, you are more than that, a magician. With my authority as the vice director of the clock tower, you are to receive the rank of Grand. Would you accept this honor that only few could have? I smiled at her and answered. No. Chapter 62, Conversations. It was very amusing to see my sister's reaction when I answered no. Either way, I have my reasons why I won't accept that rank, because frankly, that rank would give me more trouble than being an advantage. However, despite refusing that rank, Lorelei stated that it wasn't my choice, but that's bullshit, it is my choice. That's why Lorelei and I fought with words. In the end, I ended up receiving the title, but not without conditions. First and the most important part of why I accepted the title is that Lorelei promised me that the Mage Association can't force me to comply with whatever demand they have for me in the future. And second, no one should bother me, unless it's truly important. Third, that no one would try to do something funny to my family, which I doubt anyone would try considering I'm a Bartam Eloy and also a magician. Anyone with a working brain wouldn't try something stupid, however, just in case if some nutcase tries something. Because I know firsthand how stupid humanity could be. Anyway, after that talk with Lorelei, she decided to take a small nap, because it was mentally exhausting for her. Not that I blamed her for it, as I casually world-shattering bombs at her. That also means that she would be sleeping in a house. It wasn't that I'm against it. It's just that before she slept, she told me that I should live in a bigger house than this cabin I called a house. I wasn't even insulted, because frankly, she was right. The reason why I'm living in this house is because what the heck would I do with a mansion? It would be empty since I'm the only person who is going to be living in that place. That's why I settled for this average Japanese house where it isn't too small or too big. Just alright by my standards. However, now that I have a family living with me, it made me think maybe it's better for me to buy a mansion now. Suddenly I snapped out of my musing as I heard I's voice behind me. Penny for thoughts? I shifted my gaze toward I, who was smiling at me. I blinked and replied. No, it's nothing important. I looked a bit skeptical at that. Really? Yeah, I was just thinking maybe I should buy a mansion since this house is a bit too small for us to live in. I decided to tell her about my thoughts. Suddenly I sweats, and replies. I think the word important to you is different from mine because buying a mansion is definitely important to me. Oh yeah, right, for a non-Magi a mansion is kind of a big deal, but truly for those who are part of the moonlit world, it's nothing. Waver Velvet is a special exception. It is. I hated how I sounded surprised, being part of the moonlit world, or being a Bartum always cured my common sense. Yes. I nodded. Lorelei must have rubbed off me. Definitely, it simply isn't a question but the answer. Wait, is this because Lorelei called this house a cabin? I asked, surprised as she realized something. I don't need to say anything, my silence was telling already. I can't believe it's because of that. I said in astonishment and continued. Your house isn't a cabin, okay? If it's a cabin, then what should I call the apartment that me and the twins are living in before a tent? I couldn't stop myself from pointing it out. The twins and I. Details. No, it's kind of important. It is because you'll find yourself being corrected by grammar Nazi. After that I suddenly asked something quietly. Is it really true that there's an alien that is capable of wiping humanity anytime? So this is the reason why she wanted to talk to me. I should have seen this coming. Anyway, how should I break this news to her? The fact that there isn't just one alien who is capable of doing that. Let's not forget to mention the evils of humanity or simply beasts. Yes, well, in fact there's multiple of them. I couldn't help but wince as I realized how blunt I sounded. As I broke the news to her, I wasn't surprised by her reaction. It was pure shock. Yes, exactly my reaction when I realized I reincarnated into this world. There's multiple of them. I tried to suppress her voice but failed. Yep, however, you don't have to worry about them, because those beings are either inactive or aren't interested in human affairs, I said to assure her that it's fine. However, what did I expect for her to calm down? She didn't. Instead she became more worried. I look at her worried form, and her reaction really reminds me of myself. Listen, think about them won't do anything good for your health. I know it's hard to accept but it is what it is. There's simply nothing you could do about it. Harsh, but it's the reality. She is too weak to actually do something if those kinds of beings would try to exterminate humanity. I paused and bit her lips, and then after a full minute, she let out a sigh and replied. Why, you are probably right. The tone you're using doesn't really help you convince me, you know. I give her a wary look. What do you expect me to do? Just accept this as normal? I narrowed my eyes at her and replied without hesitation. Yes, because at the end of the day, the safety of humanity has nothing to do with you. I didn't say anything, however, I could tell that she understands my statement. However, understanding my statement also has nothing to do with the fact that she disliked it. Fine, I'll try to act like this is normal. It was clear that she's dissatisfied with this. However, there's little that she could actually do. Look, I know you aren't worried about the well-being of the rest of humanity aside from our children. The reason why you're afraid is because if those beings wanted to wipe out humanity, it would also include the twins, isn't that right? I looked at her directly in the eyes as she was looking at mine, surprised. It wasn't hard to guess what she's thinking. A mother that is worried about her children is pretty common. It's just her maternal instinct. I closed my eyes and continued. I know I just met the twins yesterday and my bond with them isn't as strong as yours, but trust me, I will do anything to protect them as they are mine, so you don't have to worry about them dying or being harmed, not in my watch. I stared at her with conviction, not realizing the effects of my words. I's face became a bit red from my speech about protecting our children. Slowly she averted her gaze away from mine and replied. I'll hold on to those words. I blinked as I saw her reaction and thought. Wait, did I just flirt my way to her? It is a known fact that the easiest way to attract a single mother is through her children. And I went. I just did that. It wasn't my intention though. When I was about to say something, I suddenly spoke. It's already late at night. I'll see you tomorrow. Quickly she went upstairs without looking back in my direction. I looked at her disappearing away from my sight. That just happened. I scratched the back of my head and thought. She's right, it's indeed late, maybe I should sleep right now. I went upstairs and was about to go to my room to rest, however, before I could I heard noises from the twins' room. Normally I wouldn't have bothered as it's just a baby thing, however, due to having Roger's template, my senses including my hearing increased greatly, that it's almost inhuman. And no, I definitely wasn't imagining the fact that those two toddlers are having a very serious conversation with words and proper sentences. It isn't normal, there are no toddlers that could communicate like that. I approached their room and both children didn't realize I was watching them engaging in a conversation with each other. The world could end at any moment right now. How do you expect me to react? Now, that sounds a bit familiar. Didn't I just say something similar a while ago? Ruby looked agitated with her baby face, while her brother, Aqua, tried to say, "Relax, panicking won't do anything good." However, his sister interrupted him and said, "Shut up. Shut up. I don't want to die again." Aqua couldn't help but wince at his twin's reaction. Finally, I decided to join the conversation. "No one is dying, especially not under my watch." Hearing my words, immediately the twins' attention shifted to my direction, who smiled at their shocked faces. Honestly, they look amusing and adorable at the same time. What a powerful combination. I could see Ruby and Aqua panicking as they looked at each other's eyes. I could tell that they were communicating even though they weren't verbally saying it. A few seconds later, Aqua suddenly tried to act like a normal toddler, and Ruby followed along. If I were a normal person I would probably buy it, but nope, there's no way I'd believe this farce when it's too obvious. Nope, I'm definitely not buying that act. You know that my family and I are mage kids. I've seen weirder things. A reincarnated pair of babies isn't going to faze me, so are you going to continue to act or not? I was certain that they wouldn't because they're smart and it would have been pointless to continue acting anyway. Aqua, after a full minute, let out a sigh. The toddler asked, "Does that mean we aren't unique?" "Nope, I confirmed it for them." "Then, you know another reincarnator like us?" Aqua, hoping that I do. Hearing that specific question I couldn't help but laugh. "I don't just know another reincarnator, you're looking at him." I looked at Ruby, who was also curious about my answer, and I decided to tell them something that I'll probably never say to my sister and the rest. The only reason why I'm admitting this is that I feel kindred toward them. "That's right, and you're looking at him." Aqua and Ruby looked confused for a moment, but after processing the information they heard, they screamed at the top of their little lungs. Chapter 63, Revelation. They can't believe it, never in their tiny minds, that their father is apparently in the same circumstances as them, a reincarnated person. That's why they couldn't hide their surprise. Seeing their strong reaction, he chuckled at them and said, "Surprised?" To say that they were surprised was an understatement. Surprised? Of course. Why wouldn't we be not surprised by the fact that our biological father is a reincarnator like us? Wait. Could this be genetic? It was Aqua who thought that, and Ruby couldn't find herself disagreeing with her older twin's statement. Aqua's words made their father pause for a moment as he gave them a pondering look. "I mean, that statement isn't really incorrect, but I doubt that's the case. Anyway, mind if I ask you 2 questions?" their father Alex asked. Seeing that there's no harm in answering, they nodded and their father said, "Do you still remember your previous life names?" That's a strangely specific question. It honestly made Aqua a bit cautious and was about to ask their father why. However, his less intelligent twin immediately answered, "Serena, Tendoji Serena." And that made Aqua's little body freeze as he remembered a certain patient that he took care of when he was still a medical doctor, and the reason why he became I's fan. Serena? Tendoji Serena? Aqua stared at his twin sister and thought, no way. Could she be the same? But if she is, what are the chances? Ruby shifted her attention toward her twin brother and was confused by his reaction and couldn't help asking, "What's wrong, Aqua? Ruby, tell me. Are you a patient with anaplastic astrocytoma before you reincarnate?" Ruby was stunned at such a specific question and replied shatteringly, How did you know?" Her answer confirmed it all, and Aqua couldn't help but say, "Seriously? Is this some sort of fate?" Aqua didn't really believe in fate or similar illogical concepts as that, however right now he's willing to because this is too much of a coincidence. Then he looked at his twin sister's eyes and confessed, "Because Ruby, no, Serena, the reason why I know that you're a patient is because I was your personal medical doctor." Ruby looked confused for a moment before realizing what he said. "Wait, your?" Aqua nodded to confirm it and answered, "That's right, I'm Amamiyagaru." Ruby's eyes widened in shock. "And no way. Sensei?" Aqua nodded and he was also shocked but more controlled. "It's me, Serena." Without a warning, Serena, now named Ruby, hugged her older twin's body tightly. Happiness was visible on her face. "No way. No way. Is it really you, Sensei? I can't believe this is happening." Aqua couldn't help but smile as his sister's happiness was infectious. "Same here, Serena." They temporarily forgot their father, who was listening to their conversation in silence, and finally breaking it. "I take you to know each other in your previous life?" That's right." Ruby was crying in happiness as she continued to hug her twin brother, who is her doctor and crush in her previous life. "What are the chances? His definitely isn't a coincidence." Their father looked oddly suspicious about something. It was as if he knew something. "Maybe." Aqua replied, "There's no way to answer that question after all. They are diving into the supernatural territory and he knew absolutely nothing aside from what he heard from his biological father's sister. Anyway, how old were you 2 when you died? And what is the cause of your death, if you don't mind answering?" their father asked. "Normally, Aqua wouldn't answer such a question, but at this point, was there really a secret that he has that is worth keeping? So he answered. I'm 28 when I died and the cause of death was that I was murdered. Ruby gasps in shock as she hears that her sensei died because of murder. What? Why you were murdered? By whom? Honestly, Aqua was surprised by how causal he was treating his death. I have no idea, but I do know that the murderer is I's stalker. What? Aqua couldn't help but wince at his twin sister's exceptionally loud voice. Yeah. So you were murdered, huh? Aqua noticed that there's a strange glint in his father's eyes when he mentioned his apparent death. Yep. Suddenly he asked something he didn't expect. Did someone know about your death? Aqua blinked and thought about it and replied while shaking his head. No, I don't think so, as there's no news about my body being found yet. Huh? What? No news about your death, sensei? Ruby screamed with her little lungs. If she continues to be this loud, it wouldn't be just his eardrums would be broken. The people who are in this house, sans Alex, would know about this commotion. Serena, can you please stop shouting? Huh? You expect me to, after hearing that you got murdered and the person WHO murdered you is still on the loose? Ruby did not stop shouting. Aqua pauses for a bit, and what she said does make sense, but still, if she continues to do this, everyone would be woken up by her loud voice. Don't worry about waking everyone up. I've already put a bounded field to prevent anyone outside this room from hearing the content of this conversation. You can scream all you want, no one would hear this. Their father smiled and gave them a wink. That's very useful. As expected, magic is awesome. Anyway, let's continue this conversation about your apparent murderer. Tell me every single detail that you remember about that person. Aqua spared no time and explained what he knew about his killer. With his father's support, maybe his death would finally achieve justice. Although, this is something that he won't say out loud, but he was glad that he died and got reincarnated. It wasn't like he disliked his previous life, but this life was significantly better than the last. It was such an interesting conversation with my children. Although they are reincarnated babies, it doesn't change the fact that they have my blood inside them. The fact that their reincarnation doesn't change anything. I wasn't shallow just because their soul and mind is another person entirely. They were still mine. And besides, it would be hypocritical of me to reject them, as I'm the same as they are, a reincarnator. As a person with the same circumstances, it was my job to guide them properly, not hate them for being the same. Anyway, my son was apparently murdered in his previous life by I's stalker, Bartolomeo or not. The fact that there's an obsessed murderer on the loose right now needed my primary attention. Who knows, in the future that person would be a threat, not to me but to my children and I. That's why I have to find the suspect. Also, the previous body of Aqua was somewhere. Finding it would be just a matter of time before I would give his body a proper burial. It's only natural, as he's my son after all, previous or not. The fact that he's a Bartolomeo now is enough. Anyway, I need to take a call to find the suspect that murdered my son's previous body and also find his body. Aqua gave me the location of where it may be, so it would take a day or a few at most. I took my phone and called a group that would willingly investigate the matter with the right price. Money isn't really a problem for me. No offense to the police, but most of the time they are incompetent. I'd rather hire people that could finish the job within a few days. After I discussed the terms and conditions with the group, which they gladly accepted with a happy tone, it would only be a matter of time before this case would be solved. Either way, now that one of the problems has been dealt with, there was another that I wanted answers from. My children's reincarnation. It was too convenient to be a coincidence. I know that the concept of fate exists in this universe, however, their reincarnation is just too convenient. I have an inkling of suspicion that Dee had something to do with this. Honestly, almost every chaos in my life had something to do with her. I'm not even going to bother defending her. That's why I needed answers. Normally when someone needed an answer, they would start looking for it, but in my case, I don't need to, because the person I'm looking for is right in front of me. Dee. Hey Alex, was it just me, or you disappeared from this world for a few minutes? Dee smiled beautifully. Oh, damn, why does she have to start with that? I groaned internally. I knew there was someone who would ask about my disappearance. Chapter 64, Source of all evil. Lying pointlessly would get me nowhere. I let out a sigh and replied. You weren't imagining it, I did disappear from this world. Dee smiled at my honesty and said. I thought you'd lie to my face, but I guess you didn't. I'm so happy that you trust me. I wasn't sure if she's being genuine or sarcastic. However, one thing for sure is that I don't trust her, far from it. She may help me a lot, however, those were for her amusement. Everything she did is for entertainment, whether it's directly or indirectly. No, I don't trust you, not a bit. I bluntly replied. I fear her. Yes, that is true, but it made me realize something. She's incredibly powerful, so if she wanted to kill me right here and now, there's nothing I could do to stop her from doing so. Rather, it's pointless acting fearfully toward her. I mean, what's the point of struggling knowing that you can't do anything to her? At least that's the case for now, but in the future who knows. Still, it makes me wonder if I were to become as powerful as I would become bored as she is. Because I definitely could see that happening. Dee pouted at my blunt reply. That's harsh. You hurt this innocent maiden's heart. She acted pitifully in front of me. It was seriously creepy how real it looked. If it was any other guy, they would immediately buy this pitiful act of hers, but unfortunately for her, I'm not buying it, because I'm sure that she's grinning internally while doing this. Also, innocent maiden heart? How could she say that without feeling ashamed? I couldn't stop rolling my eyes at her act, and said, "Please stop that, it's making me uncomfortable." I thought boys like to see girls act pitiful and play the white knight to comfort them. Dee said as she tilted her head. Where did you hear that information? That information sounds ridiculous even to me, also that's the first time I've heard of it. On the internet, Dee answered with hesitation. Of course. The internet is the source of all evil, the origin of all kinky shits, the creator of memes, and the battlefield of keyboard warriors. It makes me wonder how the internet didn't become the beast, because clearly it's more evil than beast vi. I thought you're supposed to be omniscient. I'm disappointed in you, to think you of all people use the internet Wikipedia for information. I look at her with a clear disappointment on my face. Hey, don't look at me like that. It's not like you don't use it yourself. Dee protested. I have no shame admitting that, however, unlike you, I didn't claim to be omniscient. I smiled at her mockingly. Dee pouted once more and said, You have a gall using my own words at me. Yes, quite ironic, isn't it? I smiled at her. Dee Humphrey perfectly, it was as if she had a rehearsal before she acted like that. Anyway, we are getting further off topic. Since you admitted vanishing in this world, tell me, where were you? If I don't tell you about it, you won't force me? Dee didn't answer, however, her smile was telling all. She won't take no for an answer. I could feel it within my skin. I let out a sigh and decided to say. I was in another world, or well, an entirely different universe at that time. Okay, but it doesn't exactly tell me anything. Oh, I know for a fact that you're not in our universe, because if you did I'd know. Dee used her fingers to hold her chin. Be specific. Like, how did you get there in the first place? Because I know your first true magic can't do something like that. Dee said. Okay, that's reasonable, and then I replied. I have an interdimensional shop inside my soul. There, I said it. Honestly, I thought I'd feel more anxious after revealing it to her. However, instead I feel calm, like I should have done this a while ago in the first place. Dee's eyes widened. A shop in your soul. That apostrophe s. Amazing. I never encountered something as unique as this. As expected, I wasn't wrong about you. You are unique. She isn't incorrect. The shop inside me is unique, but the host isn't. Show me. Dee demanded. I won't say no to that, for two reasons. One is that she'd force me if I didn't want to, and two is that there's no reason for me to refuse her. Besides, bringing her to the shop would get me more profits. It would definitely be no-brainer if I'd refuse. Sure. I nodded and gathered my thoughts and entered the shop along with Dee. The shop was the same as always, so I wasn't really surprised. However, Dee was. Whoa, so this is the shop? How amazing. Dee looked like a child for the first time in an amusement park. Well, it is amazing. It's something hard to deny. However, I'm sure she wasn't talking about the architecture of the shop, but the shop itself. Dee frowned. I noticed her reaction and asked. What's up? Hearing that question made her frown deepen. I can't feel the connection between my real body. I never felt so weak in my entire life. Oh, her reaction suddenly makes sense, and also to think the shop could cut off her connection toward her real body. Really? How weak are you right now? I asked curiously. Dee pondered at my question, and after a few seconds, she answered. Right now I have only 0.1% of my overall power. And how strong is that? Probably enough to destroy several planets with ease, Dee said casually. I stared at her in disbelief. That was weak to her? I can't imagine what is strong in her book, honestly. I don't want to know. This is a very strange experience. Is this what it felt like to be immortal? How wonderful. Dee smiled widely. Her reaction of losing most of her ability was the opposite. If anyone were to suddenly lose the majority of their power for no reason, there's no doubt they're going to react negatively. However, Dee was different. She was genuinely enjoying the feeling of being weak, after knowing what it felt to be strong all of her life. Being almost powerless is a new sensation to her. You know, people normally get frustrated when they suddenly lose the majority of their powers. Oh, don't worry, I'm not like most people, as the feeling of vulnerability is something new to me, a sensation that I never thought I'd experience. Dee kept the smile on her face that honestly started to look disturbing. I don't think you're vulnerable. If you could still blow up several planets with ease. It was pointless to compare my common sense to hers, but regardless I tried anyway. To me, it is, anyway. Enough. Tell me how this shop of yours works. Dee eagerly asked. So I told her about how the shop functions, at least for the customer. After explaining it, Dee nodded and said, I see, so to get credits I just need to convert something I owned? Easy enough, alright, convert every skill I have. I blinked in a couple of times and asked doubtfully. Are you sure? Yep, do it. This is just a vessel anyway, I can regain what I lost easily. Oh right, this isn't her real body, if that's what she wants then, there's no need to hesitate. I need to check her status before I start converting them. And behold the most ridiculous stats I've witnessed in the history of the shop. Name, Wakabe Aero, sex, F, age, 1000 plus, vessel, strength, X plus, endurance, X plus, agility, X plus, mana, X plus, luck, X plus, NP, and, innate skills, divinity, rank X plus, perfect vessel, rank X plus, demon, rank X, divine core, rank X plus, immortality, rank X plus, chaos, rank X plus, acquired skills, gamer, rank A plus, pleasure expert, rank X plus. What the fuck, her acquired skills are too many to list, most of them were either A plus or X plus, and the lowest is B plus. This is seriously ridiculous, and to think this is just a vessel. What about her original body? What kind of stats would it have? Probably mind-blowing. After that, I converted every single skill in her vessel, because I converted every single skill of her, whether it's innate or not. Her stats significantly lowered, the X plus before turned into E's, without X, and the total credits she had is a whooping 12M, making her the richest customer presently. Hey, Dee, how do you feel? I couldn't help but ask her. I feel so weak. How wonderful! Dee exclaimed in glee as she felt how vulnerable she is right now. Most people react the opposite. I smiled at her warily. Well, I'm not most people. Dee kept her wide smile. I know that already. I let out a sigh. Anyway, rape me right here and now. Force me to submit. I'm currently vulnerable right now. Dee looked in my direction with a crazed expression and was definitely very horny. Hearing that from her, made me rethink if it was really the right decision to bring her here. In your dreams, no way I'd do that. Even if I trade all of my credits for it. So what is it? Dee smirked in my direction. The answer is obvious. Damn, this woman, she really knows what motivates me. Chapter 65, Archer. I won. For the first time with my sexual battle with Dee, every time we did I would always be the one who fell short, in stamina and endurance. Now that I have better stamina, not to mention Dee's vessel was greatly weakened, I finally got a chance to beat her. As unfair as it is, a win is a win. There's no such thing as honorable or dirty in a battle, only fools do such things. I left Dee in the shop bed, who fainted because her body couldn't handle too much excitement. Regardless of that, she was utterly satisfied, her face says it all. I was standing a bit more proudly than before, as I won an impossible. I beat a primordial goddess. Either way, since she's unconscious, she still hasn't given me her credits, but that's fine because I know Dee would give them to me after. If there's one thing that I respect about her, is that she keeps her word. I wasn't that impatient, a few hours of waiting is nothing, however, there was nothing I could do to stop my excitement. After all 12M credits, what kind of ridiculous things could I buy with that amount? The possibilities were infinite. Shaking my head, I needed a distraction. Oh, I know. Why don't I buy something for my kids in the shop? Since I have more than 22K right now, I could buy them a present. I want something that could be useful to them, something that could protect them when I'm not beside them. After all, I'm not omnipresent, I can't be anywhere, anytime. I'm only a single person. That's why a protective item or skill is very important. I searched in the shop catalog and eventually got into the Pokemon section. There's a lot of selection, from common, shiny, and mystical to legendaries. Even Ultra Beast is in the shop. It isn't surprising considering the shop has everything. Using Pokemon to protect my children is a good idea. Not only are these Pokemon a great companion, but they're also powerful. Well, depending on which Pokemon it is, I definitely wouldn't pick a weak one, as I'm not trying to buy one as a pet. But for protection, looking at the prices I couldn't help but wince. How come Pokemon are more expensive than some powerful weapon? I get that they're living beings and all, but the lowest is 100 credits, and to think it's Fikuna. What's the use of that Pokemon? Granted it's hard, and you could use it as a shield, but that's it. Unless you have a weird kink of using it as a dildo, then no, it's useless. Only idiots would buy something like that. I continued to look and okay, why the heck is Pikachu more expensive than Raikou? I know that Pikachu is an icon, but please, everyone knows it's weaker than Raikou unless of course, it's Ash. Then I looked up at the legendary and mythical section. I couldn't help but wince at the prices once more, however at least I know that this is reasonable considering their abilities. Arceus cost 1 billion credits, yep, something that would never be able to afford at least for now, not that I'm planning to buy the god of the Pokemon world. Also Doug. Wait, there's also a human version of Arceus, now that's surprising, its female version looks cool, with that symbol behind her back. There's a Lily version, teen version, adult version, and MILF version. Wonderful, I can only watch, not buy because my money is insufficient, buying Arceus comes with a bonus universe. Either way, I could only dream. There's also Dialga and Palkia, while they aren't as expensive as Arceus, they still cost over 100 million credits. Other legendary Pokemon cost over hundreds of thousands or millions, considering some have ridiculous abilities, the price was fair. Even with an 80% discount, I could barely afford some legendary Pokemon. That's why I give up trying to buy legendary Pokemon for now and focus on other Pokemon that aren't legendary but powerful. There's too many choices, however, the ones that stood out the most are Eevee and Alola Vulpix. It wasn't like they're powerful, but they're kids-friendly Pokemon, plus these two Pokemon could pass as a dog. And it would be kind of funny if they were to interact with Primate Murderer or Beast 4. Fizz the Pokemon of Nasuverse, you can't change my mind. After pondering, I decided to buy the two Eevee that cost 1,000, Alola Vulpix is about the same price. Then two adorable dogs, foxes, or whatever these creatures are called in my world, I'd go with the dog because it's more common. Suddenly Eevee and Alola Vulpix materialize in front of me, and god they are adorable. I wasn't immune to cuteness, as I'm a cat lover myself, the picture doesn't do them justice, the real thing is 10x cuter. Vulpix. The white Vulpix was confused, as it wondered where it was, until it saw me, its eyes brightened and immediately jumped at me, started showing its affection like a cat with its owner. I smiled and couldn't just stop myself from creasing its fur, and it enjoyed my gentle strokes, and the Eevee followed after the Alola Vulpix as soon as it saw me. These cute little guys, I'm sure the kids would love them, even though they're reincarnator, there's no way they'd be able to resist these Pokemon cuteness. Easy little guys, as much as I wanted to take care of the two of you, I'm not going to be your partner. I'm not exactly sure if they could understand me, but I'm hoping they did considering how smart these Pokemon are. To my joy and relief, they did, although they're a bit sad that I won't be their partner, however, it doesn't mean I can't bond with them. I'm sure that they're going to be the most overpowered house pet, excluding Primate Murderer, of course, that thing is another level. After playing and chatting with the bundle of joy in my lap for a few hours, finally Dee woke up. It was clear that she's exhausted, not surprising considering what we did. Hey, drink this. I gave her a glass of healing water that I bought in the catalog a while ago, it was cheap. She's pretty weak right now since all her skills, including the acquired ones, were converted. Dee is nothing more than an ordinary human girl right now, except for her exceptional beauty. She didn't hesitate to take my offer and drank it in one go, not caring whether I put poison in it or not. Dee let out an unlady burp, and smiled. That was great, I never really experienced what it's like to feel exhausted or need healing, this is a new experience to me. Right, you should be careful next time though, you don't know if the glass I gave you is poisoned or not. I think she is already aware of this considering her age, but I just can't help myself from giving her advice. But it isn't. You don't know that. I know, however even if it didn't it's not like it matters to me. Dee shrugged it like it was nothing. Yep, why am I giving advice to a person that doesn't value it, to begin with? Anyway, let's change the topic. So, about the credits. Yeah, how do I send it to you anyway? Dee asked, which I gladly taught her how to. After a few minutes, finally, the 12M credits were sent to my card. I couldn't stop myself from smiling, with this money I could become more powerful, either way, it can wait. How do I get back in our world anyway? With all of my supernatural abilities stripped away from me, there's no way I'd be able to come back unless I commit suicide with my vessel. Dee said casually. You don't need to do that, just go to the door and it will lead back to our world, I replied. Alright, you're not coming? Dee asked as she walked toward the door. No, I'll come back later. Oh well, I'll come back here soon. Dee winked in my direction before exiting. After she left, I smiled and thought. The distraction left, now it's time for me to. My thoughts were interrupted as someone went inside the shop, a new customer, and this time I couldn't help but open my mouth in surprise. Archer? Chapter 66, Amiya. It's natural for me to be surprised, after all, it's not every day you meet the counter-guardian counterpart of your brother-in-law. Behold Amiya, he hated his name or forgot, either way, he just doesn't want anyone to mention he was Shiryu as he hated himself with passion. Archer's eyes narrowed as he saw my figure, his body was tense, it was as if he's ready to move when doing something suspicious. Who are you? And where is this place? Although Archer's tone was calm, there was hidden steel inside it. Thanks to his question, I managed to snap out of it and let out an amused smile and thought. Now this is interesting. If Shire was here, there's no doubt a fight would happen. Isn't it a bit rude, considering you're the one who went in? Despite that logic, Archer wasn't amused and I could tell that he was starting to gather prana into both of his hands. Whoa, no need to be tense, geez, are all counter-guardians like you? I know that they aren't, cause look at Mizashi. You know what I am. Archer was now fully alert and was about to start attacking me. I frowned and said. If I were you, don't do whatever you're about to do. Archer suddenly let out his signature smirk and replied. And why would I do that? My expression became serious and answered. Because people die if they get killed. I just couldn't stop myself from saying those words. I was grinning internally, and just like that Archer looked confused. What are you talking about? Just because you're correct doesn't mean you're right. This time I couldn't stop the smile that was forming on my face. Archer doesn't know, for some reason those words irked him, shaking his head. Are you making fun of me? No. I smiled. Oi, don't bluntly lie in front of my face, Archer said, annoyed. Haha, anyway, as for your previous question, I suppose I'll have to introduce myself. I'm Alexander, or just Alex, and as to where you are, you're currently inside my humble shop. I answered his previous question. This is a shop. Archer looked around with a skeptical expression. I wasn't even mad that he was skeptical of the entire thing. To be fair, he wasn't the first to think that this place isn't a shop, nor he would be the last. Suddenly Archer froze from his spot as he was looking at a certain sword on the shelves like a hawk eyeing its prey. I followed the poor man's gaze and realized he was looking at Excalibur, longingly. It was as if he's looking at someone rather than the sword itself, and I know exactly what he's thinking right now. He's thinking about Archeria. At this point Archer had forgotten a lot of things in his life before he made a contract with Ila and became a counter-guardian. However, there's still few that he could remember even after spending centuries as Ila's dog. One of those unforgettable moments is Saber. The first night they met each other, she took his breath away, and it immortalized inside his mind. Is that? I finished the sentence for him. Excalibur, yes, the real one, not a replica. Archer, of course, knew that it was real or else he wouldn't have paid attention to it, but the question that he wanted an answer is. How did it get here? Looking at Archer's neutral, to cold expression. It was safe to say that he was misunderstanding something. Emilia, before you do something you regret, I'll tell you that the Excalibur on the shelves isn't stolen from your beloved Seba. Although still suspicious, Archer became significantly less tense after hearing those words. Then how? I have no idea, that's why I just smiled and replied. That's a story for another time, so yes, back to the topic. Since now that you know that this is a shop, would you like to buy anything? This time, it isn't about profit, I mean a part of it is for profit. However, I wanted to know if the shop is capable of converting Emilia's contract with Ila. Archer wanted to say something, however, he stopped and decided to play along, for now. I don't have any money with me. Even though I already explained this multiple times, I would never get bored of this. Oh, you don't have to worry about that. You can convert anything that you possess. Anything? Archer frowned. Indeed, everything including your contract with Ila. My smile widened as I saw his expression turned into disbelief and shock, before shaking his head, probably thinking that it was impossible. Humphrey, that's impossible. Archer scowled at me. Maybe, who knows, but if the shop is capable of selling a literal god, then I don't think converting a contract from a goddess is impossible. Why not let me try converting it? You'll lose nothing by the end of the day. There's no way he could argue with my logic. Archer hesitated, clearly the poor man wasn't buying it. After thinking for a long time, the counter-guardian decided. Fine, convert it. From his tone alone, he wasn't expecting anything, however, he couldn't hide the slightest hope hidden. Now that I received his consent, I proceeded to convert his contract with the representative of humanity. And it worked, making me smile and thought. I just saved your counterpart, brother-in-law, you owe me one. Not that I would be able to withdraw it, since he wasn't here to witness this. Now that his contract with Ila is gone, I'm waiting for him to realize that. With a smile I said. Your contract with Ila has been converted, you're now free from her influence. What nonsense! Archer suddenly paused as he felt something that he never thought was possible. His contract with the representative of humanity, or that bitch for short, is completely gone. As the thought sank into him, stared at me and said with a shocked disbelief expression. I'm free. Indeed you are. I was definitely enjoying this. It felt nice to free an innocent man from his eternal torture. His ideal was beautiful, it was innocent, yet it's also an impossible utopia that can't be achieved. It wasn't wrong, however, it is also stupid. You can't save anyone, that is a fact. The poor man didn't know what to do with the news. Judging from his reaction, he can't believe that this was all happening. I can't really blame the man for reacting like that. After all, there aren't many who would undo Ila's contract. How does it feel to be finally free from her? I don't know why she's categorized as her when she's clearly a genderless entity like Root. I don't know. Archer was still in shock. I approached him and gave him a pat on the shoulder. Take it easy. I know this seems unbelievable, but trust me, it is. You can do whatever you want, as no one would force you with anything. You have regained your freedom. Archer slowly nodded and accepted my words. What a pitiful man, to think being free is a foreign concept to him, then again being in contract with Ila almost guaranteed eternal servitude. While Archer was musing about his unexpected freedom, suddenly another set of customers arrived. Looking at the newest arrival and seeing that it was Olga, Discordia and Chloe, honestly, I wasn't expecting them to visit this soon. Regardless, I have to greet them. Welcome to my humble shop, Olga and Chloe. Olga nodded. So, this is your shop. It certainly is unique. And oh my, I didn't know what distracted her at first. However, it didn't take me long to figure out what distracted her. It was Archer. Olga boldly approached him. Hey, are you a dark elf? She was eyeing his appearance from head to toe. She wasn't even trying to hide the fact that she was treating him as an eye candy. Archer snapped out of his musing as the Queen of Dark Elves suddenly approached him. Seeing the tanned beauty, he couldn't help but thought. Phantasmal species? No. Olga was a bit disappointed by that answer, but regardless, it didn't change a thing. It doesn't matter which race you are from, I suppose. Either way, I'll be blunt with you. I want to know you. Archer didn't know what to say, what to do right now. Okay. Chloe was also confused by her queen's action, however, it was different for me and I thought in surprise. His rank X harem protagonist skill is working. I can't believe I managed to witness its legendary. I'm going to enjoy watching this and maybe learn a thing or two from the counter guardian. What is this? My contract with Subject Emiya has been terminated? Who dared to do such a thing? A voice filled with anger echoed across the endless space. This was the first time someone managed to get away from its influence, that's why it's angry. Whoever did this will pay. Ila started her investigation toward this unexpected event. She wasn't worried about losing one Emiya, because she had several versions of them ready to be deployed. However, what she minds is there is someone out there capable of terminating her contract without her permission. That's why she will find them and make them feel the consequences of taking what's hers. Chapter 67, Employment Offer. Looking at them having a conversation, I could tell that Archer was uncomfortable with this. His body language says so. However, despite that, he still manages to have a conversation with the Dark Elf Queen, quite well despite having a different vocabulary and speech pattern. They hit well, or at least in the perspective of Olga Discordia. She was giggling in amusement as she was having a conversation with him. On the sidelines, I was looking at the Archer with awe. Well, I mean, I witnessed this plenty of times with my brother-in-law, but it didn't make it less amazing. How could they make a cold woman melt like it was nothing? Not to mention unintentionally raising affection level with the opposite gender so fast, like a low-level player grinding in a high-level area and succeeding. Either way, this is such a mystery. Must one be natural to do this? Or can you master this skill? As expected of a ranked Xeroj protagonist. While they two were having a great conversation, Chloe unsurprisingly became a third wheel. I pity her, however, there's no way I'd help or strike up a conversation with her. You might think that it's a bad move considering I'm a merchant that seeks more profit, as communication is the key. But honestly, I couldn't be bothered entertaining her, since Chloe left a negative impression toward me. I still could remember how rude she was after I helped her regain her purity and dignity. Forgive me for being petty, but I'm only human and I would naturally hold a grudge. I'm no saint, nor am I interested in becoming one, so if she apologizes for that particular moment, I will forgive her. I'm not that stingy. But since she didn't, I would continue to ignore her and treat her as if she doesn't exist. For a mere contract, it surely made a lot. It got converted into 10,000 credits. There's a lot of things that Emiya could buy with that amount of credits. Not to mention, he probably wouldn't spend too much. Knowing him, he'll probably buy something kitchen-related. And I don't think he's going to buy power-ups either, since technically he gave up being an ally of justice. His obsession was no more now that he's free from Ila and his broken ideals. After talking with Archer, Olga finally stated her intention. While it was obvious she came to buy something in the shop, however this time she didn't convert her skills, but some precious artifact that she owned. While it may be precious and considered powerful in her world, but in the shop is not worth mentioning, so she only received a few hundred points. At least it's better than nothing. Let's not forget about Summer, who sold hers and only got 20. As Olga was looking at the catalog for useful items or skills for her magic, I approached Archer and said, "So, did it finally sink into you that you're now free?" The red counter guardian nodded. Yeah. But it still feels unbelievable. Well, I may not know how he feels about this matter, however as for the unbelievable part, I have a lot of experience with that particular subject. Believe it. Dapeo, I gave him a thumbs up and he answered with a slight smile. Then I decided to ask him. What are you going to do now? I saw him pause for a bit, before shaking his head and replying. I don't know. I never really considered what to do after being freed from Ila's influence, since I thought it was impossible aside from erasing yourself from existence. Okay, that's fair. I thought for a bit and made a decision. Since you have no idea what to do, then why not work for me? Archer blinked, as he didn't expect for me to offer him a job. His eyes narrowed suddenly. What's your game here? I was confused as to why he was acting defensively like that, however, it didn't take me long to understand why. The reason why he's suddenly like that is his previous job has caused him trauma beyond anyone could imagine, and now after retiring from his old job, suddenly someone barged into his door and made a suspicious job offer that he knew nothing about. It clicked in my mind and thought. Of course, it would be natural to be defensive when a suspicious individual suddenly asks him for a job offer. While I may be his benefactor, it doesn't mean we're magically close with each other. To him there's still too many unknown variables that he doesn't know. No, don't misunderstand, I have no game here, but if you consider GAC a game, then I do. Anyway, I'm offering you an honest job, one that doesn't need any contract or sort. I waved my hands at him. Archer was still looking at me narrowly with his eyes, and after a minute he finally released and said, Fine, before I decided to even accept your job offer. I would like to know the details, however, if it has something to do with cleaning then don't think about me accepting it, because I'm done with being a janitor. Oh Ella, you messed him up real bad. I nodded at him and started telling him the details about his job. If you're wondering what job position I offered him? Well, simple, it's being the shop clerk. It wasn't long before I obtained my first shop clerk, although unexpectedly I'm pretty satisfied with the outcome. After hiring Archer, he received the shop uniform. It's quite similar to mine, but there's a slight difference. It doesn't have a vest and instead of a long tie like mine, Archer's uniform has a bow tie. Along with the uniform, he also received a unique card, called the staff card. It could let the owner of the card enter the shop at any time of the day. Since I'm not Ila, naturally I give my employer a break. Once a week he would have a 2 days holiday, Friday and Sunday. Also, he has a shift of 8 hours a day. It's a pretty standard working shift internationally. Naturally, since it's a job, not like a scam like Ila's, he would receive payment. I pay him 5 credits per hour. Trust me, it's hard to imagine how many items you could buy with that amount of money. A lot. I guided Archer a bit about how to be a clerk, and unsurprisingly, he was pretty natural with it. I expected him to. If he's anything remotely similar to my brother-in-law, it means he's good at any job, literally. Now that it's done, finally, I could leave Olga for him to entertain, while I need to go back to my own reality, but before that, I have to buy something. I went to the shop catalog and immediately found the perfect gift for her. This would do. I looked at the necklace in my hand and smiled. An aquamarine and ruby mixed together in a necklace, talk about meaningful gifts. I let out a chuckle and went back to my own reality along with the Evie and Alola Vulpix who are now inside Pokeballs. Morning, here you go. I gave I the necklace I bought from the shop. I was surprised, as she didn't expect a gift from me. Honestly, she doesn't know how to react right now. Refusing it would be quite rude, especially when she's in the watchful eyes of my sister. She accepted it with a bashful look and said, Thank you. I smiled at her and answered, You're welcome, why don't you try it? I did as she was told. She wore it into her neck and immediately noticed the effect. What's this? I smiled and explained. It's a mystic code, not an ordinary necklace. It would amplify your strength, vitality, speed, and endurance tenfold. How does it feel? I was honestly stunned at that information. She didn't expect me to give her this kind of gift. However, she quickly snapped out of it and replied, I never felt so powerful in my life. Then she looked at me hesitantly and said, Hey, are you really giving this to me? Of course, I wouldn't give it to you otherwise. But this necklace is probably important. No, not really, but I won't tell her that. Instead I answered. So what? You're more important than a piece of fancy item. Eyes widened and started blushing and started stuttering. I'm important. Lorelei raised a brow at the sight, while Shiru flashed me an awkward smile. I blinked a couple of times and thought about my previous words and realized my words could be interpreted as me trying to flirt my way into her. I wasn't even trying to do that. I was just reminding her that she's way more important than a piece of jewelry that has some slight enhancement, as she's the woman who sired my children. Naturally, her value is more significant than a piece of magical jewelry that I could buy and probably make at any time. But she didn't know that. However, before I could explain suddenly, Lorelei, My dearest sister suddenly interrupted. Enough of this. As amusing as the trinket is, there's a more important issue that we have to solve immediately. What is it? Both Shiru and I answered at the same time. Fools, it's bluntly obvious what the issue is. How did you not see it? Lorelei coldly stared at both of us, while still confused about what kind of important issue that we needed to solve immediately. Then Lorelei pointed at I and the twins with a displeased expression, not toward them but to their clothes. There would be no Bartum Eloy that would look like a peasant under my watch. And so we went shopping. Chapter 68, Privilege of the Rich. No one is here. Bocce was disappointed that no one was technically in her boyfriend's house. She even brought a lunchbox for them to eat. As she was about to leave the house, suddenly someone she didn't expect arrived. Yamano-san? Goto-san? Mitsuo was also surprised to see her here. No one asked why they were there, as it was already obvious who they came here for. Why, you are looking for Alex, right? Bocce tried not to sound nervous but failed. She's an extreme introvert and you don't expect her to suddenly become fluent in communicating with other species that are capable of communicating, such as normies, and in her mind, Mitsuo is a definition of real-lifers. Mitsuo nodded and replied. That's right, judging from your situation I assume that no one is in the house. Bocce nodded slightly. Why yes. Oh, too bad then, I was about to talk to him about something. Mitsuo was a bit disappointed with the fact that the person she was looking for wasn't present. Bocce too could understand, especially when that said person is in a relationship with her. Even now, she can't believe she's dating someone. She thought that it was impossible for someone like her to be in a relationship with another human being, but life has proven her wrong. To have a boyfriend as handsome and kind as Alex was nothing but a miracle for her. Even though she's sharing him with another woman, she finds herself not caring much. Then I will go now. Bocce tried to get away from this place as soon as possible, as she didn't want to make things awkward between them. The only time she talked to Mitsuo is when Alex was around. Now that he isn't available, there's no way she'd be able to have a proper conversation with a normie like Yamano-san. Wait. Bocce stopped in her tracks and shifted her attention once more in Mitsuo's direction. Why yes? Mitsuo smiled for a bit and said, why don't we hang out for a bit? I haven't had a proper conversation with you, no? Now is a perfect chance. Would you accept my invitation? What else could Bocce do? Naturally, she accepted. Oh okay. She was a massive pushover. She doesn't know how to say no to someone, more like she's afraid to. However, in this case, she doesn't really mind talking with Mitsuo as she was no stranger. At the same time she wasn't a friend either. Maybe this was finally her chance of gaining a friend? Hopefully, she wouldn't screw this up. She did. Lorelei says, we're going low-key. It would be ideal, she said, but what the fuck is her definition of low-key? Dozens of bodyguards were circling their group, and it wasn't surprising that they gathered almost anyone's attention in the mall. After all, it's not every day someone is circled with professional guards. Some even tried to take pictures of them, but failed because one of their bodyguards saw this and stopped their attempts. However, not all were unsuccessful with the attempts, or at least taking pictures close up. Hey Lorelei, I think you need to change your definition of low-key, because this definitely isn't being low-key at all, I said with a sigh as I looked at my eldest sister. Lorelei frowned at my words and answered. I don't understand, why isn't this being low-key? I'm not even wearing my usual clothes. That's right, my dearest sister wore something besides her aristocrat outfit, as she claimed that it was, anyway. I recognize some of the clothes she's wearing and all of them were branded. If a normal person were to know the price of each of the pieces she's wearing they would definitely wince, as the cheapest she was wearing is at least $500,000. Lorelei might as well be wearing a 24K karat gold in a form of high-quality fabric, and to think this is one of her cheapest outfits. Even Shiru wasn't spared, he was forced to wear an unreasonably expensive set of branded outfits. Capitalism all the way, but that's just how the world works. Anyway, I could definitely see I and my twins look uncomfortable beside me. I look at them with a wary look. It's partially my fault this happened if I only refused, which I didn't, because I did find my sister's words reasonable. I saw their clothes and it wasn't a lot. If it was up to me, I'll also bring to shop for dozens of outfits because it is only reasonable. However, now that my sister is in charge of this trip, it wouldn't be an exaggeration that she would buy half of the branded clothes in the mall for them, maybe even more. I kind of pity the bodyguards right now, as they are going to be the ones who are doing the holding, but they're professional, so I think they're going to be fine. That's not the point. I replied with a tired sigh at my sister's words. It's like I'm talking to a child that is ignorant of the world, which was technically correct. She is ignorant of the world of common people. She never understood them, nor she tried to. Why bother? It isn't necessary in her line of work. Deciding that it was pointless to argue with her about this matter, I let it be and let Shiru handle it. Sorry brother-in-law, but that's your problem now. Then we arrived at a luxurious-looking clothes shop. Before they could even step in, they were greeted warmly by the staff and manager of the shop. Perks of being rich, we get privileges like this. It wasn't surprising at all, as I've experienced this kind of situation before, and eventually got used to them. However, I and the twins certainly did not, as this was something entirely new to them. Either way, it's best if they get used to this, as they would experience this kind of treatment more often than they expect. "Madam and sirs, what can we do for you?" the manager with a mustache said with a polite smile on his face as he faced them. Naturally, Lorelai took the role of the leader and immediately said with a demanding tone, "You, get this girl and the twins your best clothes and outfit. Money isn't a problem, but know that if you disappoint me there would be consequences." Lorelai was unconsciously releasing a bit of her prana toward the manager, making him tremble under her gaze. "Oh, if could, ma'am. I won't disappoint you." Hurried, he ordered the staff to get the best they have for I and the twin. I looked at I, who was looking at me with an uncomfortable face. I smiled at her and said, "Good luck, you need it." Before she could even reply, she was immediately dragged by the shop clerk inside the store. I prayed for her soul. So as I pray unlimited wrong prayer, bless thy soul. The manager indeed kept his word, as I was now wearing clothes that were absolutely perfect for her. I wasn't afraid to admit that she looks even more attractive. I approached her and smiled. "You look wonderful." I smiled back and replied, "Thank you." "So, how was it? Your first experience of being treated like royalty? Give me your honest answer." My smile turns to a smirk as I'm expecting an amusing answer. "Shocking, surprising, nerve-wracking, tiring, and also annoying." I let out a pout as she answered. I let out a small laugh and definitely understood that statement. A long time ago that was also my feeling for this kind of treatment, but I eventually got used to it. I understand, that's definitely normal, however the sooner you get used to it the better, because it would certainly be handy next time. I give her a bit of advice. I looked surprised and replied, "Eh? There's next time?" "Of course, what do you expect? That this is a one-time experience?" I answered. "Nope, expect something like this to happen at least thrice a year. Or maybe more, if Lorelai is visiting often, which she would no doubt, now that there's another family member of hers in Japan. Honestly, it is surprising that she didn't suggest bringing them back to Britain. But let's not mention that, as she might get some ideas." "What? Thrice a year? But the outfit that Lorelai bought could last at least a decade." I pointed at the enormous amount of clothes piling in front of her. "Oh, that is only for spring," I replied, and immediately received I's disbelief. However, before she could say anything, suddenly the twins arrived with a new set of clothes, and they looked stylish, at least for toddlers. Without a warning, their mother I started squealing and took out her smartphone from who knows where and started taking a lot of pictures of the twins. "Oh. You two are so adorable." I started tapping the capture button of the camera rapidly so that it might break because of how fast she tapped the screen. But honestly, I can't blame her for acting like that, as they indeed look adorable. Then my ego was speaking. As expected, they are my children after all. Lorelai was also satisfied and said, "It's adequate, but at least now you two look like someone who is part of our great family." Unfortunately, the shopping just started. There's much more to buy. Chapter 69, Old Body. Do my heels really need to be branded? Can't it just be cheaper ones? It's not like anyone could tell the difference anyway. I mused out loud. "Well, technically you're right, however, tell that to my sister," I said to her seriously. I didn't need to think about it and immediately answered. "Branded is fine too. I hate to tell you this, but your sister is intense." I couldn't even deny that claim, because it's true. Not to mention intense isn't the right word to describe Lorelai, but someone who got a massive stick buried deep into her ass. No, you don't have to hate it, cause it's true, but intense is not the right word. Anyway, I'm curious, when did you start calling my sister by her name? I asked with interest. "Yesterday, your sister told me to call her by her name," I replied casually, like it was not a big deal. I blinked in surprise and answered. "Really? Just like that?" "Yes. Why, is there something wrong with that?" I tilted her head, not understanding how amazing that feat is. "No, there isn't anything wrong with that, it's just surprising," I said while crossing both of my arms together. "Why is it surprising? It is such a big deal for anyone to call her by her name?" I made a slight frown on her beautiful face. "Yes, you have no idea, there's only a handful of people that have the right to call her by her first name, you, me, and him." I pointed at her, then at myself, and then to my brother-in-law. "There's also our parents, but it isn't too important that I have to mention it. As for Zalrech, as far as I know, he doesn't have permission to call my sister by her name, but regardless he did call her Lass or Lorelai." I blinked in surprise. Really? Really, Most people that know her call Lorelei, Lord Bartum Eloy, or Vice Director, I stated. So, calling her by name with permission is really that special? I couldn't contain her shock as she realized how important the privilege she was given was. Yep. I made sure to make a popping sound at the P. Even my brother-in-law didn't call her that during their first few years of dating each other. I added more fuel to her shock. What? I couldn't properly form a sentence as she realized calling Lorelei by her given name is an achievement that only a few could achieve. Anyway, don't think too much about it. I gave her some friendly advice. Don't think about it? Do you really think I won't think about it now that I know how special it is to call your sister by her given name? I exclaimed silently as she didn't want to get anyone's attention, especially Lorelei. Fair enough. I wasn't going to deny that and continued. Anyway, let's go. There's still a lot of things that Lorelei wanted to buy for you and the kids. I held her hand, surprising her for a bit. However, she didn't reject the skin contact. Instead, she tightly clenched her fingers into mine. Now we're holding hands together. We just followed where Lorelei was going silently and didn't say anything for a while, not because it's awkward between us but because it was comfortable. At this point, I wasn't sure what to call our relationship, as it is complicated, but for now, perhaps this is enough. Say, what are you going to do with your idol career right now? I recalled her current occupation. Honestly, now that I'm in the picture, she doesn't need to work as an idol as I could support them myself. I paused for a bit and started musing, and only after a minute, she answered. I don't know. The reason why I became an idol in the first place is that it's the only job that I could have when I was 12. It was also my ticket away from the orphanage, as I realized that my mother had no intention of taking me back after she got out from jail. Honestly, I'm glad that she didn't, because life with her is hard. Her eyes dimmed for a bit, before changing back to their usual light. Anyway, because of that it made me who I am today. I did not regret it. She smiled in my direction, and despite how beautiful she may look, I knew that it was fake. That smile is measured to perfection. It was eerie. I've seen plenty of fake masks before, especially in the clock tower, but I've rarely seen anyone with a mask as thick as I noticed this when we were still dating, but I didn't really pay attention before, as I was focusing on how to get into her pants at that time, as embarrassing as that pass is. Hormones were a nightmare for me at that time. I acted like a horny dog without regard for anyone as long as I got some pussy. But now, without hormones that blocked my line of thinking, it made me realize how bad her life is. I may not know the entire story, but if I were to guess, her mother was probably abusive. Anyway, I won't know the entire story if I don't ask her about it, and I'm sure that she'd be defensive about her past. Most people who went through abuse are defensive about it. It's completely normal. Now if I really wanted to know, I could investigate it or just outright ask D about it. She claimed to be omnipresent. But asking her means I would prepare for the exchange, and I could predict what she wants in exchange, her kink. Honestly, I don't want to mention that, especially when I'm in the presence of another woman. It feels wrong somehow. Forget it, I have plenty of time to figure out her past. There's no need to rush. Suddenly my smartphone rang and an unknown number called me. I frowned for a bit and decided to answer it, as it may be important. Who is this? Sir, this is the group that you hired to investigate the murder case. A rough man's voice was heard on the other side of the phone. Oh, it already got a result. Impressive. I knew that they were more competent than the police. I see. So how is it? Did you see a body? Indeed, it is as you mentioned. It's an adult male in his 20s, judging from its bone structure. The man behind the phone replied. So it's true, he was really murdered. More reason to pursue the murderer. No one gets away with murdering a Bartum Eloy? Or at least what my sister would say, because I can't imagine saying it without cringing. It feels too edgy for me to say, or too young, master. I see. So have you found any evidence that leads toward the murderer? I asked, hoping for good news, but sadly I won't be receiving it. Sadly, no. That's unfortunate. Indeed it was. Maybe I was expecting too much after all. The people I paid to investigate the murder case aren't part of the moonlit world. Maybe I should hire an enforcer from the Mage Association instead? No, that would be overkill for a murder case that doesn't have to do with the moonlit world. For now, I will wait for the result, but if there's no improvement within the next month, then I have to go with hiring enforcers to investigate. Alright then, call me as soon as possible if you find anything, I said. Of course, sir. The man behind the phone replied. And after that, the call ended. I approached me and asked. Who are you calling? It's nothing, the person who called me called the wrong number. I lied through my teeth without a single twitch on my face. I quickly believed, as there's no reason for me to lie about a simple matter, so she dropped the subject completely. Then approached Aqua's stroller and lifted him. From an outside perspective, there was nothing wrong with this image, as it looks like a father or brother lifting the toddler up to amuse the child. Even I, Shiru, and Lorelai saw nothing wrong with it. On the other side of the note, Lorelai used to lift me and she wasn't gentle. Trust me, I almost reincarnated again that time. Anyway, Aqua gave me a questioning look and I whispered in his ear. Your old body has been found. Aqua's eyes widened and was about to say something, but I stopped him. Don't talk, not here, let's discuss this at home, got it? Aqua was reluctant at first, but he saw the logic behind my words and decided that it was best to have this conversation at home. Because there's not many people right now, Aqua can't risk exposing himself that he's capable of speaking fluently at the age of 1 year old. It definitely would be suspicious. Not to the common folks, but to the people who are part of the moonlit world, like my sister and brother-in-law. Reincarnation isn't unique in the moonlit world, it wasn't unheard of before, however, the reincarnation they know of isn't quite the same as mine or the twins. As with most reincarnation, the mage association makes his body possession rather than starting as a baby. After informing Aqua about his old body, I put him back into the stroller and continued our shopping trip. Chapter 70, Career Plan. So you're vegan? Yep. But you eat meat? Yep. What are you? Schrödinger vegan? I was passing by and I just heard a ridiculous conversation between two strangers. Shaking my head, I went toward the jewelry store where everyone was gathering. Is this really necessary? I heard I speak to my sister in an uncomfortable voice. Yes, now wear it. I don't like wasting my time on something unnecessary. Lorelai cold replied with her usual cold tone. I stared at the source of the argument and saw that it was a bracelet, not just any bracelet but a bracelet that was made in 24K karat gold along with different kinds of gems around it. It was the type of bracelet that only a few would willingly buy, not because it isn't beautiful but because it's ridiculously expensive for just a single accessory that isn't really needed on a daily basis. I look at the price and indeed, it is really expensive, for normal people. For me and my sister, this kind of price is something akin to spare change to us. Becoming rich and along with being a mega skewed my perspective of what normal is. What normal it is to me now is entirely different from common masses. I eventually gave up arguing, probably realizing it was pointless to argue with Lorelai. She tried the expensive bracelet with a rather uncomfortable look on her face. Not that I blame her though. Exhausted? I asked I who just finished trying all sorts of jewelry that Lorelai bought for her. I didn't answer. She just stared at me with a very exhausted look on her face. Point taken. I let out an amused smile at her expression, then I gave her a juice that I bought a while ago. I didn't hesitate to take it, as she was obviously thirsty at this point considering it's been a few hours since the shopping started. Thanks. I didn't forget to thank me, before taking a sip of the lime juice, however, didn't anticipate how sour it was, making her cringe. I noticed this and laughed a bit. Too sour? I nodded and replied. Yesh. From all drinks. Why this? Because it's the nearest around. I stared at me with a deadpan look. Hey, don't look at me like that. It's not my fault that it's the nearest to my spot. But it was your choice. Yes, but no buts. Then both of us started bickering with smiles on our faces. It might be nothing special but we're definitely enjoying each other's company. I covered my mouth to avoid myself from laughing at my son's current outfit, not to mention that expression he's making makes it a lot funnier. He looks like he was dead inside. Right now he was wearing a 90s gangster outfit, with a mini sophomore jacket and golden chains on his neck, along with a blue cap. He looks hilarious. Even Shiru was looking everywhere except for Aqua because he is afraid he wouldn't be able to stop himself from laughing. Even he wasn't immune to laughter. However, the girls were different. They found Aqua cute. I once more was rapidly taking pictures of her son, while Lorelai was sneaking a glance. She thought that no one would notice but I did. I could even see her lips curve a bit, obviously amused at the sight, while Ruby didn't hold back and laughed at her twin brother's out-of-date outfit. After hours of shopping, finally, we took a break since it was already time for lunch. Honestly, we could have just gone to some restaurant in the mall, but Lorelai wasn't having it. She didn't want to dine at some commoner's restaurant, very ironic coming from her, but I won't say that out loud. We went out of the mall as Lorelai booked an entire 5-star restaurant for our own, as she didn't want anyone to bother us while dining. I certainly wasn't complaining about her choice, but the rest of the group do. A waste of money, Shiru says. I don't think being in a 5-star restaurant is necessary, I says. Abubagaga, I can't understand rich people, Aqua says, or at least what I could imagine him saying based on his expression, wah 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 wah. It's been my dream to eat in a 5-star restaurant, Ruby says, I think. Considering the excited look on her face, it may be accurate, but who knows. The waiter served our order, and I looked visibly uncomfortable with this kind of treatment, while she may have experienced being served in a cafe, or a simple restaurant. However, this was on another level. First time? I said while sipping a cup of tea. I looked at me and nodded. Obviously, while I may have experienced eating at a restaurant, this is the first time I've tried a high-end one, where the cheapest meal on the menu is twice as much as my monthly wage for being an idol. Out of curiosity, how much do you earn a month? I decided to ask. I pondered for a bit before answering. It's between 8,100,000 yen. My eyes widened in surprise. That's not a lot, right? I smiled. I could tell it was fake but didn't say anything about it. Yes, it's not. So if you didn't manage to track me down, then you'd be still. I can't help but think if she didn't track me down and I would remain ignorant of my children's existence, they probably would have lived in poverty. Well, not poverty but a single step away from it. From what I know about the entertainment industry, it wasn't a kind place and I would probably work herself to the bone to support their children. Don't be sorry, I suddenly said, making me snap out of my musing. What do you mean? The look on your face says you're sorry. It did. I didn't even realize that I was making such an expression. It's not your fault, you know. There's a lot of things I want to say about that statement. It was entirely incorrect, not to mention one-sided. I shook my head. No, it's mine as it is yours. We made a choice and did the deed and the twins are the result. If I knew you were pregnant at that time I wouldn't have left you. Well, it already happened, there's no point thinking about it. Indeed, she's right about it, the past can't be changed. You're right. Anyway, about my question before, what are your plans now? Are you going to continue your career as an idol or well you could retire and be a full-time housewife? I paused for a bit and thought about what I said and I could help but cringe and thought. I can't believe I just said housewife in her face without blinking. First of all, we aren't dating nor is she my wife. I wonder how she would react to my words. I suddenly blinked a bit at my words, before blushing. Housewife? I let out a groan and answered. Well, take care of the twins is the right word, you don't have to take the housewife word literally. But if you want to. Once again her blush deepened. Okay, me and my big mouth, I should just shut up. It took a while for her to calm down, and now I asked her once more. So about your idol career? I looked at me straight in the eyes and replied. Well, if you asked me that question a year ago, I might accept it and quit as an idol, but right now I can't because I own the strawberry production, especially the president. I can't just quit because it would be ungrateful of me. Hearing her reason, I can't really blame her for that. If she worked with an ordinary idol production company, there's no doubt they'd abandon her as soon as they realize she's pregnant and she would essentially be jobless. And there's only one route possible for an ex-idol like her if she's really desperate. The porn industry, and honestly, I don't want to think about that. Just imagining I working in that industry made my stomach sick. That's why she is very lucky that the strawberry production helped her, despite the risk. I would say that the president of the company is crazy for risking everything for a single idol, however, I'm honestly grateful for that. Because of that, I'm going to support them. They helped I and my children, naturally, I would help them. I understand, if that's your decision then I'm going to support you, I replied with a smile. I smiled back at me, this time it's a genuine one. Thank you. There's no need to thank me though, I'm just expressing my support, I said while already thinking about how to push the company to the mainstream of the entertainment industry. Doing something like that isn't particularly hard, not to mention it's not the first time I've done something like this, making a small company into one of the top companies in their respective industry. With money, there's very little that you can't do. Unfortunately, this is one of the things that can be solved with a deep pocket. After that, we continued our meal in the restaurant Lorelei booked for our family. Chapter 71, Girls Talk Is really necessary for us to be here? Bocce asked anxiously while looking at the people inside the cafe. Well, it is since I'd like our stomach to be filled as we talk, don't worry about paying though. It's my treat. Mitsuha smiled at her. But that's not the point. Bocce exclaimed inside her head, as a true introvert, naturally she isn't a people person. She's scared of people, more scared of talking to them. Just imagining herself to be part of a conversation makes her heart leap out from her chest. It is a natural instinct for her to feel uncomfortable when there's a crowd, as she prefers a place where there aren't a lot of people around. Either way, she could only nod as she thought disagreeing would offend Mitsuha. Inside the cafe, Bocce could only look at the floor, not bothering to look around the building, afraid of making eye contact with other people. Because she focused on looking at the floor, it was inevitable that her head would hit something, and so her head hit one of the signs in the cafe. Ouch! Quickly she held the part of her head that was hit by the sign to lessen the pain. Mitsuha quickly helped her. Are you alright? Why yeah. It wasn't really that painful, however the embarrassment she received from this blunder was much worse than the pain in her head. Or at least that's what she thought. We haven't even talked, yet here I'm ruining things already. Bachi has an urge to crawl into the trash can outside the cafe at the very moment, to avoid this embarrassment she's feeling right now. Thank goodness, you should be really careful with your surroundings. Mitsuo half scolded and half concerned. She knows that now, and would heed that advice to heart. I will. Mitsuo nodded and replied. As long as you understand. It didn't take a few moments for them to arrive at the table of their choosing. It was in the very corner of the building where there weren't a lot of customers. Bachi could only sigh in relief knowing that she wouldn't have to deal with strangers around. Now that they're seated, she doesn't know what to say. After all, she doesn't know how to start a conversation. Her mind went blank realizing that. She has a dumb look on her face. Thankfully Mitsuo didn't seem to notice her look. After a few seconds, Mitsuo finally broke the ice and said, "Let's order something first." Bachi couldn't agree more. After that Mitsuo called for the waitress, because it's impossible for her to do the same thing. Such a thing is simply hard for her who is an introvert to the core. "Your orders, ma'am?" She looks at Mitsuo and Bachi patiently waiting for their orders. Mitsuo didn't even blink, and replied in perfection, or at least that's what Bachi saw in her eyes. "I'd like a vanilla milkshake and a strawberry shortcake please." The waitress nodded and wrote down her orders in the note, then her gaze shifted to Bachi, making her feel nervous at the attention she was getting. "What about yours, ma'am?" "Sea chocolate parfait and blueberry muffin shortcake, please." Bachi's heart was beating loudly as she finished speaking her orders. Although confused by her stuttering, the waitress didn't say anything as the customer's problem wasn't her business. After taking their orders she left to deliver it to the chef. "You really aren't a people person, Goto-san?" Mitsuo said with a slight smile. Well. Bachi didn't know how to answer that question. "No need to answer it, I can understand your problem, at least the surface of it. Sorry if I sound rude, because unlike you I don't really have a problem communicating with people in general, as communication is pretty vital in our society." Mitsuo spoke as held both of her hands together. "And none taken." Bachi wasn't really offended as it is the truth. "So do you want to talk about it?" Mitsuo offered. However, Bachi was confused and replied. About what?" "Your communication problems." Oh, that's what she meant. She thought as she listened to Mitsuo's words. Are you sure that you want me to talk about it?" I don't think it would be a great topic for a conversation." Bachi muttered slowly. Thankfully, Mitsuo heard her words clearly despite how low her voice was. "Probably, but I'm quite interested to know how you end up like this. I can understand if you don't want to talk about it." "And no, I'm fine with talking about my past. It's not like it's anything special anyway." Bachi then started talking about her childhood, while Mitsuo was listening with interest. "I see," Mitsuo said as she finished listening to her story. I just found socialize hard. Not until I was in middle school my condition got worse." Bachi said. "You know, I was expecting worse, but I suppose your main problem is confidence. If you can gather that much, communicating would be a simple matter." Mitsuo pointed out. Like an arrow, it stabbed directly into her fragile heart, as it's the truth. She can't even refute that statement. "Also, you shouldn't treat your lack of confidence as an illness because that's not healthy." Mitsuo noticed a particular moment that Bachi treats her lack of confidence as a mental disorder. "It really isn't." "Alright." Bachi was clearly skeptical, regardless she nodded. Before they could resume their conversation, their orders finally arrived. After their orders were placed at their table, Mitsuo decided to change the topic. "Anyway, it's your turn to ask me a question." Bachi wasn't quite sure what to ask her, however she was thankful that Mitsuo wasn't urging her to rush. After a full minute of thinking, finally she asked. What's your relationship with Alex?" "What's with that question? He's just a friend. I think." Mitsuo paused and suddenly regretted adding the last part. "Why you think?" Bachi asked with a bit of suspicious on her tone. Mitsuo stared at the table, then to Bachi. She originally wasn't going to mention this to anyone, but it bothered her for a while now, with no one to talk about this sort of problem. This was a perfect chance for her to release this pent-up emotions. "Well, it's complicated. My relationship with Alex lately is. I honestly don't know how to describe it." Mitsuo then stared at her directly into the eye and admitted. "I had sex with him." Hearing that, Bachi's heart stopped for a moment, and after that depression followed. Did he cheat on me?" Bachi was struggling not to cry until Mitsuo continued. "It was 3 weeks ago when it happened. I tried to act like I normally do, but it's getting harder not to while in his presence." Hearing that, the depression immediately disappeared from her heart. They did the deed 3 weeks ago. They weren't dating at that time, as she couldn't care less about what his actions before they started dating. As they weren't in a relationship at that time, it simply wasn't her business to pry on his actions before. Out of curiosity, how does it feel to have sex?" Bachi's cheeks were red when she asked that particular question. What's with the bold question? Mitsuha wasn't immune. She turned red as she remembered that particular moment. Despite how direct that question may be, she answered. It was painful at first, as he broke my hymen. I don't have a lot of experience with guys. He's honestly the first boy that I have a sexual intercourse with. Anyway, after that short moment of pain, even eventually it started to feel good. Her face was still red as she mentions it, while Bocce was breathing a bit heavier than usual. Then. She couldn't contain her anticipation. He was really good, like he knows what he was doing. I'm pretty sure his dick reached my cervix. Let's stop talking about this. I can't, it's so embarrassing, not to mention inappropriate. It was too late. Bocce was already getting an idea of what she should do next. Talking about sex made her a bit horny. Maybe she'd ask Alex to do it with her later. She wasn't sure if he'd accept her request, but, hoping he would because she'd like to know what it's like to have sexual intercourse with the opposite gender and wanted to confirm if having a dick inside her is really good as mentioned. Thinking about having sex with her boyfriend made her panties a bit wet. She was glad that she wore pants today, or else her adult stain would have been revealed. As sex with Alex? Her face slowly turned red, her nipples became a bit hard as she thought about it. She could hardly wait for Alex to arrive. Aku. Is there someone thinking about me? I hope it's not D. As I dreaded imagining what kind of sinful acts she was thinking right now. Chapter 72, Unforgettable Experiences. When is this going to end? I couldn't help but mutter under my breath. After dining from the restaurant, we came back to the mall to buy more things. While it isn't boring, it's quite tiring to follow the girls doing whatever they want. I also get the feeling that I is also exhausted, mostly mentally, since this is her first time doing a full-blown shopping. Soon. My brother-in-law replied. I shifted my attention toward him and raised a brow and said. How would you know that? Shire replied. Trust me, it's called experience. After shopping with Lorelei multiple times, I know when is this going to end. Right. I'm supposed to be the brother here, you know? But why does it seem that he knows better about Lorelei than me, who lived with her for almost 2 decades? True to his words, fortunately the shopping indeed, the sheer relief was visible on I's face, not that I blame her for acting like that, although. I stared at the item carrier. I couldn't help but pity them, as they look about to collapse into the dirty marble concrete of the mall. Once upon a time I was like them, but that was a lifetime ago. After buying half of the mall clothes, probably, we went directly to the limousine, while we wait for the guards to put every clothes and items that my sister bought for I and the children. While sitting in one of the limo seat, I stared at I, who was exhausted. I take you're exhausted. I glared, but a bit weak compared than usual. Thank you for stating the obvious. Captain Obvious. Letting out an elegant groan. To think I have to do this again next season? I let out a laugh and replied. Welcome to my world. I don't like this world, can I quit? I looked at her and smiled. Nope, besides it's not me who you should ask that kind of question. It's her. I pointed at my sister, who was sitting next to Shiro. I saw I shudder a little and quickly answered. I think I'll pass. It was funny how quickly she replied, not that I blame her. If Lorelei wasn't my elder sister, I would probably act like that too. Probably. Shiro Amiya, he didn't know why, but his brother-in-law Alexander suddenly asked him a complete random question. He doesn't know where it came from, but seeing that this was to keep the conversation alive. Anyway, he asked what unforgettable memories that he could remember for the rest of his life. It was a rhetorical question that he honestly don't know how to answer correctly. To be fair, he has a lot of unforgettable memories, like. I ask you, are you my master? It was said by a certain blonde knight to him. Yoko Arub Shonen. For your wish will come true. Said by that fake priest. Trace on. To Lorelei in the bedroom, commit suicide Amiya Shiro, you and your ideal are trash. Said by an alternative version of himself. Dare to copy this king treasure faker? Said by a certain blonde king of asshole. Sigi no Makata, hero of justice. To himself and Garrett Sugu. Boy, this is why I'm in rider class. Said by a certain purple head goddess before she showed him why exactly she's worthy of the class rider. No wonder she's rider, she's one hell of a rider. There's also that time when Rin Shiro? He snapped out of it as his brother-in-law spoke. Shiro smiled awkwardly as he started to scratch the back of his head. Sorry, I was thinking about which unforgettable memories should I talk about. Alex nodded and replied. That's understandable. While you think about what unforgettable memory you want to talk about with me, why not let me tell an unforgettable memory, since it's only fair? Shiro nodded and said. Alright. There was that one time when Lorelei saw me having sex with a Innsburn homunculus. Alex had that distant look on his face like he was remembering something nostalgic. If before he was half listening, now his attention was fully in Alex. This was going to be interesting, he just knows it. Interested? Can't blame ya, it was the most horrifying and exciting moment in my life. Let me tell you how it happened, Shiro. Thus he started his noble story of how he did missionary with a Innsbruck homunculus. And so Lorelei coldly said to me, "Get dressed and cover my tiny worm." I didn't know what came over me, for me to talk about one of the most embarrassing moments I have in this life to Shiru, but I did. Because that's what brothers do, and I'll trust him not to tell anyone about it. Anyway, the lesson of the story is you must not forget to put a bounded field in your room to avoid embarrassment. Shiru smiled at me awkwardly. I never experienced that kind of embarrassing situation and I can't exactly sympathize with you, but you have my condolences. I rolled my eyes and replied. I want no condolence, I want a story as embarrassing as mine, it's only fair. Shiru scratched his cheeks a bit and hesitated, but only for a moment, and decided to tell me his own version of embarrassing story. I wasn't expecting this, while I did expect to hear his side of the embarrassing story. However, what I didn't expect is that he mentioned how his version of Holy Grail went. He explained to me, for me to understand his embarrassing story, I needed to hear this story first so that he would be able to understand. As he explained his own version of Holy Grail and noticed that there isn't much difference between his and UBW ending. Except for 3 major things, one that was the most noticeable is that they found out that Sakura is a master early on, and ends up allying with him with her own servant Ryder. Shinji is dead a year before the Holy Grail War started, and lastly Ilya wasn't hell-bent on killing Shiru like every version of the war except the Heaven Feel. Since they came to an understanding. Like I said before, the ending is mostly the same with UBW, except Ryder, Medusa, is still in this world and wasn't in the Throne of Heroes. And yes, I know what you are all thinking, I'm thinking the same too. How did she have enough mana to manifest in this world? The answer is very obvious, anyone with a decent working brain would have realized how they did it. Mana transfer. And how does one mana transfer? Simple. Sex. I wasn't sure what to think about this information, the fact that till this day Shiru participated in mana transferring toward Ryder. Isn't his considered NTR towards my sister? But before my thoughts could wander around to the dark side, suddenly Shiru interrupted as if he read my thoughts. Lorelei knows about this, by the way. She does? I was shocked at that information. Shiru nodded with a serious expression. And she's fine with it. I couldn't stop the disbelief that was leaking out of my voice. Then Shiru gave me the most awkward smile that he made to this day. Saying that she's fine with it would be the understatement of the century. Let's just say that we reached an understanding. Anyway, it's very complicated. Right. As much as I'm curious to know the extent of this complicated relationship with Shiru and my sister, I did not want to open a can or worm. It simply isn't worth the trouble, and I didn't forget who I was talking to. This was Emiya Shiru, a certified Oroge protagonist. No matter how ridiculous it may sound, I can't believe my sister is sharing him with someone other than her. One must know how prideful Lorelei is, and to think they managed to even reach an understanding is something I can't comprehend. It's clearly something that logic couldn't answer. Finally, after a half hour of traveling in a limousine, we arrived at my humble house, and my sister still couldn't get over the fact that Bartom Eloy lives in such a peasant house. I helped take out the children from the limo, and all of a sudden I heard someone behind me say, "Hey Alex." I shifted my gaze toward the suspect and saw that it was Bachi and Mitsuha. What are they doing here? No, that's not important, and suddenly I facepalm myself and think. I knew I was forgetting something. I hadn't told Hitori about my children. Hey Alex W, whose kids are those? There was an unconcealed worry beneath Bachi's voice as she asked that question. Lying was an opinion, nor I was planning to anyway. They're mine, Hitori. With those blunt words, I saw Bachi slowly fading from the background and completely becoming one with that air. Ah, was I too blunt? I asked no one, but Mitsuha answered. Yes, too blunt indeed. Mitsuha said with a forced smile. Chapter 73, Allah. In the dining room inside the house, there's me, I right beside me, Bachi, and who is at the opposite side of the table, and bedside her is Mitsuha. And behind us are the Hoshino twins or Bartom Eloy twins. It doesn't really matter which, however there are different consequences. If you choose to call them Hoshino, beware of Lorelei hearing you call them that. If you call them Bartom Eloy, you have to add Lord. If not, then you're dead if Lorelei hears about it. No one calls the great Bartom Eloy without respect, her words not mine. We've been like this for a few minutes now, and it's becoming unbearably awkward, at least for the girls on the table. Honestly, I'm very grateful for the fact that Lorelei needed her beauty rest, or else this would become more awkward than before, and there's also Shiru, who isn't dense enough to not know what's going on. He left quietly with Lorelei. If I didn't know any better, they would have an intense makeout right now above us. Because I'm confident they won't do it in my house, especially filled with people. Wait, did someone just casted a silent bounded field? I looked above and thought. Yeah, there's no way they'd do it here. Lorelei casted this bounded field so that she could sleep soundly. That must be it, there's no other explanation. I was in denial, There's no way my brain would think that my sister is that perverted. Then a treacherous thought appeared in my mind. Then again, it's those rich class ladies who are absolute freaks in bed. Speaking from experience, anyway, let's forget about this treacherous thought and focus on explaining what happened these few days. Meanwhile, above the dining room, reinforce it right now, Lorelei demanded. But it's dangerous. It might explode if I can't control it. Chiru fired back. Do it. Now. Her tone says no room for negotiation. With a sigh, Chiru did what he was told and thought. Maybe Archer was right, this is hell I'm walking into. Trace on. He chanted. After that they proceeded whatever deed they were currently doing. Let's get this over with. To avoid further misunderstanding before I could finish my sentence, Mitsuha suddenly interrupted. Is it a misunderstanding that you, in fact, have children? No, it's not. So there's no misunderstanding of what you said a while ago. I let out a sigh and replied. You know I wasn't talking about that. Look, let me explain without interruption. If you rudely interrupt me again I will kick you out of my house. I glared at Mitsuha's direction and that immediately shut her up. I nodded in satisfaction and then I looked at Bocchi. Hitori, listen, this person beside me is Hoshino Ai, she's my ex a few years ago. Back then I didn't know she was pregnant with the twins. Hearing that, Bocchi's eyes widened and replied. Then you aren't. If you're thinking that we're dating or even engaged, no we aren't. I answered while I nodded, although a bit reluctantly. Bocchi let out a sigh and said. I thought you cheated? Not quite. If I wanted to start a relationship with other girls I would let you know first. Although I'm a bit guilty of flirting with I see. Her relief was visible for anyone to see. Honestly, I'm quite surprised by her positive reaction. Normally when you find out that your loved ones have a secret love child and you didn't know about it until now, it is normal to lash out as it is a justified feeling or being betrayed. While my circumstance wasn't exactly the same as the explanation, the fact that she accepted this quite easily isn't normal. Does D have to do with this? If she does, damn, she literally mindfucked Bocchi's brain without her realizing. Wait, did I miss something? Mitsuha said, feeling out of place. Miss what exactly? I urge her to specify, although I know what she's trying to say. Like what do you mean by cheated? Oh, it's exactly what it implies. I'm dating Hitori. I replied. Technically no one other than knew about this pseudo-harem relationship between us. Mitsuha's eyes widened and then looked at Bocchi, then to me, and exclaimed. What? Not so loud. There's children. I scolded her, even knowing that the children weren't children at all. Aqua and Ruby couldn't help but roll their eyes as they realized that I'm using them as an excuse to scold Mitsuha, not that they say anything about it. They're toddler, they aren't supposed to talk. Mitsuha quickly said. Sorry, I was just surprised. She said in an almost whispering tone. Then she continued and looked at Bocchi. Still. You two are dating? I didn't expect that at all. Hearing that, Bocchi's shoulder dropped. I know. Why you most think I'm worthy of being a relationship with Alex. I understand. Mitsuha blinked and quickly said. What? No. I didn't say that. Also, you shouldn't think badly of yourself, as Goto-san. You might not be aware, but you're cute. Many guys would date you. Technically Mitsuha isn't wrong. Bocchi is in fact cute, not to mention that killer body of hers. Those matured curves, definitely most men would try to feel them if given a chance. But the problem is, the world isn't perfect despite being gifted with an amazing curvy body by Mother Nature. Her personality is in fact, ruined things for her, not in a bad way, she's just bad at social communication. If that wasn't the case, she would have no doubt become popular, like her dream. Really? Bocchi grinned a bit from the unexpected praise that came out from Mitsuha's mouth. Yes, in fact Alex is very lucky to have you. Mitsuha said as she pointed in my direction. She isn't wrong again. To weebs and otaku in general, someone like Bocchi is a natural treasure to them. I wasn't an exception to that rule, so yes, I considered myself lucky. Really, if Bocchi has a bit more outgoing personality in her bones, she would no doubt have a few boyfriends at this point of time. Suddenly that depression she had before completely disappeared and now, her face was like a slime. She got that stupid grin on her face. It wasn't that hard to please her, although being exposed to too much social interaction may or may not cause her anxiety. Is that so? Bocchi's body started moving in a weird way. It's like she became a humanoid slime. If I didn't know any better, I would have thought Bocchi unknowingly tapped into the realm of true magic, because the things she could do are downright bizarre even though she isn't a magus or a magician. The issue was somewhat sordid. Bocchi had no real issue after knowing that I didn't cheat, however it wasn't the same with the rest. I wasn't blind, I could see it. Mitsuha is a bit more jealous than usual, not to mention the not-so-subtle glances she was giving him. There's also I, who was wearing her fake personality to hide whatever feelings she has right now. This has become quite complicated, but it isn't something that I couldn't fix. It's rather simple really. I just need time to talk to them, which is something I was supposed to be doing if it wasn't for the fact that Archer is calling me. Since he's my employee and the shop's nature, he has a way to communicate with me, the manager and the owner directly. However, for him to call me suddenly, this must be important. It should be important. After all, Amiya isn't the type to call without any reason. Hello, is there a problem? I went straight to the point. Yes there is. The problem isn't the shop, I know, because it's literally impossible for anyone to do something to it, so it must be a customer problem. I could see that there's currently a single customer inside my reality marble. As for who and what they are, I have no idea. I could only tell the numbers, not the information about the said crowd. And what is it? Well, I think Ella is here and she's demanding to see you. I could sense the disbelief in his voice. I was dumbfounded at his claim. What do you mean Ella is there? Also, why are you unsure about whether it's her or not? It makes no sense at all. Amiya worked for Ella for eons, and it would be strange that he, her former janitor, could recognize her. You know what, just get here and you'll understand. And I did exactly what he said, as I'm quite curious why Amiya of all people couldn't recognize his former boss. As soon as I went inside the shop, it didn't take me long to realize why Amiya could hardly recognize Ella. You must understand that Ella doesn't have a body. Despite her known gender, she is simply a formless entity that doesn't have any physical form. And right now, the entity named Ella is now in front of me, having a physical form, a living, breathing body. No wonder Amiya looked confused, as Ella right now is no different from any human being except a bit too beautiful, but then again she is the representation of humanity as whole, it is expected. Then as soon as she saw me, she quickly approached me and said, It's you who took my servant. You shall pay for this. Okay, this is going to be a long day, I could tell. Chapter 74, Ella to the shop went silent before I eventually broke it by saying, How are you, human? Ella paused for a bit and then eyes widened as if she just realized her condition. No way, right? There's no way the representative is this clumsy. And to break my expectations, she started looking at her body from head to toe in disbelief, surprise and shock. I don't need to be a genius to understand what is happening right now, and suddenly pinched the bridge of my nose. Are you serious? My words were left unheard by Ella as all of her attention was into her human body. I couldn't help but look at Amiya as he noticed my stare and understood what I was trying to ask. He merely shrugged, as he is as lost at the situation like I do. After a minute of looking at her newfound human body in astonishment, she finally realized where she was at that moment and tried to gain her composure and acted like her surprise from before didn't happen. So, where is my servant? Tell me before I lose my patience. Ella tried to look for someone who got the upper hand, but failed miserably as two men were looking at her with a weird look. She didn't know what was happening to her, but for some reason the weird looks that she was getting from the white-haired man and the servant stealer made her cheeks warm for a bit. Right now she wanted to avoid eye contact away from these men's stares, although she has no idea why she wanted to do that. In the past, Ella is a formless entity, a being that doesn't have any feelings, morals like most humans do, as she is the will of humanity. Things like emotions are lost to her, as she truly couldn't comprehend what truly it was. When Amiya contact was terminated, she wasn't truly angry or annoyed. It's more like an instinct of hers that someone that she owned shouldn't be taken away from her. And she would do anything to take it back, like a child that wanted their toys to be with them all the time. It doesn't matter if it's broken as long as it's their property. That's why she reacted that way when she realized one of her toys was taken away from her grasp. Now, she found the door to the shop and got herself a body as soon as her consciousness entered the shop, as the shop doesn't allow anything that doesn't have a physical form. Because she's now technically immortal since she got herself her own personal body brought to her by the shop. Emotions were added to her emotionless self, that's why she was confused as to why she was like this. The emotions that she's feeling right now is quite foreign, and it would take a while for her to understand that it. Ignoring her own embarrassment since she had no idea what to do it and waited for this thief answer to where her servant is. I might be imagining right now, but is Ella feeling embarrassed? It's really weird, but for now I'm going to answer her question honestly, as there's no point for me to lie. It's not like she could do anything to me inside the shop. Hopefully. You can't tell? He's right in front of you. I pointed at Amiya. You know, it's strange that she couldn't recognize her servant, I mean former, since he's my servant now technically. Ella blinked and stared at Amiya and replied. Oh. Damn, she really didn't recognize her own janitor. That sucks. Honestly, I don't know if I pity Amiya or not that his former boss doesn't recognize him despite working for her centuries. Looking at Amiya's reaction, I don't think he actually cared if she doesn't recognize him, because frankly her relationship with her is purely a cleaner and a manager. Nothing more, nothing less. Amiya doesn't hate Ella for what she did, as it made him realize how stupid his ideal was, and saving everyone was plain stupidity of the highest order. I mean, who would try and save anyone? That's stupid, not to mention not everyone wanted to be saved. From the beginning his ideals were flawed. How can you not recognize your own servant? I couldn't help but point it out. I'm curious of what's her answer going to be. This time her embarrassment was visible to see. What? Of course I recognize him. Why am I stuttering? Or lie in front of this man? Weird, why do I feel heat on my face even though I'm not close to any hot substance? Ella thought with great confusion. Everything she experienced right now is new, nothing is ever familiar to her, in fact moving for her limbs is weird. Only because of her instinct she managed to stand still without dripping. I look at her with an odd look. From all the things I expect from the almighty Ella, a spoiled innocent little girl isn't what I expected. From the way she acted, she's subconsciously fixing her dignity and pride as a higher being, but went poorly as she is simply inexperienced. Even a child is a better actor than her. She's simply different from what I expected her to be. Unlike the root, she's someone really benefiting of her title. Could it be that humanity's stupidity got her too? I mean, I could totally imagine it. I thought with a smile, either way let's not embarrass her any further, while I'm not afraid of her, since I have the shop as my protection. However, she could be a pain in the ass, special if she deemed me as a threat to humanity and try to send counter guardians from now and then. Which would result in destruction. If I were to guess, if Ella were to deploy her counter guardian to me, I reckon that a country or few would be destroyed from the fight. And that's the minimum, and the worst case is an entire continent being wiped from the face of Earth. With my current level there's no way I could ever destroy the planet. There's too many beings in this world that could single-handedly whoop my ass without blinking. Let's not mention ORT, because clearly that being is on another level that could erase my white ass as soon as it opens its eyes. I'm talking about the dead apostle ancestors, with the exception of ORT as it's technically part of the group. There's also the fact that the damage of the fighting would damage Earth, making Gaia interfere by trying to erase my exist from the face of the Earth, which would probably be unsuccessful. But the problem comes after that. There's primate murder and would come to hunt my ass and would surely overpower me with my current abilities. Now realizing all of this, it made me realize although I'm strong, I'm still too weak. In this very universe, monsters are lurking everywhere waiting to be unleashed. That's why I got to prepare when it happens. Either way I should use Path to Victory to achieve a peaceful scenario, as that's the point of having this ability, to avoid consequences and guarantee my victory. As soon as I use the path to a peaceful solution, from all the numerous paths to a peaceful scenario with others, one that is guaranteed would work, and not mention this one would make her my ally and also the easiest path to follow. However, I can't believe that this path is even possible, not to mention how ridiculous it sounded, but since it's shown in the path there's no way I could deny this, since Path to Victory hasn't failed me yet. If you wonder why I find this ridiculous, it is because the path tells me that the best possible solution to have a peaceful relationship with Ella is to flirt with her. Is this thing trying to make me woo the will of humanity itself? That's equivalent to flirting with the entire human race. Hypothetically, if we were to start dating each other, that would mean I dated the entire human race. Also, if I have sex with her, then that would basically mean I have sex with all of humanity. It's such a ridiculous thing to imagine. Feeling awkward of such a thought, I fake coughed and said, "Of course. Anyway, I didn't expect for the will of humanity to be this beautiful, but then again your very form is the ideal image of humankind, perfect beauty." I smiled as I looked at her. This was the start of the path. As soon as I said it, Emiya stared at me with disbelief on his face. While Ella, surprisingly, blushed at the unexpected praise, although a bit confused. Chapter 75, Ella 3. Emiya, he couldn't believe what he just witnessed with his own two eyes. His current boss is flirting with his former boss Ella and actually succeeding. Emiya couldn't describe how weird the scene he was looking at. He doesn't know what to feel about this, should be disgusted, or look up to his current boss for successfully making the will of humanity blush. What kind of bullshit did he just stumble upon? Times like this reminds him the reason why he wanted to commit suicide in the first place. Either way, looking at his boss flirting with Ella reminds him merely of him, and Rin quickly shook his head, realizing what he was thinking. He couldn't think of her, not after what he did. He left her without saying anything and continued his path to become an ally of justice. In the end, it wasn't worth it. That ideal is nothing more than a curse. Instead of being a hero for someone important to him, he went and became a hero to a nameless masses who may or may not betrayed him and warrant his execution. He thought bitterly as he once again reminded of his close allies betraying him, yet despite that he didn't hate them for executing him, as he believes that it was his fault why it reached to this point, because he was being foolish. If could have been avoided if he explained it to them, he wouldn't have branded as a hectic and a make-believe mastermind if he talked to his allies. In the end it was his mistake, for he is a fool. That's why he hated Emiya Shiru with all of his being, a broken existence that should have died in the fire. Either way, he can't watch this anymore. This wasn't part of his job, not to mention this makes him feel uncomfortable. When he accepted this job, he thought that he wouldn't have to deal with something like this, but he did. But then again, knowing his luck, weird crap is bound to happen. Simply because if your last name is Emiya and a man, then your luck is bound to be shitty. That's the golden rule of Nasuverse. The Emiya is simply fate's favorite punching bags. She doesn't know what has gotten into her. Usually words like this have no effect on her. She should have been indifferent to these honeyed words, his praises, and this was clearly a scheme to get into her good side for her to forget that this man in front of her stole what's rightfully hers. However, even knowing that, for some reason she can't, despite how utterly foolish she's being, as his sweet words pleased her. This isn't right. She was the will of humanity. She shouldn't act pathetic in front this man, but regardless of her logic right now, she can't simply beat the illogical thing known as emotions. She was no longer indifferent, as she feels things. I suppose is it expected that I am beautiful as am the will of humanity? Words that she wasn't meant to say were coming out of her mouth. It was like her wasn't in control of her own body. Learn to be humble, but I can't exactly deny that you're beautiful or else I would be a liar. The young man smiled as she replied. Unconsciously her lips curved and smiled. This was the first time she smiled, yet this despite the wrongness of the situation, she couldn't help but feel that it isn't too bad. Flattery will get you nowhere. That's a lie, a very obvious one. The fact that she smiled is the proof that flattery could get you somewhere. Maybe gaining a favor or two, from her and by her, the will of humanity, a power being above the gods from the past. Gaining a favor from isn't easy at all. From all history of her existence, you could count in one hand of how many she gave her favor with. Not even Gaia herself could gain a favor from her. That's how hard it is. But now that she gained a mortal body capable of making her feel emotions, the first person to take advantage of her would surely gain her favor, as she is very naive at the moment. Actually no, more like a pushover. If she were naive, she wouldn't have been aware that she was being manipulated, but she was very aware of that fact. That's why she isn't naive but a pushover, as with her newfound emotions it's very easy to influence her. The man only smiled at her reply, knowing that she's lying, but regardless of what he knew, he didn't say anything. Instead he asked, "By the way, I'm quite curious of how you found a door that leads to my shop." Obviously lying isn't an option, as he would clearly see through her lies, not to mention she wasn't going to lie either way, as it's just a basic question that she has no problem answering. "I didn't found the door, it found me." Allah remembered a door suddenly appearing in her realm. At first she tried to destroy it, but proved to indestructible even with all of her might, so then she got curious and tried to analyze its origin, but ultimately failing, and because of that is the reason why she's inside. The man looked a bit surprised at her answer, like he didn't expect it to be what he had in mind. A moment after he mumbled, "I see." She frowned a bit and replied, "Do you have a problem with it?" Quickly the man shook his head and answered, No I don't. Either way I haven't introduced myself properly, haven't I? It's quite unprofessional of me." The man smiled and bowed his head a bit and said, "The owner of this humble shop, Alexander Bardem Eloy, at your service." From all the things she expected, never in her life she expected this place to be a shop. To be fair, her earlier guess is that this place is a hideout, a separate realm away from her influence. Because as soon as she stepped inside this place, she felt that the majority of her abilities were sealed. Right now she was no weaker than an average human, physically at least. But it's different when it comes to the supernatural, as she still has magic, and also the fact that she can call her counter-guardian at any time. Even so, she never felt so weak in her entire life as a goddess of humanity, a strange concept for her mind to comprehend, but the odd part is that she doesn't mind. Feeling powerless makes her feel things that she never felt before. She wonders if this was the majority of humankind feel it themselves. She was supposed to be the will of humanity, but her understanding was nowhere near as Magus thought her to be. Perhaps with this experience in this mortal form, she would understand humanity which she couldn't before. A chance to understand her subjects, to be human. As she listened to his words, she thought the name Bardem Eloy sounds familiar, and then remembered she deployed her counter-guardian to that family multiple times when we're about to reach Root in a different timelines. She couldn't risk as they threatened humankind usually, now looking at this man from the very same family that almost reached Root multiple times. "You're a magician." It wasn't a question but a statement, as a magician is very different from a common magi. "Indeed I am." The man Alexander Bardem Eloy replied without hesitation along with a smile. "You know I usually hunt your kind." "I'm pretty much aware." Alexander shrugged. "Are you not afraid that I would deploy my counter-guardian to hunt you?" Allah asked curiously. "No, not at all, but it would be a pain in the ass to deal with." Alexander replied with a defeated sigh. Allah and thought of him as similar to that annoying vampire who uses the second magic to send some of the heroic spirit from the throne to a parallel world because he's bored. When she tries to hunt him, he would always slip past her every damn time, That vampire is simply slipperier than any eel. How did you achieve your magic? I would have been alerted before you could complete it. Allah stated. Alexander pondered for a while before eventually answering. I didn't achieve magic through the traditional way the Magi does. I have help from a friend. If that friend could help him achieve magic without her, the will of humanity must be powerful, possibly more powerful than her as much as her pride admits. Allah decided to ask. What's the name of this friend of yours? Alexander replied almost instantly. She goes by D, that bitch? Chapter 76, The Golden King. I couldn't help but feel surprised at Allah's reaction. I didn't expect this at all, to think hearing Dee's name would make her react this badly. It's also quite enlightening to think that Dee and Allah knows each other. You know Dee? I asked and crossed both of my arms. With a look of irritation on her beautiful face, she replied. Yes, unfortunately that thing is a threat to humanity. There's no doubt as much as I dislike that thing presence there is little I could do much about her. It was clear how much Dee frustrates her, not that I can blame her, it's Dee after all. Was there anything to explain? It's like her character is made solely to irritate those who are in higher power. So, she more powerful than you? I stated. It wasn't a question but merely a fact. If someone like Root rivals her, then it's obvious that someone like Allah is no match. She's nothing but a goddess of humanity, or at least the closest of being one. Still, I'm quite curious of what's Dee's true nature, although I do know her from the novel. However, it only stated that she's the strongest there is, but her origin was left unsaid. Allah was annoyed when I mentioned that Dee is more powerful than her, but didn't say anything to deny the fact. We do not talk about that thing here. She insisted with a frown. I blinked a couple times before replying. But you're the one who started the conversation about her. Thou quiet. Alright, geez. Anyway, let's go back to the main topic. Give me back my servant. Allah demanded. I looked at her and smiled. No. Why? Allah frowned. Because he doesn't want to go back being your janitor. You can ask him yourself. I replied. It isn't his choice. Allah pressed. Oh, but it's his, my dear Allah. You can't force him while he's in this place, nor you can force me either. I wasn't gonna accept her demand just because she asked me. I'm no doormat. Allah frowned, deepened even more, then went silent for a minute before saying. You really won't give him to me? I'm afraid so. I said while maintaining the smile on my face. Alright, fine then, I'll give up. Allah once again did the unexpected, causing me to feel surprised. What's with this woman? Every time she opens her mouth I would learn new things from her. My expectations from the will of humanity is way too different than the what's in front of me. But then again, I shouldn't learn to assume much. Just like that. I couldn't contain the surprise from my voice. I honestly thought that it would take a lot of convince her to stop demanding Emiya from me. Allah nodded. Yes, because clearly you won't give him up, no? That's technically correct, I nodded. That's right. There's no point talking about it then. Allah replied and then continued. I'll just have to use force. As soon as she dropped those words, I found myself speechless and then thought. Of course. What was I expecting? I take back what I thought about her. She's really stubborn. Shaking my head and replied. Alright, if that's what you want, go on, but let me warn you though, there's consequences. Allah hesitated. If this was before she gained emotions, there's no way she would have hesitated. Not to mention talking to this man is quite pleasant. If possible, she doesn't want to be enemies with him for some personal reason. She was conflicted. At this point she didn't know what to do. After a long minute of thinking hard, eventually she decided that she couldn't decide and she would think about it later. I changed my mind. I'll decide what to do about my counter-guardian later. Okay, she changed her way too much. I know women are confusing, but this is another level. Either way, thinking deep about this is pointless. That's why I'll just act like this is normal. Alright, since you can't decide and you're here, why not try browsing at my shop? Maybe, who knows, you want to buy something. Allah shook her head and answered. I don't need anything. Hearing that, I smiled. Are you sure about that? Yes. Then let me change your mind. And I did. How is this possible? How do you have something like this? Allah stated at the holographic screen in front of her. She was looking at an item that could guarantee humanity survival toward types, but the prices were ridiculous, but she paid no heed as she wasn't really paying attention towards how much it is. I leaned at the counter and took a look at the price and couldn't help but cringe. That kind of amount makes my current credits look small in comparison. It was a universal destroyer weapon that could ignore all concepts, making the target similar to mortal. It doesn't matter how powerful they are, as long as all their abilities are cancelled, then they're good as dead. I'm pretty sure that this would also work with D. The problem is the price. Even with the discount, I don't think I could reach that amount yet. We have everything in the shop, so don't be surprised. Allah wanted this weapon. Her desire for it was too obvious for me to see. I mean, she wasn't trying to conceal it. I want this. She blurted out her desire. Me too. However, let's be honest here, as much as I wanted her to buy this weapon because I would get 50% of the original price, there's no way she would be able to afford it even if she sells everything she had. I really don't want to discourage her that she couldn't buy this, as she's a potential rich customer. There's no way I'd outright tell her that she can't afford this weapon of mass extinction. It wasn't like she's penniless, it's just the item of her interest is way too expensive. Imagine telling a customer in front of their face that they can't afford this. Not only would it offend them, the shop would lose credibility and also a loss of a potential customer. As an entrepreneur, you need to be respectful and polite to a potential customer. Until they act like Karen. In the end, Ella couldn't buy the weapon of her desire because she lacked the means to buy it and settled for something normal. Desserts, recommended by yours truly. Since she can't decide what to buy other than that weapon, I end up recommending desserts to her. At first she was reluctant, saying that it was not needed. However, at the perfect time she refused and her stomach made a loud noise, making her confused. And she found out that her humanoid body is more human than expected, as it could experience hunger. In the end she eventually caved in and became a dessert lover in the process. There's no turning back from this. From this moment she would always crave for more desserts. Somehow I managed to have a friendly relationship with Ella. At least I know that she isn't entirely hostile to me, as she promised to come back. Although I'm quite disappointed that I only managed to get a few points from her, as she's very reluctant converting what she owns, as she didn't completely trust me or the shop yet. Next time definitely I would make sure that she spends at least tens of thousands credit here. I looked behind me and saw Emilia leaning at the wall nearby. I said. From all things I expected from her, I can't believe Ella was that type of person, totally different from my mental image of her. Emilia let out a sigh and replied. Trust me, I didn't know Ella was like that. I've worked with her for centuries, yet I never expected her to have a personality like that as a human. Yeah, even her former janitor is in disbelief. When I was about to reply, suddenly the entrance door of the shop opened, making me wonder if Ella came back for something, but I was wrong as soon I saw the customer who went inside. The person has blonde hair, golden armor, an arrogant smirk. Wait a minute. This person looks so familiar. But it couldn't be him because this person in the entrance is a Gilgamesh. Emilia muttered loudly. Gilgamesh heard it and stared at Emilia with a bit of interest. Oh? You know this king mongrel? Woman. I can't believe it, a female version of Gilgamesh here. With a confident yet arrogant smile she said. So mongrels, tell me what this place is. The King of Heroes has arrived. Chapter 77, Scheme. Emilia have seen a lot of things that would drive a normal person crazy. Centuries of working with Ella made him see things that shouldn't be seen by anyone, but since it is the nature of his job, naturally he'd seen them, even if he doesn't want to. Yet, despite the things he experienced and seen, he haven't thought this one was even possible. Gilgamesh as a woman? What kind of sick joke is this? It wasn't funny. Oh? You know this king, mongrel? That familiar arrogant smirk, and that particular everything is beneath me kind of aura. There's no doubt that this person is Gilgamesh, except instead of a penis, this one got a vagina and a pair of breasts. Emilia hated himself for even thinking of this version of Gilgamesh as beautiful even for a millisecond. Either way, it seems that he had gained this woman's attention by saying her name. He didn't like the way she's looking at him. It's like she's starting at an interesting insect rather than a human being. He decided to play it cool and replied. I suppose. Gilgamesh's smirk became wider and confidently answered. It is to be expected as me. I suppose my people could recognize their king immediately. Emilia couldn't stop himself from snorting at that, which didn't go unnoticed by Gilgamesh. She frowned at him and said. Is there something amusing, mongrel? Despite knowing that he's unmatched and would most likely earn the ire of this version of Gilgamesh, he didn't hesitate to answer. Indeed there is. I suppose no matter what version of you, you're still as arrogant as ever. Gilgamesh frowned more, as she's trying to comprehend what Emilia was talking about. What do you mean, mongrel? Despite the obvious insult, that would certainly made her angry. Luckily, not, for Emilia her focus was completely about this version of hers, that he mentioned. Knowing that lying would be completely useless, since Gilgamesh could tell if someone lies or not, as it is part of her heritage as a demigod. I have a displeasure of meeting a male version of you. He's certainly as arrogant or maybe more than you. Emilia couldn't help but scoff as he remembered meeting that arrogant golden archer. Not to mention faker. Said by a certain version of Gilgamesh. Although, it's true that he is as indeed a faker, it doesn't mean he liked it, especially if it's Gilgamesh who said it. Oh ho? There was a clear interest in the female version of Gilgamesh. However, before she could say anything, suddenly someone interrupted. As interesting your conversation is, I think you guys are forgotten about me. Emilia's new boss said with an easygoing smile. Although their discussion is interesting to hear, I wouldn't let myself be a third wheel. There's no way I'd allow myself to be subjected in that awkward position. Especially when I'm the owner of this place. I still have my pride, you know? Unlike Emilia. My words seemed effective, as the two attention was back to me. Anyway, this version of Gilgamesh is as arrogant as the Archer version it seems, not like the caster version who is at least tolerable. From the information that was provided by the shop, it seems that this version of Gilgamesh is still alive. It means that she's a lot stronger than her heroic spirit versions. Oh? And who are you mongrels? The female Gilgamesh asked with interest. I bowed slightly to show respect for her title, but not too much to look like a weakling and a pushover, after all, despite her titles and future achievements. I'm still a fucking magician of first, my title weighs something, even in the age of gods, someone like me is unique, even though I got my magic in an unconventional way, the fact that I have it, warrants something. The owner of this shop and a true magician of the first. I dropped my title purposely for her to know that I shouldn't be underestimated. Gilgamesh may be arrogant, however she was no idiot, in fact she was far from it. She knows what I'm trying to do to her and it only made her feel interested in me. Because what I'm basically trying to convey to her is that I'm not afraid of you. I'm pretty much invincible in this place. While she was restricted and could barely do things here, she couldn't even use her Shah Nagba Imaru here. And she's very aware of that fact, but regardless of that she wasn't afraid at all, although it's a bit annoying to feel this weak, but since she finds this situation entertaining she doesn't mind, for now. Is that so, magician? So tell me, why did you open the door inside my chambers? Gilgamesh demanded, as she was quite irritated at the fact that someone had opened a damn portal inside her territory without permission. I blinked at the accusation. I literally have no idea why it appeared there, as I don't have direct control of where the door to the shop appears, as it's completely random. It wasn't me, the door opens in a random location and it just happened to be at your chambers. I replied honestly, as there's no point in lying, especially to someone who could detect lies in an instant. Gilgamesh looked a bit surprised but didn't openly show it to the audience, but regardless I did notice her surprise. If you claim to be the owner, then you have control of where that door appears. I haven't been asked this kind of blunt quest, but as expected of Gilgamesh, a different version she may be, she's not afraid to be direct and blunt. I couldn't help but ask that question, and replied. You really ask some interesting questions, you know that? None of my previous customers have ever thought of that. Just because of the shop owner it doesn't mean I built this place. Let's say that this shop is created by a very powerful being. Emilia was quite surprised by this revelation. He didn't think that while I was the owner, I wasn't the creator of this place. While Gilgamesh was interested in who's this powerful being that created this place, she was more interested in what this shop has to offer. You mentioned that this is a shop. Indeed I did. I suppressed a smile as I answered her question, and predicted what she's about to say next. Very well, then what does this shop sell? It better be interesting or else, you'll pay for wasting this king's valuable time. Gilgamesh threatened me, but I hardly reacted. It would have been a bit scary if she did it outside of the shop, but in her threats basically amount to nothing. About the question, what if I tell you I sell everything? Everything? Gilgamesh blinked, not expecting such an answer. Yes, everything, whatever you desire, immortality, god-killing weapons, or even buying an entire universe solely for yourself. I sweetened my voice to the point where Emilia looked pretty uncomfortable. While Gilgamesh hardly noticed this, as she was very much excited at the revelation that she could buy anything, even immortality. She, a demigod, wasn't immune to death and she would eventually die of old age. She wasn't afraid of death before, but thanks to the death of her only friend by that bitch Ishtar, it was a catalyst that planted a seed of doubt in her heart. Gilgamesh, what would happen beyond death, to the unknown? Honestly, she was thinking of trying to obtain that immortality herb that she heard from the rumors by herself, but an opportunity basically appeared in front of her, and if the store owner wasn't like about selling immortality, then she would like to buy it herself, no matter what the cost is. A glint appeared on her eyes, one that I noticed, smiling internally. Hook, line and sinker, hee, I'm getting a lot of credits today it seems. I'm gonna milk you out, Gilgamesh. Then I stared at her massive breasts and thought. On a second thought, phrasing, I mean I'm going to suck everything out of you. Okay, that sounded wrong again, but right now it wasn't his main priority. Tell me, how much is it to be immortal? Name your price. Gilgamesh stared intently at my eyes. While I couldn't stop my lips from twitching, and couldn't contain the greed in my eyes, on a normal occasion Gilgamesh would have noticed this, but thanks to the fact that she's distracted by obtaining immortality that slowly becomes an obsession. She didn't realize that was scheming to get her money. She got plenty either way. Let's say that I'm going to convince her to convert at least 30% of her treasures in her Gate of Babylon into points. And with that in mind I started explaining the conversion system to her, and there I will start my scheme. Normally this would be incredibly dangerous, but the fact that physical and mental attacks are basically non-existent in this place. I wasn't afraid of risk, and that is how I, Alexander Bartom Eloy, managed to manipulate and trick the king, no, the Queen of Heroes, into buying an immortality which is ridiculously expensive compared to the rest. Chapter 78, Jackpot. She heard this mongrel, no magician. It is only fair for her to call the store owner by his title. After all, it's no easy feat to reach the root. It's only natural for her to respect his station. A tyrant she may be, she knows respect. That's exactly what happened with Enkidu. After hearing his explanation about the converting system, which was awfully convenient in her opinion, she didn't hesitate to convert most of her treasures from her gate of Babylon. While it may be valuable and precious to her, as she takes great pride of the treasures she gathered through the years of being a king, she knows when to give them up, especially when it's for something that is equally important. And that important thing is immortality, the only thing that she doesn't have, and something she desired right now the most. After witnessing the death of a dear friend, it was uncharacteristic of her to act scared of death, but she wasn't inflatable. Enkidu's death proven that. That's why she needed to attain immortality, no matter what the cost is, while she may lose the majority of her treasures. It was fine, after all she could gather more in her treasury in the future as long as she lives. Finding new collections would be a piece of cake for someone like her. Although, there's something about the magician face that looks a bit familiar. It didn't take long for her to recall a particular memory. Ah, yes, the face he's making was similar to that of a merchant. Although, his face wasn't as unpleasant as those merchants that she had unfortunate meeting with, the greed and lust in their eyes as they look upon her flawless body. It wasn't that surprising for anyone to look at her with lust and greed. After all, she is a one-of-a-kind beauty, much desired for her body. However, what she can't accept is that this particular merchant wasn't even trying to hide his lust toward her perfect body. Gilgamesh was disgusted by that pig and later executed him for daring to look at her like that. There's a lot of protest from her people that killing this merchant would lead a lot of troubles, as this particular merchant is famous across the continent, but she couldn't care less and beheaded the man herself. After all, she's a tyrant, there's little that she won't do. Her reputation is earned, nothing of it was an exaggeration. Maybe except for that particular rumor that she honestly hated. She doesn't know who started it, but she executed the one who spread it. The rumors were about her having a royal harem, having sex with multiple men on a daily basis, and it angers her. What do they think of her? A common whore? She wasn't Ishtar who would sleep anyone she fancies. She was better than that slut of a goddess. However, she was no virgin either, as curiosity gets over her sometimes. But that's it. The times she participated in such an act could be counted in one hand. Like she mentioned, she isn't a whore like Ishtar. Either way, the look of this magician doesn't disgust her. Instead, she felt amusement. There was no lust in his gaze, but only greed, although he tries to hide it, but he can't hide it from her, as someone who saw this kind of expression in thousands of people. His handsome looks also helps. From all merchants she met, she had to admit the magician took the cake of the most good-looking of them all. Although the magician assistant, who seemed to recognize her, wasn't losing with the looks department either. His white hair, tan skin and that exotic appearance. Gilgamesh could tell that this man is a warrior, despite his muscles being mostly hidden by the clothes he's wearing. Although for some reason this man kind of irked her. She doesn't know why, but for some reason she disliked his presence. She usually doesn't dislike anyone in their first meeting, unless they made a bad impression of her. However, so far the magician assistant didn't do her wrong. It's just his very presence that makes her a bit uncomfortable. And her instinct is telling her not to show her treasures in front of this man. How odd. Gilgamesh couldn't help but smirk, as she realized that not only met one, but two interesting people at the same time. For now, she ignored her discomfort toward Archer, since he did nothing that warrants her dislike. She wasn't unreasonable, just petty and very arrogant. Yes, she's aware of that, but so what? She had every right to be arrogant considering her lineage. Now, if she were Ishtar, she would no doubt try and seduce these two to warm her bed, but she wasn't. There's a lot more that she could offer than just the joys of flesh. Either way, her thoughts were off topic and she would now focus on obtaining immortality. Now that I converted mine's treasures to this points, should I be able to obtain immortality now? Gilgamesh gestured at the magician. Of course, your majesty, now I shall show you the shop's catalog. With a pleasant smile, the magician replied. And thus a blue project appeared in front of her. She doesn't know what kind of sorcery is this, but if she felt like this would do harm to her, she wouldn't hesitate to give this magician a hellish experience he would never forget. As pleasant the man is, no one dares to harm her alive to tell the tale. Enkidu was the only exception. She doubts this magician could survive with an onslaught of assault from her. I couldn't stop the grin on my face when I showed the catalog to the female version of Gilgamesh. The items that were shown in the catalog are the highest grades of immortality, ones that are very expensive, while also equivalent to their worth. Immortality that ignores concepts, and also making Salem and Ozpin's immortality jokes in comparison. I didn't regret manipulating Gilgamesh's choice even though she isn't aware of it, and there's a fact that she might learn about it in the future, but he couldn't care less right now, as that would be the future me problem. And right now, I shall enjoy the points I'll receive from Gilgamesh, just taking the percentage of it is making me drool. Just a note that Gilgamesh converted 30% of her treasures into points, which is equivalent to 500 million points, which was really crazy. It didn't take long for Gilgamesh to pick a type of immortality, and just like that I received a notification that I obtained 200 million credits. I couldn't suppress my grin as I received that kind of money, even the credits I received from pales in comparison to what I earned from Gilgamesh. I hit the jackpot. I could only imagine possibilities of what powers I would obtain with this amount of money. Like everybody else, after purchasing an item, Gilgamesh received a card, not just any card but a diamond one, the first of its kind. Gilgamesh is officially the most valuable customer in the shop currently. And the card details are: Diamond card, Gilgamesh of Rook Multiversal credits, 100 million purchased history, the creator's immortality. Conversion history, 30% Gate of Babylon treasures. I could have but names, but this is easier to write and understand. Card access, door to the Multiversal shop, anytime minus 20% off for every purchase in the shop. A diamond emblem above the head. A personal lounge in the shop, the right to have a private meeting with the shop owner. Damn, I could see the difference between gold and diamond perks. If this was diamond, I wonder what the VIP customer perks. Above Gilgamesh was a unique emblem familiar to her, not to mention it has some sort of charm effects that I couldn't even resist looking at. To be honest, this type of setting reminds me of being a F2P player meeting a P2W player. The realization was damning. Chapter 79, A Wish. Honestly, that emblem is really attractive. However, it didn't matter to me that much, after I'm technically the owner of this place, and if I wanted a similar I could easily get one. In fact, I do have a unique emblem as the owner of this establishment, but I haven't really tried using it as it wasn't too important. Still, seeing Gilgamesh diamond emblem, I was really tempted to use my unique emblem as well, but through sheer logic I stopped myself, as basically showing my own emblem is like flexing toward Gilgamesh. While it may be a bad idea, however she might have misunderstood it for something else, I rather not deal with this, thank you very much. Forgetting about the emblem for a moment, I noticed Gilgamesh trying to harm herself to see if her newfound immortality works. She took a nameless sword from her Gate of Babylon. Which surprised me, because in this place using magic shouldn't be possible after all. The shop nullified them, or at least that's what I thought. I couldn't help but ask the AI that was assigned to me by God. Hey, I thought magic is nullified in the shop? Normally, but this is an exception when a customer tries a product. Since Gilgamesh of Rook bought immortality, she has a temporary permission to use her magic to test the immortality she obtained.